We've heard it all before, haven't we? The Catholic Church is the enemy of science, progress, and reason. Well, it's all nonsense, and we're going to debunk it mercilessly. Join me right now for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm your host, Thomas Woods. I'd like to begin this 13-program series with a fact that's fairly obvious to most of us. There's a bit of a double standard in the world when it comes to the Catholic Church. You can say anything you like about the Catholic Church, your career won't be over, no one will care, there'll be no candlelight vigils or hunger strikes. You say anything you like about it, and that's just fine. If anything, you'll be even more welcome in fashionable circles than before. So, what's the result of that? The result is that you can get away with saying the most absurd, ludicrous things about the Catholic Church. And people believe it. People are inclined to believe every ridiculous calumny against the Catholic Church. But worse still, some Catholics themselves, I think, have begun to interiorize some of these criticisms. And deep down, I think they themselves wonder, has the Church really been a positive influence in history, after all? Hasn't she been responsible only for repression and ignorance? And hasn't she been an opponent of the sciences? We've all been taught to believe this. It would be a miracle if people didn't believe it. But it's not true. And in this series, we're going to show why it's not true. And we're going to show the true glory of the Catholic Church. Now, the attacks on the Catholic Church and on religious belief in general have accelerated just over the past 5 years or so. We've already seen, in recent years, best-selling books by Richard Dawkins and Daniel Dennett and Sam Harris condemning religious belief in general as irrational and foolish, and in effect they're saying to children in this country, your parents are stupid for teaching you the faith. Worse than that is that after the July 7th, 2005 bombings in London, what we began to see is this trend, that Islamic terrorism is now giving intellectuals an excuse to oppose all religion. The argument being that all religion is irrational, all religion can give rise to violence, so it should all be condemned. So, for example, in Scotland's Sunday Herald, we read Muriel Gray saying, "The cause of all this misery, mayhem, violence, terror, and ignorance is, of course, religion itself." And she called religion Dark Ages nonsense. For the government of a secular country such as ours, she said, to treat religion as if it had real merit, instead of regarding it as a ridiculous anachronism, which education, wisdom, and experience can hopefully overcome in time, is one of the most depressing developments of the 21st century. Now, I'll leave aside the fact that she doesn't know how to use the word hopefully correctly. That's another matter. The point is, this is our critic. Another critic, Polly Toynbee in the London Guardian, said, "It is now time to get serious about all religion and draw a firm line between the real world and the world of dreams." In the London Spectator, Matthew Paris said, "What unites an extremist mullah with a Catholic priest or evangelical Protestant minister is actually much more significant and interesting than what divides him from them." Well, these criticisms have become routine. Day in and day out, we hear them. All religion is the enemy of progress. But the Catholic Church in particular is consistently viewed as the enemy of science and progress and knowledge. Consistently. Now, why is that? How did that happen? In part, it began 200 years ago or more in the so-called Enlightenment, which was a period in 18th century European history in which the intellectual classes became extraordinarily hostile to the Church. They disparaged the Middle Ages consistently. In fact, that's why they had the word Enlightenment. Because the idea was that before the Enlightenment, before the wonderful 18th century, all we had was misery and backwardness and ignorance fostered by the Catholic Church. But now, thankfully, we have secular intellectuals to bring us enlightenment. I sometimes think that the most depressing job on earth must be to be a history professor who teaches about the Middle Ages. It must be the most depressing job on earth. All day long, you lecture about the Middle Ages, and you say, the Middle Ages weren't so bad. In fact, a lot of great things happened in the Middle Ages. Catholic Church made a lot of great things possible. You lecture on this all day long. You write books and articles on it. You even appear on television. You appear on radio, and you talk about it. And what happens? You get home at night, you turn on the TV, nothing you've done has made any effect. Everybody still believes the Middle Ages was a time of ignorance and repression, and it was all the fault of the Catholic Church. All of that stuff, in effect, cannot be dislodged. It must be extremely depressing. Now, why are these falsehoods so resistant to the truth? Why is it so hard to get people to change their minds on this? Well, ever since the Enlightenment, what has taken root in our culture and in our way of thinking is that the Catholic Church is assumed to be wrong, and that secularism, that is the idea of organizing society and all of life without reference to God, that is said to be the source of progress. So by definition, anything the Church is connected to involves retrogression, whereas anything that a secular intellectual brings us, well, that brings us progress. And that has been the lens through which history has been viewed over the past 200 years. That's why it's only over the past maybe 50 years that we've begun to see historians finally cracking through this nonsense and finally saying, wait a minute, not only did the Catholic Church not obstruct the sciences, she may have helped to foster them. Not only did secularists not invent the science of economics, for example, but in fact it turns out it was Catholic priests and professors who developed the ideas of economics centuries earlier, and on and on and on. But it's taken a long time to crack through this accepted idea that the Church is responsible for retrogression and ignorance. It's taken forever. Now let's think about some of these areas in which the Catholic Church has really built our civilization. I mean, I choose that word advisedly. Why is it that the Catholic Church can be said to be her builder? Well, for example, consider how we think about charity, charitable work. We think that you're engaged in charity when you help somebody without any expectation of a reward, when you do it because it's good and it's right to do it. You do it because you know that in the grand scheme of things, that unfortunate person is in some sense your equal, having been made in the image and likeness of God. And so you help that person. You don't help that person because you expect 3 years down the road to revisit him and say, remember that $15 I gave you, why don't you cough it up? Or to revisit him and say, I need votes, I need some political support, why don't you come help me? We don't do it so we can tell the whole world, hey, look at what a great guy I am, I just gave that guy $10. We don't do it for those reasons. We do it for the reasons that I gave, purely disinterested motives. Well, where do we get that idea? That idea comes from the Catholic Church. Because in ancient Greece or Rome, if you had said, oh, I'm going to go help somebody with no expectation of any reciprocity, I'm just going to go do it out of the goodness of my heart, they would have thought you were crazy. What are you talking about, man? Much less the idea that I would pray for and even try to help my own enemies. What, are you insane? But yet today, we take this for granted as the ideal, that the good man tries to observe these principles. But again, where do they come from? They come from the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church teaches this about charity. The ancient world didn't. So here's an area in which things that we take for granted, this is the way we think, we take it for granted. Where does that come from? It comes from the Catholic Church. We'll have more to say about that in a future episode. How about the idea of rights, that I have a right to own property, or a right not to be killed, for example? Where does that idea of rights come from? Well, we've always been told that secularists in the Enlightenment, or just before the Enlightenment, came up with this idea in the 17th century. All of a sudden, boom, rights just developed. Well, that's not true either. And once again, modern research is coming to the rescue of Catholicism. I know that sounds odd. You think modern researchers, you want to run the other way. But in fact, honest professors, Catholic and non-Catholic alike, are now saying that the idea of rights goes all the way back to the 12th century and Catholic canon lawyers who gave the idea its birth. And the idea of a right simply means that I have a certain immunity to invasion by you. You can't just arbitrarily kill me or deprive me of my property, things of this nature. That's all a right is, that it would be wrong for you to interfere with me in these areas. And where does this liberating idea come from? From the heart of the church. Or again, economic science. Did Adam Smith just think of economics in the 18th century? It all just came out of his head. He had this gigantic head, and all of economics just poured out of it. No. In fact, for the past 50 years, what have historians been saying? They've been saying that it was the Catholic scholastics, professors who taught in particularly Spanish universities, and specifically the University of Salamanca, that gave birth to modern economics. They were the founders of economics, not secularists of the Enlightenment. This is now being discovered. On the wall of my office, I have a framed picture of the University of Salamanca. Now, most people would come in and say, "What's the matter with you, man? Why would you, of all universities, pick this one?" It's because I know that this is where economics was given birth. And if you're a geek like me, you're very interested in and you love economics. But then finally, for right now, before our break, what about our commitment to reason? Don't we always pride ourselves in Western civilization on our commitment to the use of reason? That we use human reason to resolve disputes and to settle debates? Well, of course. But where does that come from? Where does that come from? That also comes from the Catholic Church. Why? Because the university system that the Catholic Church fostered encouraged debate, rigorous debate, and human reason was held up as the great arbiter to decide all these matters that are up for debate. Again, isn't that the opposite of what you're told? What we're told is that the Catholic Church is an enemy of reason. To the contrary, there has been no greater champion of reason. But it's not just reason. It's more specific applications of reason. For example, the sciences in particular. The sciences, more than we realize, owe themselves to the Catholic Church. Now, why is that? It's the opposite of what we're told, but believe it or not, historians of the past 50 years have begun to say the Catholic Church is more and more responsible for the sciences. Come on back and we'll talk about this after the break. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Before the break, we were talking about all these areas in which the Catholic contribution to our civilization has been indispensable, but in which it's largely neglected. How many of the facts that we've uncovered even up to now are covered in schools on a regular basis? Do I even have to ask that question? But I teased you a little bit with the idea of the Catholic Church as having helped to give birth to science in Western civilization just before our break here. What did I mean by that? Well, I'm going to tease you a little bit again, because by next time we're going to get into the sciences in real depth, the next 3 episodes, in fact, because here I think we have the aspect of Catholic history that is most often mangled and distorted, and most often used, I think, as a bludgeon with which to beat the Church over the head. And I want to show that this is largely without merit. What I at least want to tell you for now is that it really is true that over the past 50 years, scientists who write the history of science have begun rethinking the old arguments against the Church and said, you know what, on second thought, the Church actually did very important things. There's a reason that science took root and then was sustained for so long in Western civilization, whereas it wasn't in others. And this, it turns out, is not in spite of the Catholic Church, but in some ways because of it. Now, 100 years ago, it's true, you would have read a book by Andrew Dixon White called, that refers to the alleged warfare between religion and science in Western civilization. Today, White's book is considered almost laughable among professors. It's so out of date and so ludicrous. Today, you have professors like Edward Grant writing Cambridge University Press books. You've got Thomas Goldstein, A.C. Crombie, David Lindbergh, and many besides. And what they all agree on is that you can't just say the Church was an opponent of the sciences. To the contrary, there were aspects of Catholic thinking that were indispensable for the development of science. And we're going to get into specifically what were those. But right now, I want you to know that this old myth is being overturned by professors. Unfortunately, the findings of these professors have not managed to trickle down to the general public yet. This is what we're going to try to do on our series. Let me give you, by the way, an example of a typical story that people have been taught to believe about the Catholic Church, and then consider why it is they so readily believed it when there isn't even a stitch of evidence for it. And here's an example that I think even many people in the viewing audience might have believed, that I myself believed. I have no reason to think otherwise. And that's the idea that Christopher Columbus, when he engaged in his famous voyages, was actually seeking in part to prove that the Earth was not flat, but rather spherical. Now, we've all heard the usual story that Columbus was warned. No, Columbus, no, don't go sailing that far. You're going to fall off the edge of the Earth. Don't you know that? The Earth is a big flat disk, and you're going to fall off the edge and get eaten by dragons, or giant radioactive spiders are going to eat you, something like that. He was warned about all this. Don't do it. Well, he did it anyway, and this goes to show how brave and wonderful he was. Now, I don't dispute that Columbus was indeed a brave and skilled navigator. But Columbus himself, were he here today, would tell you that he was not seeking to prove the Earth was spherical. Why? Because everybody already knew it. Everybody already knew the Earth was a sphere. In effect, no educated person in Europe believed the Earth was flat. That is a myth. That's an almost absurd myth. In fact, just try to go back and find anybody in the history of Christendom who believed in a flat Earth. Just look for them. If everybody believed it, that shouldn't be so hard. And yet you can't find any examples. Well, I correct myself. You can find two examples of people you've never heard of. Lactantius, for example, from the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. He had no influence on anybody, and in any event, he was speaking more allegorically than anything else. The other person who seems to have believed it was a 6th century figure named Cosmas Indicopleustes. You ever heard of him? Neither have I. And neither had anybody in Western Europe. Cosmas wrote in Greek. By the time you get to that period of time, hardly anybody in the West speaks Greek. Pope St. Gregory the Great, for instance, who was Pope from 590 to 604, already he doesn't even speak a word of Greek. So hardly anybody could have read Cosmas. He wasn't translated into Latin until 1706. So anybody who may have taught a flat Earth had an audience of about 1 or 2 people, had no influence on anybody. The fact is, everybody understood the Earth was a sphere. The reason people were reluctant to sponsor Columbus wasn't that they were afraid he was going to fall off the edge. The reason they were afraid to do it was that they thought he had very much underestimated the size of that sphere. Columbus was saying, oh, don't worry about it. It's not a very big Earth. I'll just sail right around. I'll be right back. It'll be fine. But they were saying to him, no, the Earth is several times larger than you think it is, and you're just going to starve to death. You're going to sail, and you're going to sail, and you're going to sail, and you're not going to be any land. Well, luckily for Columbus, a couple of continents managed to spring up, quite contrary to his expectation, and thankfully for him and for his crew. But that was why they didn't want him to go. It wasn't because they thought he was going to fall off the edge. Now, I realize that is so much the opposite of what you've been told. You almost think that I must be making this up, right? Sure, people believe in a flat Earth, but I promise you they didn't. And there's actually a whole book that was written to answer the obvious follow-up question. If nobody believed in a flat Earth, how did this myth ever get started? And the answer comes in a small book by a guy named Jeffrey Burton Russell. He wrote a book called Inventing the Flat Earth. And what he found was that it was a very, very tiny group of intellectuals in the 19th century who gave birth to this myth. And they did it because it made the Catholic Church look ridiculous. Because it made the Catholic Church look ridiculous. Because in the 19th century, there was a lot of debate and dispute with the Church about Darwin and other matters. And the idea was that if we can portray the Church as being so ridiculous that it used to actually teach the Earth was flat, then we can show that she is an utterly contemptible opponent. So they invented this story to cast the church in an absurd, ridiculous light. I am sure they had no idea the longevity of this myth, that in the 21st century people would still be taught it. I'm sure somewhere in the world right now as I speak, somebody's being taught the stupid church taught the earth was flat and brave, heroic Columbus proved them wrong. It just won't go away. But why won't it go away? Why does it have such staying power? And the reason is that it feeds into this Enlightenment stereotype, right? The Catholic Church is stupid, it inhibits progress, it forces us to believe foolish things. Well, that's exactly what we see in the flat earth myth, isn't it? Who could possibly believe the earth was flat? The ancient Greeks actually measured the circumference of the earth. So obviously they knew it was round. How could the foolish church think anything different? So there's a great example that can easily be overturned. But it hasn't been overturned because it serves a purpose. If you tried to invent some myth today about any famous person you could think of and say that so-and-so believed such and such, it would last for about 3 seconds. But people believe what they are prepared to believe. And people are prepared to believe the worst about the Catholic Church. So the point of the series, the point of the next 12 weeks in which I'll be joining you, is to go after not simply these little myths, but to build up an edifice to show the glories of the Catholic Church. Not simply to say, well, the church didn't really do this, or the church wasn't really so bad over here. We're not going to make any progress if our message is, the Catholic Church, not as bad as you thought. We need something a little more vigorous, little more vigor in our message. We need instead to say, it's not simply the Catholic Church isn't as bad as you thought, or she didn't really teach the earth was flat. We can't win by always running around putting out fires. Nobody ever built a house by putting out fires. Fires have to be put out, it's true. But we understand that we can't build if that's what we're always doing. If we're always letting opponents of the church define the debate for us, then we're always going to be on the defensive. And it seems to me, given the state of our civilization, that it's about time that we went, shall we say, on the offensive. And we showed people all the glories of the church, and we showed them all this hidden history. So we don't have to say, oh, we're not really as bad as you think. We're far more glorious than we ourselves even realize. And we are going to be up against, well, frankly, very, very influential people in this world. I'm sure many of you remember that the European Union's Constitution excludes all mention of the Christian influence on Western civilization. How willfully blind would you have to be, surrounded by cathedrals and religious artwork and the fruits of what the church has given us? How blind would you have to be not to mention that the church had a little something to do with building this civilization? No. Instead, the European Union Constitution begins and ends with the idea that Western civilization, that comes to us from ancient Greece and Rome, and then from the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. And that 1,000-year period in between, well, I don't know what was going on. Apparently nothing much. That's the standard view, and that was the standard view many people had up until, as I say, as recently as 50 or 100 years ago. But today, any medieval historian worth his salt knows this is a whole lot of nonsense and would reject it with a laugh. But yet, the architects of the European Union exclude mention of the church or of Christ from their founding document. It isn't that they're stupid. If it were just a matter of stupidity, that would be easily overcome. We just come back with the facts and that'll be the end of it. It's that they're hostile to the church. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? Look at what the European Union is up to half the time. Do they seem like pious Catholics, most of these people? They have no interest in spreading the truth about the church. And that's why we as Catholics are under a particular obligation. We have to learn what we can about our faith. And we have to go and spread it. And we have to go and tell people the real history of the Catholic Church, because if we don't defend ourselves, nobody's going to do it for us. I actually wrote a book called How the Catholic Church Built Western Civilization, because I thought it was about time that we told our story. And that's what I'm going to spend the next 12 episodes doing, is telling our story. But for next time, we're going to start 3 programs on the subject of the church and science. And you're going to have more ammunition then you're going to know what to do with by the time we're done with the next 3 episodes. Because did you know, for instance, that the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, did you know that they were so accomplished in the sciences that right now 35 craters on the moon are named after Jesuit scientists? Did you know that 1 out of 20 of the greatest mathematicians who ever lived belonged to the Society of Jesus? Or that the Jesuits helped to found and then became the greatest practitioners of the study of earthquakes, seismology. And we can go on and on and on. Atomic theory, the study of ancient Egypt, the study of physics, and I can go on and on. There are so many ways in which the Catholic Church contributed to the sciences. So join me next time for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Everyone learns in school that the Catholic Church was the big enemy of science. Well, you know who doesn't believe that anymore? Professional historians of science. Join me today on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization, and we'll learn the truth. Welcome to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. It comes as a surprise, doesn't it, to learn that the Catholic Church may have had a positive role in the development of science, right? Because we're all taught from birth the exact opposite. In school, in the media, in movies, scientists are always brave martyrs against the ignorant church that wants to suppress their findings. Well, you might be excused for this view if you lived 100 years ago, because then the dominant book on the subject was written by a fellow named Andrew Dixon White. I mentioned him in our first program because he wrote a book called A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom. This became the defining volume on this subject. But it is full of nonsense. In fact, it turns out that in White's book, you actually read that the Catholic Church taught that the earth was flat. Now, we saw last time there is not the tiniest stitch of evidence for that. But White, anxious to portray the church as silly and backward and ridiculous, simply repeated what other historians had said without bothering to investigate it. That was the quality of his book. Since then, White's book has been so dramatically overturned that you'd think we'd be reading something about it. We'd hear, hey, the Catholic Church, after all, played an important role in the sciences, but instead, we hear only crickets. There's no real anxiety, there's no anxiousness to get to the truth in this matter. I wonder why that is. Well, there are a lot of modern historians who, unlike Professor White, are still alive and who are doing work right now and who have concluded that, in fact, the Church has played at least some kind of positive role, and some scholars even go so far as to say that the Church had certain ideas that were indispensable to the development of science. That's the opposite of what we hear, right? But you have scholars saying this all the time. Thomas Goldstein, Toby Huff, A.C. Crombie, Edward Grant, David Lindbergh, Professor Heilbronn at Berkeley, and many others. So what are they saying? And how dare they say this? Don't they know the Catholic Church is nothing but an oppressor of the geniuses of the world? Well, let's look at some of the claims that these new historians are making. And by the way, they are not all Catholic. Some are Catholic, some aren't Catholic. I've deliberately gone out of my way to consult historians of science who are non-Catholic, some of whom are even anti-Catholic, in order to show that this is for real. This isn't a bunch of Catholics writing some books to make the Church look good. This is the consensus among professionals today. Now, one of the most important principles that the Catholic Church contributed to the development of science comes from a biblical verse that was one of the most frequently quoted in the whole Middle Ages. And that verse is Wisdom 11:21. And that verse tells us that God has ordered all things according to measure, number, and weight. Okay, so that doesn't sound explosive right off the bat, but I promise you it is. God has ordered all things according to measure, number, and weight. What did people take that to mean? They took it to mean that the universe God has created is orderly. It makes sense. It's intelligible to our minds. It's mathematical. It's ordered according to patterns, measure, number, weight. There is something mathematical about the universe. St. Augustine, for example, said God is like a great geometer. He's a great practitioner of geometry. So for anybody watching who hated geometry, hated math, well, St. Augustine is implicitly rebuking you, because in fact mathematics is really a language that God uses in ordering and fashioning this universe that He's given us. So the Christian tradition, through this wisdom verse that was quoted all through the Middle Ages, dramatically amplifies an existing tradition in the West, going back to the 6th century BC, and the great pre-Socratic philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras. In the 6th century BC, Pythagoras had said, you know what the universe is made of? It's not made out of air or water or earth, as some of his contemporaries had said. It's made out of numbers. That's the fundamental constituent of our universe. Not physical stuff, but numbers, math. Math is everywhere. And this Christian tradition, building on Wisdom 11:21, took Pythagoras' obscure insight and in effect developed a whole civilization around it. That's pretty important. And in fact, even scientists who may not have given the matter a second thought lived in a civilization in which the orderliness of the world was taken for granted. So, for example, let's consider the gentleman who drew up for us the first periodic table of the elements, Dmitri Mendeleev. He so believed that the universe was orderly that when he began arranging the elements, and perhaps you've seen the periodic table of the elements, got all the constituent parts of our world, and they're listed according in rows, and then a series of rows creates columns, and he found that elements that were next to each other on the table possessed similar characteristics. Well, then he got to about element number 21, and there was a gap there. He couldn't find an element that should fit there. But he said, the relationships keep working if I skip number 21 and I keep going. But so convinced was he that something had to go there. So convinced was he that God couldn't have given us this universe, or that he couldn't believe we could live in a universe where there'd be a big gap on the periodic table. There had to be something that belonged there. So he predicted, well, someday we'll discover an element that goes there. I mean, what nerve the guy has to say, of course we'll find something to fit into the gap on my chart. But sure enough, what did they find? 10 years later, the element scandium was discovered. Where does it go? It's atomic number 21. So this is a key feature of our civilization. And in fact, the scientific method cannot be pursued unless you believe the universe is orderly. Because what do you do in the scientific method? What's it all about? The scientific method consists of gathering data about the world around you, and then studying that data, looking for patterns, trying to understand it, and then developing hypotheses about the data. Why do I think thus and so is occurring? And then devising experiments to then confirm or disconfirm my various hypotheses. Now, you cannot follow those steps unless you believe the universe is orderly. Because I have to be sure, I have to have a confidence that if I run the same experiment multiple times under the same conditions, I will get the same results. Now, if I live in a disorderly universe, I have no right to expect that. Maybe, sure, maybe 6 times when I drop something, it will fall to the ground, but maybe the 7th time, the object will turn into Elvis. How do I know? If I don't live in an orderly universe, I have no right to expect that. And if I don't live in an orderly universe, I can't even begin to do science. I can't even begin to find patterns in the universe if I don't expect them to be there. This is essential for science. And in fact, Albert Einstein even said, it's a miracle that the universe is orderly. We have absolutely no right to assume that. And in fact, many civilizations did not assume it. They did not assume it. Ancient Babylon, for example, the Babylonians did not assume the universe was orderly. It was completely chaotic. Did science get started among the ancient Babylonians? The question answers itself, doesn't it? So these are essential points. These are essential points. That the universe is orderly and mathematical. Now, that does not mean that the universe is so orderly that God can't perform miracles, that would somehow violate the order of the universe. Of course, as Catholics, we believe in miracles. God can perform miracles. Of course we believe that. But understand what that means. You can only recognize a miracle if it takes place against a backdrop of order. If we lived in a completely chaotic, you recognize a miracle if it takes place against a backdrop of order. If we lived in a completely chaotic universe, how could we recognize a miracle? Everything would be a miracle. Everything's crazy and chaotic and doesn't follow any laws. So we recognize God's miracles because He performs them within a universe of order. St. Anselm very helpfully clarified this point. He said that God has His absolute power, or potentia absoluta for you Latinists, and His ordered power, or potentia ordinata. That is to say, sure, God has the raw power to turn that object into Elvis, but He also has His ordered power by which He behaves according to the laws that He's built into the universe, that it would not befit the dignity of our God for Him to behave in such a whimsical way. He can't do that. He has to, in effect, behave in a way that is consistent with His promises to us. And in effect, the functioning of the universe is one of those promises. So we expect to find order in the universe, and that's why scientists go looking for it. But as I say, not all civilizations have been able to do this, have had this insight. We take this insight for granted. The universe makes sense, we can find mathematical relationships in it, but not every civilization could. And one civilization that could not is Islamic civilization. Now, there's much we can say about Islamic contributions to civilization and even the sciences. For example, in some of what we might call the applied sciences, like medicine and optics. Well, Muslims made great contributions in those areas. But in the more theoretical sciences, Islamic science, in effect, suffered what Father Stanley Yaki calls a stillbirth. It seemed like it was going somewhere, and then, boom, gone. And then today, of course, Islamic civilization is largely a backwater, scientifically. Now, why is that? Why did Islam suffer such devastation in terms of the sciences? One reason involves this matter of the ability to view the universe as being orderly. Islamic civilization could not do that. Because if you were to say that the universe is ordered according to certain laws that must be observed, that would be an insult to Allah, who may behave as arbitrarily as He wants. What looks like a law to you may just be one of His habits that He can discontinue at any time. Well, we got a break now, but come on back for some more myth-busting about the Church and science. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Before the break, we discussed some forbidden truths about the Church and science. We know what we're supposed to say. We're supposed to say the Church has been nothing but an obstacle to the sciences. But that's not what professional historians of science are saying. And if you recall from our first episode, I mentioned that the most depressing job on earth would be to be a professor of medieval studies, trying to tell people that the Middle Ages weren't really so bad. Well, I think a good runner-up for most depressing job on earth would be to be a historian of science, trying to argue that, in fact, the Church had, by and large, a positive influence on the sciences. Even your fellow scientists aren't going to believe you, much less the general public. But yet you have an enormous amount of evidence that you can amass. And book after book after book is being written today, and yet you still can't crack through to the general public. One of the reasons I ended up writing a book called How the Catholic Church Built Western Civilization was that I was afraid that all these wonderful studies that professors are doing that are vindicating the Church aren't getting to the general public. People are still being taught the nonsense about the Church as an opponent of science. So now we've got to go and study this stuff so we can better defend ourselves. But let me tell you something. Today, if you were taking a course on the history of science, and some universities have that as a separate discipline, if you were taking a course in that and you said, oh, religion and science have been nothing but enemies over the years, you would be considered to have written, in effect, a fourth-grade term paper. Like, no one would take that seriously anymore. So let's return to our discussion from before the break, when I was saying that the key insight that allows a breakthrough in science in the West is the Catholic view of God as being orderly, a view that is derived principally, though by no means exclusively, through that wisdom verse, 11:21, that God has ordered all things according to measure, number, and weight. And we saw that St. Augustine took that to mean that God was a great geometer, and other Christian thinkers elaborated on it as well. At the cathedral school at Chartres, for example, in France, there was a lot of elaboration on that critical wisdom verse. Now, cathedral school, first of all, what's that? Charlemagne, who was emperor of the West from about 768 to 814, had established that the various cathedrals should have schools set up, attached to them. And these cathedral schools, in some cases, developed into our earliest universities, although we'll discuss that in a future episode. But at the cathedral school at Chartres, those scholars seized upon Wisdom 11:21 and took it to mean that if we want to understand the universe, we must understand it quantitatively. That's a fancy way of saying that if we want to understand the universe, we have to understand it through math. Well, that is actually an extraordinarily modern idea. The cathedral school at Chartres was really at its peak perhaps in the 12th century, and yet it's got this fantastically modern idea that at least at some level, the universe can and should be understood mathematically if we want to understand its workings and predict how it will behave in the future. We have to understand it through math. And they interpreted Wisdom 11:21 to mean just that the universe is mathematical and we understand it that way. Because the cathedral school at Chartres spread this idea far and wide, that the universe is mathematical and should be understood through math, they are increasingly given credit as having helped to launch the scientific revolution centuries before it really began to take place in the 17th century. In addition to that, the scholars at Chartres took for granted that God was orderly and had built natural laws into the world, and that if we want to understand how the world works, we first use our natural reason. And only when our natural reason breaks down do we then say we are faced with a miracle, we're faced with something supernatural, and we refer this to God. But the Chartres scholars were convinced that God has given us our reason for a reason. That we're not cows, we're not aardvarks, we're not ants. We have the ability to think and to draw cause and effect conclusions and relationships. Why would God give us this faculty unless we were meant to use it? And we become true human beings only when we use the unique gift that human beings alone possess, which is reason. So, for example, one scholar at Chartres said, "It is through reason that we are men. For if we turned our backs on the amazing rational beauty of the universe we live in, we should indeed deserve to be driven therefrom, like a guest unappreciative of the house into which he has been received." Another scholar at Chartres said, "I take nothing away from God. He's the author of all things, evil excepted. But the nature with which he endowed his creatures accomplishes a whole scheme of operations, and these too turn to his glory, because it is he who created this very nature. In other words, God created us with a rational nature. So we give him glory when we have recourse to that rational nature. Now that is very much the opposite of what people are told, isn't it, about the Catholic Church? I think most people are under the belief that the Church teaches you that you shouldn't use your human reason, that human reason is in some way phony or something to be despised even. But to the contrary, here we have one of the most accomplished and important schools of the whole Middle Ages telling us that we should use our reason if we want to understand the way the universe works. Now, from that, I return to the point that Chart emphasized the mathematical nature of the universe, and in doing so, they gave birth to a central modern idea, that if you want to understand physical relationships and how the physical universe operates, you have to explain it mathematically. You have mastered the universe only when you have unlocked its mysteries through the language of mathematics. When you have unlocked its mysteries through the language of mathematics. And that's why Sir Isaac Newton was so impressive to people in the 18th century, when with a single equation he was able to account for all the motion in the universe. That was an extraordinarily elegant explanation of a seemingly complicated problem. All the different kinds of motion could be reduced to one equation. And so in the sense in which we're speaking of, he understood the universe because he was able to take disparate phenomena that are all different kinds of motion, but yet account for them all with one simple, elegant mathematical equation. So he is simply bringing to fruition the mission that the Cathedral School of Chartres gave to the scholars and scientists of the West. Now, another problem that was solved in large part by the Cathedral School at Chartres goes all the way back to the ancient world, all the way back to the world of ancient Greece and Rome. Because as far back as that time, people had believed that the heavenly bodies that you see out there were in fact in some way divine. They must have some kind of divine attributes, or perhaps they even have souls in some way, or they were composed of imperishable matter that operated according to laws different from those of our terrestrial world here on Earth. This was taken for granted for many reasons. For instance, in the ancient world, it was taken for granted that a body at rest tends to stay at rest. But a body in motion can only be in motion if something is forcing it into motion. So in other words, the ancient world took for granted that the natural state of things is to be at rest. Motion needs to be accounted for. And yet they look out in the sky and they see the planets are moving, but there's no big hand pushing them. So what's making them move? They should be at rest. What's making them move? So they had to posit all kinds of theories that maybe they have souls and the souls impart motion to them, or they're divine and that accounts for their movement, or later it was proposed that angels might be pushing them. There were all kinds of theories to account for this. But it was taken for granted that there must be different rules governing motion in outer space and governing motion on Earth, because what's going on? Why do they keep on moving? They just couldn't figure it out. These things must be fundamentally different from the things on our Earth. Now, Isaac Newton later showed that, in fact, the same laws of motion were at work in the heavens and on Earth. That was a breakthrough. But it wasn't something that just came out of left field. Because who really began thinking this for the first time? It was Terry of Chartres, another scholar at the Cathedral School of Chartres, in the 12th century. What did Terry say? He said that, in effect, what you have in the universe and in outer space are things that are composed of the same kind of matter that we have here on Earth. Now, he couldn't quite account for why they orbited and why they seemed to move on their own. He hadn't anticipated Newton's laws of motion. But by saying that the stuff out there is in no fundamental way any different from the stuff down here, he has paved the way for a central conclusion of modern science. Now, Thomas Goldstein is a recent historian of the history of science. What does he have to say about the cathedral school at Chartres? He says, in a period of 15 to 20 years, around the middle of the 12th century, a handful of men were consciously striving to launch the evolution of Western science and undertook every major step that was needed to achieve that end. Goldstein even went so far as to say that someday Terry of Chartres will be viewed as one of the great founders of modern science. Now, can you believe that? There's a historian writing just in this generation. And not only does he credit the church with lending an important impetus to the development of science, but he even goes all the way back to the 12th century to identify somebody nobody's ever heard of and say he may be one of the great architects of modern science. This is becoming absolutely common among historians of science. Yes, Richard Dawkins is writing his books. Daniel Dennett keeps writing his books as scientific atheists. But as historians of science, you consistently get more and more favor shown toward the Catholic Church. Now the question is, how do we get this information to the general public? And as I say, it's not going to get out there unless Catholics start telling it themselves. But that's only the tip of the iceberg, because what we've discussed today is very theoretical. The idea that the universe is orderly, and so on and on, that it's built according to fixed physical laws. That's all very theoretical. But next time, we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts, because next time we're going to look at how many priests were scientific pioneers. It's not enough to say, oh, look at all these scientists who happen to be Catholic. Well, that could be just a coincidence. They just happen to be Catholic. But when you're talking about priests who occupy such an elevated role in the life of the church, who have taken holy orders and have that sacred vocation, if they are great practitioners of the sciences and are congratulated by the popes for doing so, then surely the Catholic Church cannot be the enemy of science. So let's look at these great scientific heroes in the Catholic Church next time when we come back once again for the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. Last week, we started to overturn that firmly established myth that the church has been an enemy of science. Today, we're going to bury that myth once and for all. So join me for the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Dr. Thomas Woods. Last time, we engaged in some myth-busting. We looked at things everybody knows. The church is an enemy of science, right? Everybody knows that. We're all taught that in school. What we started to see was that modern professors who actually do this for a living are starting to say something like the opposite. They're starting to say, we need to be fair to the Catholic Church and give her her due in the development of science in the Western world. And some have gone so far as to ask the truly forbidden question, is the development of science in Western civilization something that may have occurred because of the Catholic Church rather than in spite of it, as we're so often told? Last time we placed particular emphasis on a central teaching that modern science takes for granted, namely that the world we live in makes sense. You can understand it. You can expect to find patterns in it if you investigate it. You can expect to find mathematical relationships if you investigate it. In fact, you can hope to reduce the phenomena of nature to some kind of mathematical formula so as to understand it better and predict it better. Well, where did this crazy idea come from? It came right out of the Bible, with Wisdom 11:21 that tells us that God has ordered all things according to measure, number, and weight. And we saw that the early church fathers, the cathedral school at Chartres, and others besides took this to mean the universe makes sense, so let's go find out about it. Let's go study it. Let's go use the scientific method, gather data, formulate hypotheses, and then test those hypotheses. You can't do any of these things unless you already believe the universe makes sense and is orderly and follows consistent laws. And that idea comes from the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church insists that God is a God of order, and He's a God who has built patterns into our universe that we can discover using our minds. Science is impossible without this fundamental insight. And I gave examples last time of civilizations who, lacking that insight, also lacked science. This time, we're going to talk a little bit more about specifics. We're going to name names today. We're going to look at specific people who were Catholics who pioneered in the sciences. And specifically, we're even going to look at people who invented things and who made discoveries that we take for granted today, but that are typically forgotten or left out of the standard textbook treatment. So, for instance, I don't think it's particularly well known that 35 craters on the moon are named after Jesuit scientists and mathematicians. I also don't think it's particularly well known that when you look at the history of mathematics, a great many of the greatest mathematicians who ever lived were Jesuits. People don't realize that. Is that taught in school? Not usually. But it's very interesting that in the early 19th century, when an early historian of mathematics set about chronicling the 300 or so greatest mathematicians of the previous 27 centuries, so going back to 900 BC, and then going to his day about 1800 AD, those 27 centuries, he found that of the 300, about 5% were Jesuits. Now, consider how significant that is. The Jesuits were around for only little over two of those 27 centuries. Because the Jesuits, remember, were founded in 1540, and then they were suppressed briefly in the 1770s, so a little over 2 centuries, and yet still, in an impartial compilation of the greatest mathematicians of all time, it turns out that 1 out of every 20 belongs to this single order of Catholic priests. Well, again, rather significant, is it not? But we'll leave even the Jesuit accomplishments to the side now. Let's mention Roger Bacon, a great 13th century figure. Roger Bacon was a Franciscan who taught at Oxford and who's been considered a forerunner of the scientific revolution. Roger Bacon emphasized the importance of experimentation and observation. These are the key aspects of modern science, that we don't simply rely on what other people have said. Well, Aristotle was really smart, so we'll just sort of more or less go with him. We have to verify scientific conclusions on the basis of either our own observations or on the basis of experiments by people who are carrying them out according to the sound principles of scientific method. Now, Roger Bacon consistently emphasized this, and he said, without experiment, nothing can be adequately known. An argument proves theoretically, but does not give the certitude necessary to remove all doubt. Nor will the mind repose in the clear view of truth unless it finds it by way of experiment. Well, there is a scientific turn of mind right there with Roger Bacon in the 13th century at Oxford. Among other things, Roger Bacon identified the following as obstacles to the transmission of truth: uninstructed popular opinion and long-standing but erroneous custom. Well, all of these, both of these things, I think, the church is usually accused of encouraging. Well, you're just going along with what people say, or you're trying to form what they think. You're trying to get them to believe crazy superstition. But in fact, to the contrary, Roger Bacon is saying these are the things we have to try to avoid. We have to use experimentation and our own observation, because maybe what people believe is untrue. We need to verify things using experiment. Or St. Albert the Great, who taught at the University of Paris. One of his students was St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Albert, according to the Dictionary of Scientific Biography, was proficient in all branches of science. He was one of the most famous precursors of modern science in the High Middle Ages. That's why in 1941, Pope Pius XII named him the patron of all who cultivate the natural sciences. And well, he should. In fact, he was so prolific, his output spanned so many disciplines, that even people who despise the Church continue to admire Albert the Great, Albertus Magnus. The aim of natural science, he said, was not simply to accept the statements of others, that is, what is narrated by people, but to investigate the causes that are at work in nature for ourselves. Well, there you go. Now, let's get down to some brass tacks here, though. Let's move further toward the present and consider some long-forgotten names. For example, Father Nicholas Steno was, in fact, considered to be the father of stratigraphy, which is, in fact, the study of the layers of the Earth's surface. And geologists need to know Steno's principles. He later became a Catholic priest. In the late 1980s, he was beatified by Pope John Paul II, who praised him for his sanctity and his science. I'd like to focus specifically, though, on the Jesuits, because they, I think, have been criticized like no other religious group in the Catholic world over the centuries. They've been thrown out of countries, they've been banned, they've been suppressed, they've been imprisoned, they've been killed. It's unbelievable, the calumny against the Jesuits. And yet, and here I'm quoting an expert on the Jesuits who has no axe to grind in this one way or the other, the Jesuits by the 18th century had contributed to the development of pendulum clocks, pantographs, barometers, reflecting telescopes and microscopes, to scientific fields as various as magnetism, optics, and electricity. They observed, in some cases before anyone else, the colored bands on Jupiter's surface, the Andromeda Nebula, and Saturn's rings. They theorized about the circulation of the blood independently of Harvey, the theoretical possibility of flight, the way the moon affected the tides, and the wave-like nature of light. Star maps of the southern hemisphere, symbolic logic, flood control measures, introducing plus and minus signs into Italian mathematics, all were typical Jesuit achievements. Now, I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but how often are students taught this in school? Never. It's not like they're taught it a little, or once in a while they hear about this. They never hear it. They never hear it. I've never seen a Western civilization textbook that takes note of this phenomenon. Not one. And believe me, over many an anguished night when I was a professor in New York, I would search through Western Civ textbooks, one after the other. Which one of these can I assign in good conscience? And it was hard to find any. So what I wound up having to do, in case you're wondering, is assign a not-so-good textbook, but then also assign my own How the Catholic Church Built Western Civilization. And I took some comfort in knowing that, okay, maybe the students won't read my book, but these are the same students who won't read the textbook either. And so one encouraging thing about the fact that we live in a world in which students don't read is that they won't be reading the propaganda either. And so it'll be easier for me to de-brainwash them, because they won't be reading anything. They won't be reading anything to contradict that. They'll actually finally get to hear the truth for a change, unmediated. But consider now some more specific examples of Jesuits and their achievements. We have only a minute before we have the break, but let's consider Father Giambattista Riccioli was the first person to calculate how fast a freely falling body accelerates to the ground. Surprising, isn't it? Father Francesco Grimaldi first discovered and named the phenomenon of the diffraction of light. Now, Father Francesco Grimaldi, you may be thinking about pasta sauce, but that's Francesco Rinaldi, and I'm sure Francesco Grimaldi would be appalled at that sauce. But what's interesting about the two of them is that they worked together to produce a selenograph, which is a detailed description, or pardon me, a detailed map, in effect, of the surface of the moon, depicting all the various aspects of it. And their selenograph adorns the entrance to this day to the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. These were not stupid idiots. Now, there are still other scientists we have to cover, and we'll be getting to them a little bit after the break. But for now, let's just note that it isn't just that we've got a bunch of scattered scientists here and there. It's that in practically every scientific discipline, there are priests who are involved, not just Catholic laymen, but priests who occupy this most important vocation in the Church. So join me in a minute. Let's keep doing some myth-busting. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. We've been looking today at unknown and forgotten Catholic scientists who were not simply Catholics, but who were Catholic priests. So I think this helps to overturn the idea that there is some necessary contradiction between being a Catholic and being a scientist, between the Catholic faith and scientific endeavor. Now, any one of the people that I've mentioned up to now, and whom I will mention in a moment, would make the subject of an excellent term paper or book. And yet, astonishingly little is written about these great Jesuit scientists. In fact, can you believe there is nothing in the English language, there is no systematic study in the English language of the Jesuit scientists? There's no book on the subject. So graduate students out there, here's your project. Okay, you get your job somewhere. We need you to start working on this, because this is a lost and forgotten chapter in the history of Western civilization, and it doesn't deserve to be. These men deserve better, and the Catholic Church deserves better, because we would go a long way toward overturning a lot of this mythology if people simply knew some of this information. But unfortunately, they don't. You have to be some kind of a code breaker to figure it out, to find it in the midst of all the nonsense out there in the world. And there are books on every bizarre subject under the sun, hundreds of them on everything, nothing on the Jesuit scientists, and yet it would be a work of many volumes to write this stuff. But it needs to be done. Somebody should do it. I don't want to do it. It would take too long, and I don't have time, but I want somebody to do it. It's an important project. Let's consider another Jesuit in the modern period, Father Athanasius Kircher. My confirmation name is Athanasius, so I have a certain kinship to Father Kircher. Among other things, he's considered to be the father of Egyptology. Maybe a new word, but it simply means the study of ancient Egypt. And Father Kircher is known as the father of Egyptology because of his great scholarly work, and he did that work even before we discovered the so-called Rosetta Stone, which helped us to decode and decipher the various hieroglyphic symbols. In fact, it was because of Father Kircher's work that when we did find the Rosetta Stone, scholars knew what to look for, knew how to approach the subject. He's been called the master of 100 arts, and a historian writing as recently as 2003 said that Father Kircher is one of the few people of whom it can be justly said that all knowledge was his domain. Astonishing, we've never heard of this guy. His work in chemistry helped to debunk alchemy, which was this sort of phony science that alleged that you could take base metals and somehow transmute them into gold. There were serious scientists, even Isaac Newton and Boyle, who took this seriously. And it was Father Athanasius Kircher who helped to throw cold water on it. Again, forgotten, down the Orwellian memory hole. Roger Boscovich was a Catholic priest who is known to many as the father of atomic theory. In fact, Werner Heisenberg, in the 20th century, of Heisenberg uncertainty principle fame for all you scientists out there, gave a paper in which he praised and honored Father Boscovich. And a great many other scientists have also pointed to him in the 18th century as being the father of atomic theory. He's been called the greatest genius Yugoslavia ever produced, and yet forgotten. Let's consider the study of earthquakes, seismology. The Jesuits were particularly well placed to study seismology because they had universities all over the United States and, of course, indeed around the world. So they could build up seismographic equipment at these various universities and collect data about earthquakes and then bring it all together and systematize it and examine it from a central location. So they began in the early 20th century building seismological stations at their universities across the United States. Now, let's also consider, by the way, that it was a Jesuit who wrote the very first book on seismology in the United States. The first textbook on seismology in the United States was written in 1936 by Father J.B. McIlwain. Father McIlwain, by the way, has a medal named after him. Every year, the American Geophysical Union awards a medal to an aspiring young geophysicist. And that medal is named after Father McIlwain, the great Jesuit who wrote the first such textbook in America and who also served as the president of the American Geophysical Union. For these reasons, the study of earthquakes, or seismology, has become known as the Jesuit science. Now, do people know about this? No, but should they? The question answers itself. What else did the Jesuits do, though? Sure, they were studying about earthquakes and measuring freely falling bodies and studying ancient Egypt and studying chemistry. So what have you done for us lately? Well, it so happens that from the beginning, at least from the 18th century all the way up to the present, Jesuit scientists have traveled around the world, bringing knowledge of Western science everywhere they went, to places as far off as China and India. They built up, in effect, the scientific infrastructure of a great many countries around the world, ranging all the way from Ecuador to the Philippines and beyond. Throughout South America, for example, they set up meteorological and seismological stations all over the place, which were particularly helpful in, obviously, in predicting the weather and keeping an eye on various kinds of natural disasters. People have the Jesuits to thank for that. Now, here's a part of the history of science that's been totally forgotten. I realize the whole episode is stuff that's been totally forgotten, but this has been forgotten squared, which is the history of modern cathedrals and basilicas in Western Europe. It turns out that a good number of these cathedrals and basilicas were actually built to function not only as cathedrals and basilicas, but also to function as solar observatories. It turns out that from the 17th and 18th centuries onward, there was no better mechanism anywhere in the world, nothing more precise, better mechanism anywhere in the world, nothing more precise than these cathedrals and basilicas for measuring the perceived motion of the sun. And they were constructed so that you could observe the sun's apparent movement on the floor using various shadows and the like. Well, this is extremely significant because, in fact, modern astronomers were able to use these precise instruments in order to verify important theories about planetary orbits. For example, it was a Catholic astronomer named Giovanni Cassini who used the Cathedral of San Petronio in Bologna, in the heart of the Papal States, where the Pope lives, the Pope who's supposedly discouraging the sciences. It was in that basilica that this Catholic astronomer Cassini used the mechanism of this basilica to in fact verify Johannes Kepler's theories of planetary motion. That was done in the Papal States in a Catholic basilica by a Catholic astronomer. And Kepler himself, by the way, who was not a Catholic, nevertheless consistently observed that his favorite scientific correspondents were Jesuits, were Catholic priests, because they were so knowledgeable. They understood what he was talking about, unlike most of the world. Again, these are forgotten chapters, but they don't need to be. And they're starting to be brought out little by little. Isn't it interesting that it was a professor at UC Berkeley, University of California at Berkeley is not exactly known as being a big cheerleading institution for the Catholic Church. We'll put it that way. But Professor Heilbronn there wrote a book, about 5-6 years ago, called The Sun in the Church. And he told the story, this forgotten story, about the use of cathedrals and basilicas in the advancement of our knowledge of astronomy. In fact, Heilbronn went and said that there is no institution anywhere on earth that had done more for the advancement of astronomy or contributed more resources to this study than the Catholic Church. Now, in large part, the Catholic Church did that because we wanted to be able to predict equinoxes, for instance, so that we could establish when Easter should be celebrated and establish it far enough in advance that we could enjoy a 40-day period of penance in advance, namely Lent. But nevertheless, once they're built, scientists begin to use them, Catholic scientists, and advances science. A totally forgotten chapter finally being brought forth by a figure, as far as I know, isn't Catholic at all, but just is interested to recover important work and discoveries that, for one reason or another, we've forgotten about. Now, the objection in the back of people's minds, and it's an understandable one at this point, is, what about Galileo? Because you can talk all you want about all the wonderful things the Church did for science in general, and astronomy in particular, but what about Galileo? I mean, wasn't he tortured, and didn't they try to kill him or something because he disagreed with the Church? But that is part of a mythology that, let's say, is extremely difficult to dislodge from people's minds. Now, I think it is safe to say that the Galileo episode is not exactly the Church's shining moment, and it should be acknowledged that there is reason for regret about it, to say the least. In fact, in my 7 years as a university professor in New York, I would say that the one episode that did more than everything else put together to discredit the Catholic Church in the minds of my students was the perceived history of the Galileo episode. There's no question about it. So the consequences of it were just disastrous. At the same time, I think it is important to revisit this episode for two reasons. First, because so that it won't seem as if we're just trying to duck it, or that I'm just trying to find the good news and not dwell on the not-so-good. But secondly, because I think the standard telling of the Galileo story is incomplete, or is unfair, or is one-sided. Yes, it's, as I say, it's nothing to be particularly proud of, but at the same time, there are facts, I think, that deserve mention. And before getting into the details of Galileo, we'll just simply say this. Galileo was a genius and had much of importance to say. But his central thesis, that in fact the Earth orbits the Sun rather than the other way around, could not be established in his day to the satisfaction of all thinking people. I think the assumption is that if you thought that the Sun went around the Earth in the 1600s, you must be some kind of a dolt. You know, you need to be smacked in the face or something. What's the matter with you? Don't you study science? But in fact, those who believe that the Sun went around the Earth in the 17th century, in some ways, still had the better of the argument. They had important arguments to advance against Galileo that he himself could not answer. In fact, if you raised them to Galileo, he'd pretty much have to say, hey, look over there, and then run away, because he's got no answer for them. So next time, we're going to take our time and go through this Galileo case step by step, see what really did happen to him, what didn't happen to him, and we'll look at the arguments that were used. And I'm going to give a detailed explanation of the arguments that people who disagreed with Galileo made, to show you they weren't stupid, they weren't just ignorant religious people. They were making arguments that had gone unanswered since the days of Aristotle. And they were explaining that if you're going to say that our interpretation of the Bible up to now, which some people said that the Sun was going around the Earth, you're going to tell us that's wrong, the science better be absolutely ironclad, true, and proved for sure. But it wasn't, and Galileo did not get the better of the argument. So that's where we're going to pick up next time. Let's look at Galileo and see what really happened next time on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Thanks. The Galileo case. Does it really prove that the Church was an enemy of science? What really happened in the Galileo incident? Let's look at it today on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today we're taking on the difficult question of Galileo, because for the past couple of episodes I've been trying to explain that modern scholars reject the old idea that the Catholic Church was nothing but an opponent of the sciences. In fact, you would be considered almost beyond help if you continued to argue that to a professional historian of science. Nobody takes that seriously anymore, believe it or not. They really don't. However, the Galileo case still occupies such a prominent place in the popular mind that it's, I think, perhaps the greatest obstacle in our paths to trying to persuade people that, in fact, the Church has not consistently been an opponent of the sciences or any such thing. So I think it's important to go into this Galileo case in a little more detail than we usually get. And I will say up front, as I said last time, that I'm not here to suggest that every course of action pursued by important churchmen, and even in this case a pope, was wise or prudent. In fact, I think it has damaged the Church's reputation tremendously. At the same time, though, in all fairness, I think it's only fair that both sides receive a fair hearing. And typically that's not what happens. What happens is Galileo is portrayed as the great hero who is irrationally put upon by ignoramuses from the Catholic Church. Well, it's time to at least hear both sides. Now, John Henry Cardinal Newman was the great 19th century convert from Anglicanism. A great many of you, I'm sure, have heard of Cardinal Newman. And he was a great historian in his own right. And he used to say that the Galileo case was, quote, the one stock argument against the Church with regard to the Church's relationship to science. Because he said, in effect, that this is the only argument people typically have. And that if you say to them, what if for the sake of argument I granted you the Galileo case, do you have anything else? What else have you got? Again, most of the time people will just kind of stand there, stare at you blankly, or run away, because that is all they have. So even if you were to grant the Galileo case, Cardinal Newman says this is the one stock argument that's always brought out. But people unjustly extrapolate from this one incident and then draw general conclusions about the Church and science. It's unjust. Well, what we're going to start with is a gentleman who lived before Galileo, who was a 16th century figure. Copernicus, Nicholas Copernicus, was a Polish astronomer. Copernicus believed, in general, in what we would call the Ptolemaic system, or system of the universe or of our solar system. He had one change that he wanted to make, but let's first look at what did Ptolemy believe. Ptolemy was an ancient astronomer. He was a Greek, and Ptolemy proposed that the way the planets were arranged was as follows, that you had the Earth at the center, and you had the Sun and the other planets orbiting the Earth. And according to the Ptolemaic system, or sometimes called the Ptolemaic Aristotelian system, the planets orbited the Earth in perfect circles, and they orbited the Earth at a perfectly constant speed. It was also suggested in this model that the various heavenly bodies, including the other planets and the moon, were perfect spheres. Now, Copernicus took all this, just about all this, as we'll see, for granted. What he suggested, however, was that what we should do is switch a couple of these things. We should put the Sun at the center and have the Earth simply be one of the planets orbiting the Sun. But he kept everything else. He kept the perfect spheres. He kept the perfectly circular orbits and the constant speed. He kept all that. He simply said, let's put the Sun at the center. This became known as the so-called heliocentric system. The system that put the Earth at the center is known as the geocentric system. Now, this is not a ridiculous system, by the way, the pre-Copernican one. The idea that the Earth is at the center and everything's orbiting it, let's just say, first of all, that that's not a ridiculous conclusion. It does seem to comport with common sense. We don't feel like we're moving, right? People standing on Earth, we don't feel like we're moving. And in fact, we speak of the sun rising and the sun setting. We speak in this way. So it's not a ridiculous position. And as I'll show later on in our episode today, there were actually some excellent scientific arguments in favor of the idea that, in fact, the Earth was motionless and it was the sun that was orbiting the Earth. So we'll put that to one side. And we'll also note that this system actually worked very well for observing planetary motion. It actually worked pretty well. It wouldn't have lasted for 2,000 years or 1,500 years anyway. if it didn't sort of work. It does sort of work. Now, the system that Ptolemy proposed wound up getting a little more complicated over the years in order to make his system correspond to what was being seen in the sky. So it is true, he had to add things called deference and epicycles, but roughly this was his system. The Earth at the center, the planets going in constant speeds and circular orbits, and with perfect spheres. So this is the system that Copernicus is going to overturn slightly. Copernicus puts the sun at the center. Now, Copernicus died in 1543, and he, in fact, as he was practically on his deathbed, he got to see, he had just published his work at the urging, in fact, of cardinals. Catholic cardinals urged him to publish his work, and he dedicated his famous book to Pope Paul III when it was published in 1543. He was afraid primarily of ridicule not by theologians, but by astronomers, who had very good arguments against the idea that the Earth was in motion. As I say, we'll get to those later. But the Copernican system shared much in common with Ptolemy. It just switched the Earth and the sun, but it was subject to no formal Catholic censure until the Galileo case in the next century. His system, his so-called heliocentric system, was taught as a legitimate theory at Jesuit universities throughout the 16th century. Nobody got in trouble for this, and so on and so forth. It was just fine. It was treated as a theory. Now, in the 17th century, early 17th century, Galileo comes along. Now, Galileo is responsible for discoveries in physics and other areas, but we're focusing on what he saw in his telescope. Because although he didn't invent the telescope, he put it to important use. Because when Galileo looked in that telescope, he was able to see things that undermined aspects of Ptolemy's system. For instance, Galileo noted that clearly there are craters in the moon. I mean, the moon is not a perfect sphere, so that spherical thing is wrong. He noted that there were moons orbiting Jupiter. This contradicts Ptolemy because here we have something orbiting something other than the Earth. These moons are orbiting Jupiter. But more than that, as Jupiter is moving in its orbit, its moons are staying with it. One of the arguments against the idea that the Earth could be moving was that if the Earth moved, it would leave the moon behind. But here's Jupiter moving, and its moons are orbiting with it. And he observed other things through his telescope as well. These things could not be reconciled with the model of Ptolemy, in which everything orbits the Earth, and so on and so forth. Now, Galileo and his work were in fact welcomed and celebrated by prominent churchmen. For instance, in late 1610, Father Christopher Clavius wrote to tell Galileo that his fellow Jesuit astronomers had confirmed the discoveries that Galileo had made through his telescope. Galileo was greeted with enthusiasm in Rome in 1611. There was a day of lectures given in his honor. He wrote, "I have been received and shown favor by many illustrious cardinals, prelates, and princes of this city." He enjoyed a long audience with Pope Paul V and enjoyed a day of activities in his honor at the Jesuits' Roman College. In 1612, for the first time in print, Galileo said that he favored the Copernican system, at least the part about the sun being in the center. He believed in the heliocentric system. Well, this did not get him in trouble. In fact, in this particular writing, one of the many enthusiastic letters of congratulation he got came from the future Pope Urban VIII, who in fact was the Pope who, as we'll see, later got Galileo in some trouble. But in 1612, there was no trouble at all with what Galileo said, and yet it's the same thing. So what's going on here? Well, again, the Church is arguing that the Copernican model is okay as a theoretical model, but it hasn't yet been proven to be the literal truth. The literal truth. He believed that the sun really was in the center. It wasn't just an elegant model. The sun really belonged in the center. That really was it. The Earth really was moving. But as I say, he couldn't really prove this. The evidence that Galileo had that the Earth was in motion consisted, for example, of arguing from the evidence from the tides. Of course, we know the waves at the ocean. He argued that the reason that we see waves at the ocean is that the Earth is both rotating and it's revolving. So it rotates and it goes around the sun, and the result of all this is it's shaking up the water and creating the waves in the ocean. Well, if that sounds like a silly explanation, that's because it is. So people didn't necessarily buy that. But meanwhile, Galileo is walking around claiming that all biblical verses that make it sound as if the earth is motionless need to be reinterpreted. This was the problem. Can a layman just run around demanding the reinterpretation of biblical verses on the basis of a scientific theory that he can't even prove? And this was at a time, remember, when the Protestant Reformation was not exactly yet a distant memory. And Protestants were always hounding the Catholic Church for not giving the Bible its due and not listening to the Bible enough. So here's Galileo going around saying the Bible's got to be reinterpreted. So let's come back and try and make sense of what ended up happening to Galileo and who was right and who was wrong. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. We're talking about Galileo, and before the break we noted that Galileo believed very passionately in the Copernican model, by which he meant that the sun was at the center of our solar system, so to speak, and that the Earth was one of the planets that orbited it. But as I also suggest, that he did not have ironclad proof of that by any means. And if you talk to any historian of science who knows anything about the 17th century, he will tell you that the geocentrists, those who disagreed with Galileo and put the Earth at the center, still had a very good and reasonable scientific argument. And I want to amplify that point and just show that it wasn't a question of complete morons irrationally opposing Galileo, and Galileo being a wonderful genius who has to tolerate all these stupid ignoramuses. To the contrary, they had extremely good arguments that he could not answer. The main argument involved something called stellar parallax. Now that sounds very complicated, but you'll be amazed at how simple it is. Let's first just look at that word parallax. This is a phenomenon that we're all familiar with. We see it every day. Parallax shift works as follows. Let's suppose, for lack of a better prop, that this candle is my mother, and I'm on a merry-go-round as a child, and I'm looking at my mother watch me go around the merry-go-round. And let's suppose that over in the distance there's a tree over here. But let's say that over here there's a hot dog stand. So here I am, I'm going on the merry-go-round, and I'm looking at Mom, and I'm waving, and when I get to this part of the merry-go-round and I look at her, I see her against the tree. But when I get to this part, and I look at her from this angle, I see her against the merry-go-round. Well, I don't say to my mother, hey, how come you're shifting around while I'm on the merry-go-round? I just know that in each case, it's because I'm looking at her from a different angle. When I look at her from this angle, I see her against the tree. When I look at her from this angle, I see her against the hot dog stand. This is called a parallax shift. It's why, if you look at a close-up object against a background, and you look at it with one eye, and then you look at it with the other eye, it seems to shift against the background. It's not because the object is actually moving, it's that you're looking at that object from a slightly different angle when you look at it from either of your eyes. Now, stellar parallax simply means a parallax shift that involves stars. And here, I'm going to refer you now to this diagram. What we see here in the diagram, you'll see on the left-hand side there are two human eyes. A little disturbing, but just work with me here. Look at the top eye in the upper left-hand corner. When that eye is looking at the object in the middle is that yellow star. From that angle, it sees the yellow star against the blue background at the lower right of the diagram. Now let's look at the bottom eye. In the lower left corner, we see the bottom human eye. When it looks up at the object, it sees it against the red background. So the apparent shifting of that object is the parallax shift. Now let's look at our second diagram. This one is portraying outer space. And here, instead of two human eyes, we have two solid circles. The top solid circle is the Earth on, let's say, January 1st. The bottom one is 6 months later, when the Earth has gone halfway around the sun. Now, what's going on here? Well, notice that, again, we have a closer up object and some farther away objects. In the case of my merry-go-round example, my mother was the close-up object, and the tree and the hot dog stand were farther away. Here, we have a closer-up star, and then we have stars that are farther away. Now, on January 1st, when we look at that close-up star, we see it against the background of other stars more in the distance. Now, 6 months later, when we look back at that star, we're looking at it from another angle, so we're going to see it against a different background of stars. In other words, in the same way that my mother seems to shift, depending on where I am on the merry-go-round, close-up stars are going to seem to shift depending on where we are on the Earth's orbit around the Sun. So we should see a parallax shift. We should see the closer-up stars appearing to move against the background of the farther-away stars. Okay, that's the end of the diagram segment today. Well, what does this all boil down to? It boils down to this, that in fact, at that time in the 17th century, geocentrists were making that argument. They were saying, okay, Galileo, if you're so sure the Earth is going around the Sun, how come we don't see parallax shifts? Now, that's not a stupid argument, is it? Does that sound like a dumb guy argument? That's a very sophisticated argument, isn't it? But Galileo had no answer for that. And again, the Church's attitude was, if you can't prove to us that this is absolutely true, then the best we can do for you is say you can use it as a theory, but you certainly can't go around saying, well, the whole Bible needs to be revisited and reinterpreted. You can't do that till you prove it. And as I say, it had not been proven. The stellar parallax question had not been dealt with. And in fact, it wasn't until a very long time afterward that we got sensitive enough equipment to be able to detect the parallax shift. It is there, but the distances involved, with the stars being so far away from us, were so much greater than anyone thought. No one had any idea they'd be so far away. No one realized that the parallax shift would be so tiny because of the distances involved. It looked as if there were no parallax shift, and so therefore the Earth is motionless. So I think that's important, just as a matter of justice, to point out that these were not just stupid heads. That's a serious objection to Galileo. Now, Galileo refuses the compromise that's offered to him, whereby you can teach this as a theory, but at this point, it has not been proven. And again, the Church, as I said, is sensitive to Protestant charges that Catholics aren't paying proper regard to the Bible, so you have all these factors at work. Cardinal Robert Bellarmine said, look, if there were a real proof that the Sun is in the center of the universe, that the Earth is in the third heaven, and that the Sun does not go around the Earth, but the Earth around the Sun, then we should have to proceed with great circumspection in explaining passages of Scripture which appear to teach the contrary, and rather admit that we did not understand them than declare an opinion to be false which is proved to be true. But he said, as for myself, I shall not believe that there are such proofs until they are shown to me. Well, that's not a crazy position to hold, it seems to me. In 1624, Galileo was again received with great enthusiasm in Rome. The Pope told him that the Church had never declared Copernicanism to be a heresy and would never do so. And the Pope decided to hang on to this idea that Galileo could continue to teach what he wanted to teach as long as it was in the realm of theory, until such time, if ever, it should become established firmly as fact. Well, Galileo broke the rules. In 1632, he wrote his Dialogue on the Great World Systems. And in this work, he does not, in fact, stick to the idea that the Sun being at the center is a mere theory. He suggests that it's a fact. But worse than that was that Galileo wrote this dialogue as a dialogue. And one of the characters in this dialogue was a dunce, a dummy. And into the dummy's mouth, he put the Pope's opinions. Well, you're not exactly going to ingratiate yourself into the Pope's favor by taking his view and putting it in the mouth of the idiot. But this was sort of typical of Galileo, who had a very, very, well, some might say aggressive kind of way about him. He had a very irascible nature. He had a personality that left a bit to be desired sometimes. So, for instance, if you disagreed with Galileo on something like the nature of sunspots, he would come out and publicly call you a blockhead. And this was not a subtle person. And there's no subtlety at work when you take the Pope's opinion and you put it in the words of the fool in your dialogue. Well, Father Greenberger, who was a Jesuit, was a big fan of Galileo, had said that if he had just kept to the idea that this is a theory and had not tried to make it stick as absolute fact before it could be proven, there would never have been an issue. But what seems to have happened here, the way I read it, is that you've got several factors coming together simultaneously to bring about this unfortunate outcome in the Galileo case. You have the fact that Galileo can't actually prove this, and that there is a very good argument against it, the parallax shift argument. He can't answer that. You have the fact that Protestants are putting pressure on Catholics, saying you've got to stick to the Bible, you can't just indiscriminately go and adopt novel interpretations unless you've got really good reason. And then you have this clash of personalities between Galileo and the Pope. And that's a big problem as well. It's the way human nature is. Because as we've seen, this Pope, Urban VIII, had previously praised Galileo, had had no problem with Galileo publishing the Copernican theory, and even assured him that the Church would never condemn this theory. So it can't just be that the Church refuses to allow evidence or refuses to allow science. This was all allowed. The Galileo tragedy occurred because of the convergence of all these factors. Now, that doesn't excuse what happened. Galileo was, in 1633, told that he could not publish in this area at all. Does not excuse that. But on the other hand, it helps us to understand it a little bit better, and that's important too. Now, a good many scholars have begun to argue that people at the time, at least some of them, understood that the sentence against Galileo was intended in large part personally against him. Because, for example, Father Boscovich, whom we talked about last time, the father of atomic theory, openly used the idea of a moving Earth in his work. And he never got in trouble, was never hauled before any church tribunal. So, as I say, a great many people have said that it was aimed personally at Galileo. Now, having said all this, as I say, my purpose here is not to say that there was no wrong done or that this episode is something to celebrate. But at the same time, I think we can understand that what actually happened here was the fruit not of any mythical Catholic hostility to science, but merely the unfortunate convergence of a variety of factors occurring at the same time. Because what we've seen in these past few episodes is that the Church's achievements when it comes to science are legion and are substantial. And that we have seen that more and more professionals who actually do this for a living, who study the history of science for a living, are saying that Galileo case or no Galileo case, the Church helped to make the scientific revolution possible. And it helped make it possible not simply because a great many Catholic priests engaged in important scientific discoveries, or wrote important scientific works, or composed great scientific encyclopedias, all of which the Jesuits did. It's not simply that. It's that the Church provided the framework in which science was possible. It made us believe that the universe could be understood by our minds and encouraged us to engage in this type of undertaking. And finally, even beyond that, the Church encouraged, yes, believe it or not, the free interchange of ideas. It encouraged a culture of debate and discussion. That was the culture that was fostered in the university system of the Middle Ages. And that's what we're going to look at next time. In the universities, we see the Western tradition of rigorous, rational debate, back and forth to discover the truth, taking root. And who was the great patron of that university system? The Catholic Church. So, I look forward once again to being with you and talking once again about another unfortunately unheralded aspect of our Western civilization, the Church's fostering of the university system, which gives us our great civilization. Thank you. The Church is the enemy of knowledge and learning, her opponents say. Well, then why did she give birth to the university system? It's another forbidden question. We're going to look at it today on the Catholic Church builder of civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. This week we're going to be talking about the development of the university system and the spread of learning throughout Western Europe, which are developments that are typically thought to have taken place rather in spite of the Catholic Church instead of because of it. But as usual, we're here to overturn the conventional wisdom. Now, for a long time, it was said that a dark age descended upon Europe with the rise of the Catholic Church to prominence following the decline of the Roman Empire. That for 1,000 years there was nothing but backwardness and darkness in the West. We've perhaps all heard this. But today, more and more we see historians are scaling back the time period that they would designate as dark. No one in his right mind refers to the 1,000 years from the late 400s to the 1400s as dark. Only a lunatic would call, for example, the 13th century dark. In fact, there's a great book written once called The 13th Greatest of Centuries. Now, it is true. There was a dark period after the fall of Rome. There was a time where education declined, culture declined, civilization declined. But was that the fault of the Catholic Church, with barbarian groups in control politically of various parts of Europe? Was that the Church's fault? Now, it's interesting to note what historian Will Durant said. Now, who is Will Durant? Why do we care what he said? The interesting thing about Will Durant is not only that he wrote a zillion books, he was the Stephen King of history. He seemed to be writing, sitting at his typewriter 24 hours a day. What's significant about Durant is that he was an agnostic. He had no dog in this particular hunt. He was not out to defend the Catholic Church, and sometimes he could be kind of vicious toward the Church. But even Will Durant understands that it's not fair to blame everything that goes wrong in Western Europe on the Catholic Church. Durant said, the basic cause of cultural retrogression was not Christianity, but barbarism. Not religion, but war. The human inundations ruined or impoverished cities, monasteries, libraries, schools, and made impossible the life of the scholar or the scientist. And then he says, perhaps the destruction would have been worse had not the Church maintained some measure of order in a crumbling civilization. Well, even in the midst of the crumbling, the Church did everything she could. And on another episode, we will look at the role of the monks. The monks did so many things, we should have 100 episodes on them. We'll have one. But that's for another time. For now, let's note that in the 8th century and the 9th century, Catholics are going out of their way, Catholic bishops, to build schools. Charlemagne, the great emperor of the West, ordered the various cathedrals to open schools, as I mentioned in a previous episode. After Charlemagne, 9th century bishops and local church councils called for the opening of schools. This was the great age of the copying of Latin manuscripts from the ancient world. Kenneth Clark is the author of the great classic book called Civilization, and he says this. He said, people don't always realize that only 3 or 4 antique manuscripts of the Latin authors are still in existence. Our whole knowledge of ancient literature is due to the collecting and copying that began under Charlemagne, and almost any classical text that survived until the 8th century has survived until today. Well, there's something to credit the Church with, don't you think? In fact, the 8th and 9th centuries saw the beginnings that were unfortunately snuffed out, of a kind of cultural revival that was known as the Carolingian Renaissance. And here we saw the attempt to bring back learning and culture. And we see, for instance, the copying of manuscripts, which is important. We see, in addition to that, the development of something called Carolingian minuscule. Carolingian minuscule was a kind of writing. before the existence of Carolingian minuscule, you would see writing that had only capital letters. And if you ever get an email from somebody who sends you an email in only capital letters and you just can't bear to look at it, you know, who is this barbarian writing to me in all caps? It's annoying, it's hard to read, it takes longer to write. They also had no spaces between the words before Carolingian minuscule, no punctuation. So imagine just a big block of capital letters. That's a lot of fun to read. Beyond that, because of geographical isolation, people in this part of Europe, rather than this part of Europe, would develop their own script that was largely indecipherable to people from another part of Europe. Whereas it was monks who helped develop what was called Carolingian minuscule. Minuscule because it introduced the idea of lowercase letters. It also introduced spaces between the words, punctuation, and it constituted a single script, a single standardized kind of writing, so that people could travel throughout Western Europe and could understand each other. Well, that's no small contribution. That's one of the great contributions to the cause of literacy in the world. And that came out of this Carolingian Renaissance. Unfortunately, the Carolingian Renaissance died a premature death, largely because of more waves of invasion by still other barbarian groups. The 9th and 10th centuries, the 800s and 900s, saw wave upon wave of invasions by various groups, by the Muslims, by the Magyars, and by the Vikings. And these waves of invasion were devastating to the West. Monasteries were sacked and destroyed, as were centers of learning. Now, Western Europeans were often very, very good fighters, but they also tended to be very slow to organize. So by the time they could get themselves together, the raid was all over and they'd been sacked. And this happened year after year. Well, it's not the Church's fault if it's hard to maintain civilization when the Vikings are attacking you every single year. And when we consider that one of the best known of these attackers was a man named Thorfinn Skullsplitter, we can get a little flavor of what this must have been like to live at that time. And yet, the monasteries of the Catholic Church had incredible staying power. They were among the most resilient institutions that ever existed, because you can destroy one of them, but there's still hundreds more, and even if you destroy all but one, the one can restore the culture. Christopher Dawson was one of the great Catholic historians of the 20th century. For a while he taught at Harvard. That's never going to happen again, but Christopher Dawson taught at Harvard, and he said, among other things, he said, 99 out of 100 monasteries could be burnt and the monks killed or driven out, and yet the whole tradition could be constituted from the one survivor. And the desolate sites could be repeopled by fresh supplies of monks who would take up again the broken tradition, following the same rule, singing the same liturgy, reading the same books and thinking the same thoughts as their predecessors. Well, if you want to revive a civilization, having monasteries around certainly doesn't hurt, does it? So the monasteries, as we'll see, as I say in another episode, played an indispensable role. They could, no matter how many of them you destroyed, it could start all over again because of the remnants. Now, historian Lowry Daly once said that the Catholic Church was the only institution in Europe that showed consistent interest in the preservation and cultivation of knowledge. Isn't that surprising to hear a historian say that? The Catholic Church is the only institution that's consistently interested in the cultivation and preservation of knowledge and the pursuit of truth. Well, it so happens that that institution, the Catholic Church, did more than any other institution to give birth to the university system in Europe. The university was a unique creation of the High Middle Ages in Europe. And when we say High Middle Ages, we typically mean perhaps 1150 to 1200, all the way to perhaps 1350 or 1300, that time period. And it's an extraordinary time because, as I say, it gives birth to the university system. How could you call an age dark that gives us the universities? Now, where did the universities come from? Where did the universities come from? All different sources. In fact, they come from, on the one hand, some of the universities, some of the cathedral schools. The cathedral schools that were built and encouraged by Charlemagne and later bishops. Some of them turned into universities. Others Other universities got started as informal gatherings of scholars that eventually built up the infrastructure of a university. And we can't identify with exact precision a date that they got started, but certainly we can say that by the latter half of the 12th century into the 1200s, the universities are getting going. And you start to see some of the great universities of the Western tradition. You see the birth of Oxford and Cambridge and Paris and Bologna and the medical school at Salerno. These places are 800 years old and older in some cases. This is an extraordinary advance. And what institution made it possible? Not simply the Catholic Church, but specifically the papacy. Henri Daniel Rops was a French historian in the 20th century who said, thanks to the repeated intervention of the papacy, higher education was enabled to extend its boundaries. The Church, in fact, was the matrix that produced the university, the nest whence it took flight. The popes, for example, chartered more universities than anybody else in Europe. But they did more than that. They didn't just establish universities. They fostered and protected them. They extended all kinds of benefits to universities that made it possible for them to function and survive and indeed to flourish. Sometimes, I'll just say this before we go to our break, we who live in a university town, I live in a university town, I'm not going to tell you, I don't want to hurt any feelings, but we sometimes love the money the students bring to the town, but we can't stand the students because they're so rowdy and noisy. That happened in the Middle Ages too, and the popes protected the students from sometimes the abuse of the townsmen. Let's see how he did it after we come back with the Church, builder of civilization. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Before the break, we were looking at the development of the university system in Western civilization and noting that the Catholic Church played a larger role than any other institution in spreading knowledge, cultivating the pursuit of knowledge, and allowing the university system to blossom. There was no institution that did more, and the papacy in particular consistently intervened. Now, right away, as early as the 1200s, as the universities are forming, we already see the characteristics of modern universities. They were not absolutely identical to our modern universities, but we see important similarities. For instance, that we had the same distinction between graduate and undergraduate education that we have now. We had the idea that you go and you pursue a fixed course of study, upon the completion of which you receive a degree. All these things were features of the medieval university. Now, in the ancient world, they had schools, of course, they had academies, but they didn't have quite these features that I've described. And typically, if you belonged to an ancient academy, it meant that you belonged to the school of thought that dominated that academy. Whereas in the medieval university, there was no reigning school of thought. Instead, you had vigorous debate back and forth on a variety of subjects. But just before we went to the break, I specifically pointed to the role of the popes. How did the popes help to foster the universities, apart from chartering more universities than anybody? The popes also extended the benefit of clergy to students. Benefit of clergy is a privilege that was extended typically, of course, to clergymen, which said that if you were to harm a clergyman, it would be considered an especially heinous offense. Also, benefit of clergy meant that if you were a clergyman, you could have your case heard in a church court rather than a local secular court. Well, this benefit was extended to the students at universities because, as I suggested at the break, sometimes the local townspeople didn't really like the students, just the way they are today. A lot of people today look at the university students and they say, I like the fact that they've brought mom and dad's money to my town, and they're ready to spend it on all kinds of ridiculous nonsense. However, I don't like the fact that they keep knocking over my mailbox. I mean, why would you get pleasure out of knocking over my mailbox? This sort of thing. People love the money, and they hate the students. That's exactly how they felt in the Middle Ages. So sometimes the students would find themselves being hauled into some local court on trumped-up charges and just being harassed in general. The Pope prevented that from happening and allowed the life of the university to flourish by extending benefit of clergy to the students. Any time there was any need to intervene in the university system, if there was some kind of problem, people knew you appeal to the Pope and he will resolve it. In fact, on numerous occasions, the Pope had to intervene to ensure that the professors' salaries were being paid. Now think of how pro-Catholic European universities would be today if Pope Benedict could do that, if he could intervene and get them a raise or something. Well, anyway, those days are gone. However, it is important to recognize that among the universities that were chartered by the Pope, there was something called, in Latin, and I'm using the church pronunciation, ius ubique docendi, which literally means the right of teaching everywhere. What that means is that if you got a degree at a university that the Pope had founded, had given its charter to, that you had the right, automatically, no questions asked, to go to any university in Western Europe and begin teaching. No questions asked. So that begins to foster the idea of an international scholarly community, because somebody coming from this university can just go and teach over at this one. And we begin to get fruitful intellectual exchange. Now, some people, I'm sure, have a sort of caricatured view of what intellectual life must have been like in a medieval university because, for instance, it's sometimes said that, oh, of course we had universities, but the professors had to toe the line, right? They had to say whatever the bishop wanted them to say, or the Pope, or they were always hemmed in and they couldn't just say what they wanted to say. That is so false that it would take forever to refute it. To the contrary, as any impartial historian of the universities will tell you, to the contrary, the intellectual life of these universities was very vigorous and robust. There was hardly any question that was not rigorously debated at the medieval university. Now, it's true, there were broad theological limits within which this debate took place, but within those limits, it was open season for various questions being debated. I mean, arguably, there was more rigorous debate in medieval universities than there are when we see in universities today. I mean, in universities today, we all know you have to walk on eggshells, you're not allowed to say certain things, or you're not allowed to defend certain types of people or defend the Catholic Church. We all know that. You didn't have that in the medieval university. You had rigorous, vigorous debate going on back and forth. In fact, what you would see in the afternoons after the professors would give their morning lectures was that a professor would get up before the entire assembled university community and he would do something called determine a question. That is to say, some controversial question would be debated by skilled debaters on both sides of that matter. And they would both make the strongest cases they could for their own positions. And then it would be up to the professor to step forward and synthesize everything that had just been heard and put it all together and resolve it, come to a solution on the basis of this rigorous debate. That was called determining a question, and that took place in the afternoons. Now, I would like to see a modern university try something like that, but you won't see it because the professors are all tenured and they want to just sit in their offices and type entries on their blogs, so they're not going to want to do that. But that was what the university system was like, and if you wanted to get a degree in a medieval university, you had to do that too. You as a student had to stand up there in front of the whole university community and determine a question. That's hard. That's difficult. Now consider also that we can see the debating nature of our Western civilization. We can see it evident in the writings of this time, the writings of the early centuries of the university. Take, for example, the great St. Thomas Aquinas, who is admired by all civilized people everywhere, in effect. Who is admired by all civilized people everywhere, in effect. Look at St. Thomas. Look at the way he debated with people. First of all, if you look at his Summa Theologiae, or Summa Theologica, you see that it's arranged according to questions and answers. Thousands of questions he raises. Incidentally, I used to put on my quizzes. Yes, I'm admitting on camera that I gave multiple choice quizzes at the college level. I did that just to make sure they read their books, which they didn't, but I gave them the quizzes all the same. And one of the wrong answers I gave was, the church told people not to ask questions. Now, if you were even slightly listening to anything I was saying, there's no way you'd circle that answer. You wouldn't believe how many of them would circle it. I could have spent the whole semester standing up there saying the church fostered a culture in which questions were routinely asked. Wouldn't have made any difference. They've already been told the church hates knowledge. And so they all circled the wrong answer. Well, in any event, St. Thomas Aquinas asked question after question after question. And if you notice the style of his writing, you notice the organization of it, he and other scholastics debated things in this way. They would take some question, and then they would consider all the possible objections to their own position and list them out. And then they would explain their own position. And then they'd go back and they'd answer the objections. And he did this for question after question after question. It's an extraordinary achievement. It's fascinating reading. And what's great about it is that St. Thomas was generous toward his opponents. St. Thomas wouldn't just make up some ridiculous argument, attribute it to his opponents, and then say, aha, I triumphantly answer this person. No, he would present his opponent's arguments as persuasively as he could. At least try to make it a little interesting, right? He would portray it as accurately as possible and as persuasively as possible. In fact, in some cases, St. Thomas would even think up arguments that his own opponents hadn't even thought of. And he would say, well, wait a minute, you guys also have this argument and this one. I'll give you those, and then he'd answer those. I mean, that is an honest debater. That's what Western intellectual life was like, and you see it in St. Thomas. It's organized in effect, the format of a debate, an ongoing debate with antagonists. That is an extraordinary achievement. That is what our Western civilization is about. It's not just uniformity, it's debate and discussion. Now, one of the great historians of science in our day is a man named Edward Grant. And he looked back at these medieval universities not long ago, and he found something very, very important there. And he said this, he said, what made it possible for Western civilization to develop science and the social sciences in a way that no other civilization had ever done before? The answer, I am convinced, lies in a pervasive and deep-seated spirit of inquiry that was a natural consequence of the emphasis on reason that began in the Middle Ages. With the exception of revealed truths, reason was enthroned in medieval universities as the ultimate arbiter for most intellectual arguments and controversies. It was quite natural for scholars immersed in a university environment to employ reason, to probe into subject areas that had not been explored before, as well as to discuss possibilities that had not previously been seriously entertained. And Professor Grant went on to say that the commitment to reason and rational discussion that we see in the Middle Ages and that we see in our modern world, this is one of the great gifts of the Latin Middle Ages to our world. But nobody knows about it. And he said it must, unfortunately, remain one of the best-kept secrets of the past hundreds of years. Isn't that astonishing? We shouldn't keep it a secret, however. We should go around telling people about this, because it's an extraordinary aspect of our civilization. Let's just end with St. Anselm, for example, is another example of what I'm talking about. St. Anselm, although he lived just before the universities were getting started, but he had the same spirit of rational inquiry. St. Anselm, for instance, had a book in Latin, Cur Deus Homo, which has been usually rendered in English as Why the God-Man, or Why Did God Become Man? Because St. Anselm used purely rational argument to try to consider, why did God do the extraordinary? Why did he become man and dwell among us? If he wished to reconcile the human race to himself, why did he not simply make a declaration from heaven? Why did he become man? And St. Anselm explained this by using his own reason, thinking about it. But what St. Anselm is known for the most, perhaps, among philosophers, is that he asked another rational question: does God exist? And he began to use reason to try to uncover the answer to that question. Does God exist? St. Thomas picked up this question, of course, and he had 5 ways that he used to demonstrate that God existed. And this is where we're going to pick up next time, because this intellectual tradition of debate and discussion and reason turns itself on the faith itself and asks questions like, does God exist? And if so, can we demonstrate it? And I'm going to suggest that they did it. How did they do it? We'll see next time on The Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. See you then. Scholars in the Middle Ages were committed to the use of logical argument in the pursuit of truth. Today, we're going to explore how they used logical argument in pursuit of the ultimate question, whether God exists. How did they use reason to demonstrate that? Join me today for The Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Last time we looked at the development of the university system and the indispensable role that the Catholic Church played. We saw how the popes played a critical role in protecting the students and fostering university life and even making possible an international scholarly community. Now, these days, unfortunately, the Church is rarely, if ever, given credit for these things, but I assure you, everything I'm telling you is based on sources that are easily consulted. Pick up a history of the university, and you'll read this for yourself. Today, I want to pursue this avenue of inquiry even further. I want to introduce some important personalities and look at things they did and said, and the questions they pursued. And in particular, I want to take 2 famous people in church history and look at how they answered the critical question, can we prove the existence of God? And if so, how? Now that's very unfashionable today, because today, as I said at the beginning, we're being bombarded by arguments by, frankly, militant atheists who claim that it's irrational to believe in God, that of course a critical, scientific-minded thinker could never believe in God. Well, I hope to convince you otherwise today. Well, first, let's begin with a few personalities. It is worth noting that in the Middle Ages, there was a commitment to logical argument and a belief that logic and reason could lead you to the truth. In fact, Pope John the 21st wrote a book on logic, and his textbook was used for centuries afterward and went through 166 printings. Very, very few books go through that many printings. And here is a pope, a future pope, writing a book of that nature. Now, more specifically, a fellow named Peter Abelard was a scholar who died around 1142. He was controversial in his day, but he paved the way for scholars who came after him. Abelard was known particularly for a book he wrote, in Latin is known as Sic et Non. Literally means yes and no. Because what Abelard did was he took apparent contradictions, for example, apparently contradictory biblical verses, or apparently contradictory statements from church fathers, and he deliberately juxtaposed them so that they were right next to each other on the page. And there you were, face to face with an apparent contradiction. How would that contradiction be resolved? Well, the reason that Abelard's book was a bit scandalous for his time was that he didn't answer that question. He left the apparent contradictions just hanging there. And the reason he did this is he said, I'm a teacher for a living, and I'm not going to do my students' work for them. his students had the task of reconciling these apparent contradictions. So I always get a kick out of it when young students in college would come up to me and say, well, aren't there a lot of contradictions in the Bible? Ho, ho, ho. Well, Peter Abelard was talking about this in the 12th century and was using reason to try to resolve them, so I don't think I need some kid from Long Island to tell me this. But Peter Abelard's point was that when you have two sources, both of which are authoritative, biblical verses, for example, church fathers, but they seem to be saying different things, how can you resolve this matter? You can't resolve it by an appeal to authority, because here you have two authorities that are saying different things. So how do we resolve it? Through the use of reason. Because Peter Abelard was convinced that truth could not contradict itself, that these contradictions must be only apparent contradictions, and that once we get beneath the surface, we'll find that in fact the statements can be perfectly well reconciled. For instance, perhaps the two speakers, or the two verses, are speaking about the same issue under different aspects. Or perhaps one of the quotations is taken out of context. Whatever the explanation, Peter Abelard was certain that there was one. So here was a scholar who was absolutely prepared to take apparent intellectual difficulties in the faith and arbitrate them at the bar of human reason. Now that is pretty much exactly the opposite impression that I think people have about the Catholic Church, is it not? Then we have a fellow named Peter Lombard. He lived from about 1100 to 1160, who wrote a work of theology called the Sentences that became the most studied theological text, apart from the Bible, for the next several centuries. Now, Lombard, in his book, used authority to explain various aspects of the faith, but he did not hesitate also to appeal to human reason in order better to understand and explore the mysteries of our faith. Again, more or less the opposite of what we're told, isn't it? This, in a nutshell, is what we call scholasticism. In some ways, it's hard to define scholasticism in a way that every single scholastic would qualify as one. But I think it's safe to say that scholasticism initially began as a term simply to refer to professors who taught in universities. Now, right away, that would exclude St. Anselm, because he didn't teach in a university, but he was a scholastic, so it doesn't always work. But beyond that, the scholastics typically were interested in the use of reason in order to understand better and to defend the Catholic faith. They believed that there was no contradiction between reason and faith, and that if there appeared to be one, then we had simply misused our reason, we had not correctly argued the matter, or we simply understood some aspect of the faith. But the two could not contradict each other. They were two wings, in effect, that would soar toward the truth. I believe that's how Pope John Paul II put it in his encyclical Fides et Ratio in the late 1990s. That's exactly what St. Thomas Aquinas believed. So the scholastics are committed to this project of the use of reason in the pursuit of truth and in entertaining opposing views. Typically, particularly after the 13th century, a scholastic didn't just get up there, give his position, and sit down. He always anticipated what the other side would say. And as I said, St. Thomas Aquinas was so generous to his opponents that he would not only explain their position very persuasively, but he would sometimes think of arguments that his own opponents hadn't even thought of, and he would come up with those arguments and say, here, you can have these arguments, but I'm going to answer those too. That's typical of scholasticism. Well, let's look at a well-known early scholastic, a figure we've looked at briefly already, St. Anselm. He's a very early scholastic. He dies around 1109. St. Anselm was interested in this question. Does God exist, and can we prove that God exists? Now, it's true, over the course of his career, St. Anselm asked and answered a great many questions. But this one, perhaps more than any other, established him as a philosopher, because even if people didn't accept his argument, from then on, people at least had to reckon with it, one way or the other. You had to at least show why you didn't agree with him. St. Anselm, in effect, argued as follows. It's just a very few steps that he took to try to prove through reason alone that God exists. And his first claim is as follows, that regardless of whether you agree with me that God exists, we can certainly agree on a definition of God. God is the greatest conceivable being. God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. That was how he put it. So there's our first statement. God's the greatest conceivable being. Our second statement is the greatest conceivable being has to be absolutely perfect, has to be perfect in every way, has to possess every possible perfection. I don't think that's particularly controversial. That follows from the first statement. Now, the third statement goes like this. It's more perfect if you exist both in reality and in the mind than if you exist only in the mind. Now, that might sound a little tricky, so I'll give you a good example. Suppose you're thinking in your mind about a hot fudge sundae, but it doesn't exist in reality. There is no hot fudge sundae in the room. It's only in your mind. I think we would all agree that that hot fudge sundae is not as perfect as a hot fudge sundae that is both in your mind and right on the table in front of you. It has a perfection by existing in the world that the imaginary sundae does not have. Well, what does this have to do with God? Well, what St. Anselm is saying is, suppose God exists only in our minds. He's just a figment of our imagination, like the non-existent hot fudge sundae. Well, then that being is not as perfect as a being who existed both in our minds and also in reality. Now, his next step, in effect, is, therefore God exists. Now, it might seem like he's maybe skipping a few steps here. How does he get there? Well, his point is, if we've said that God's the greatest conceivable being, he has every possible perfection, and one perfection is to exist in reality, the greatest conceivable being would have to have that perfection. He would have to exist in reality, or he wouldn't be the greatest conceivable being if he were only in your mind. But we already agreed that he is. Therefore, God exists. Now, in effect, what St. Anselm is saying is that the existence of God is implied in the very definition of God. Once we unpack that definition, what do we find? We find that his existence is immediately implied. In the same way that if we really understand what the number 9 is, then what follows from the definition of 9 is that its square root has to be 3. Once we've fully understood the concept of 9, we understand its square root is 3. Well, likewise, once we fully understand the definition of God, we then see that part of his nature is to exist. He has to exist. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm not so sure that one works, that seems a little bit slippery, I will point out that most philosophers have in fact rejected St. Anselm's proof. In fact, St. Thomas Aquinas rejected St. Anselm's proof, as a matter of fact. But there's always been, in the Western philosophical tradition, a minority tradition that has accepted Anselm's proof. And, in fact, very recently, a dear friend of mine, Bill Mara, who died in 1998, he taught philosophy at Fordham for decades. And he absolutely believed that Anselm's proof works. But whether you believe it or not, for our purposes, is not so important. What I simply want to show you is that Anselm and other Catholics were committed to the pursuit of truth through human reason. There is nothing scriptural in that argument from St. Anselm. He wanted to show that the human mind could solve this problem. Well, after the break, we're going to see how St. Thomas Aquinas solved this problem, and I think much more persuasively. So join me after the break. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Before the break, we just finished looking at St. Anselm's proof for the existence of God. And if you want to impress your friends, you can refer to it as the ontological proof for the existence of God, and you can sound like a highfalutin philosopher. Not that you would want to, but you can do that. Now, as I said, St. Anselm's proof was rejected by a great many philosophers. Now I'd like to consider one that was offered by St. Thomas Aquinas. But let's first begin with a little bit of background on St. Thomas and his views. Now, St. Thomas lived in the 13th century from about 1225 to 1274. So when you consider how young a man he was when he died, his corpus of work becomes all the more impressive. How could you possibly have done this? How could you have possibly done it? It calls to mind the statement by St. Isidore of Seville, who once said that anyone who tells you that he's read everything Augustine has written must be a liar. Well, in a way, you almost feel that way about St. Thomas, anyone who's read it all and really, truly absorbed everything. Well, St. Thomas was convinced, as were the typical run of scholastics in his day, that faith and reason could not contradict each other. And St. Thomas believed that our knowledge consisted of three different kinds. For instance, he argued that some of our knowledge we know through divine revelation alone. Some knowledge we know both through divine revelation and through human reason, and still other kinds of knowledge are known through reason alone. So, for example, one piece of information that we have that we know through divine revelation alone would be that God is a Trinity, that He's one God in three divine persons. Now, St. Thomas Aquinas said that this is something we have to know through divine revelation because human reason could never arrive at this conclusion. This is an astonishing mystery. We could never arrive at this conclusion. Now, if I may digress for a moment, I'll point out that some thinkers have tried to claim that human reason can also prove the Trinity. The argument is that if we know that God is love, and we're going to make that something other than just a bumper sticker slogan, God is love, we're really going to take it seriously, then God has to have a threefold nature. Because if He is love, that means we have to have within God the two who love, because love exists between two parties, and then love is fruitful. So there has to be a third party, in effect. There has to be the fruits of that love. That's why some theologians have sometimes pointed to the family, the human family of husband, wife, and child, as in fact imaging the Trinity, as a mirror into the divine economy. Economy, of course, in its Greek root, meaning household. Because, in effect, the husband and wife love each other, and the fruit of that love is their child. Well, that's neither here nor there, because the consensus is that the Trinity is not something that we can arrive at through strict proof. So that would fall under St. Thomas's first category. The second category, things we can know through divine revelation and through reason, would include, for example, some aspects of the moral law. I suppose reflecting on the subject of murder, just simply reflecting on it honestly, using your mind, you can probably arrive at the conclusion that murder is something people ought not to do. That even if God had never said anything about murder, you could probably draw that as a safe conclusion. Now, God has, of course, told us that we may not commit murder. And St. Thomas answered the question that you might ask, why would God tell us something that we could just figure out on our own using human reason? And one of St. Thomas's, I think, pretty good arguments in response to that is, the reason he does it is to make our lives a little easier. Because not everybody is a philosopher or has time to sit around 24 hours a day trying to deduce everything in the world through human reason. So God helps us. He tells us things that, yes, we could figure out on our own, but, well, some of us are too busy or blockheaded to do so, basically. The third area of knowledge is knowledge that is known through reason alone. And an example of that would be what causes rainbows. There's nothing in sacred scripture that explains to us what causes rainbows, and there's nothing in sacred tradition that explains it either. That we understand through the rigorous pursuit of reason. Well, now, getting back to St. Thomas, he poses the question whether God exists. Now, as I said, St. Thomas always anticipates his opponent's arguments, and he anticipates all of them. He even comes up with arguments they haven't thought of. So it's very revealing that when St. Thomas is trying to think of all the arguments against the existence of God, how many does he come up with? Only two. One of them is the existence of evil, and the other one is that the universe seems to run itself. It's like we don't need a God. It would be superfluous to posit the existence of a God. And in some ways, these are very much the same arguments that are still with us today. Well, here's one of St. Thomas's proofs, and I'm sort of adapting it for modern use. But let's begin as follows. Let's suppose you're in the deli, in the supermarket. You want to go up to the deli counter and get some turkey. You go up there, though, and you find that you have to take a number before you can get to the counter and get your turkey. So just as you're about to take your number, you see another device. And this other device says, well, before you can take a number, you have to take a number to get in line to take a number. Well, this is a very disturbing, Kafkaesque deli, to be sure. So you're about to take that number, and it turns out there's another number machine. It says, whoa, 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 not so fast. Before you take that number, you have to take a number. Before you take that number, you have to take a number. So you have to take a number to get in line to take a number, to get in line to take a number, to get to the deli counter. Well, suppose you turn your head and you see that going on infinitely down this supermarket is an infinite series of numbers you have to take. Well, are you ever going to get to the deli counter? Of course not. You'll spend the rest of your miserable, rotten life standing there trying to take numbers, but being unable to do so because there's always a preceding one you have to take. You can never even take a number because there's always one before it that you are supposed to take first. You'll never get to the deli counter, that's for sure. But suppose you're wandering around all frustrated in the supermarket, you're wandering around, and you see somebody with turkey in the shopping cart. Then you know the numbers must not go on forever, because then how did this person get the turkey? There must have been a stopping point somewhere. Or consider this. You want to sign up for a course at a college, a special course, and you're told, well, if you want to sign up for that course, you have to go see Mr. Jones. You go see Mr. Jones, and he says, oh, sorry, before you can see me, you've got to see Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown says, before you can see me, you've got to see Mr. Johnson. You say to yourself, what in the world? Obviously, I don't need to take this course. It's going to drive me insane. You'll obviously never get in there because there's always somebody earlier you have to get permission from before you can do it. But suppose you see somebody enrolled in that course. Then you know there must not be an infinite sequence of people you need to get permission from, because then how did this person get in there? Now, what does this have to do with the existence of God? We have a basic insight as human beings that every effect has a cause. Nothing just exists on its own. Nobody goes down to the beach and says, oh, this sandcastle must have just been randomly created by the movement of the waves, or it existed from all time, or my watch here. Nobody would look at this watch and say, oh, I bet this has just always been there before the beginning of time. No one would say that. Okay, we know that would be nonsense. Or, and I apologize to whoever it is I'm borrowing this from. I can't remember what your name is, but I like this example. Suppose I walk into my office and there's a bowling ball on my chair. Now, there are many possible ways it could have gotten there, but the one explanation I will not accept is, well, it just appeared. It had no cause. No one would accept that, right? I would be willing to consider the most ridiculous explanations before I would accept that. In fact, I'd be willing to consider the possibility that the CIA is trying to spy on me, and they've put a little chip in this bowling ball to make that possible. I would consider that before I would consider the ball just appeared. Well, now here's St. Thomas's proof. Every effect requires a cause. So consider anything existing. It requires a cause. Consider a thing Z. It requires a cause. We'll call the cause of Z Y. But the problem is, Y requires a cause too, right? Y doesn't just exist out of nowhere. Y also has to be caused. Well, what caused Y? Well, we'll say X caused Y. But then we're back to the same problem. What caused X? X isn't just self-existing. Every effect requires a cause. So what caused X? Let's see. W. Okay, I guess you can probably see where I'm going with this. W caused X. And then we keep on going because that doesn't solve the problem either. Because then what caused W? So what St. Thomas is saying is, suppose you have an infinite series of causes in which Z is caused by Y, but Y is caused by X. X is caused by W. W is caused by V. And this just goes on and on forever. If that were true, then nothing would exist. Nothing would exist because before anything could exist, it would be awaiting a cause for its existence. But that cause doesn't yet exist because it requires a cause. And that cause doesn't yet exist because it's awaiting a cause. If everything is always awaiting a previously existing cause, the sequence of causes could never get started. It would be like waiting to try to get turkey at that hideous deli. it just goes on forever. You can never get it started. You can never get that number to get started. It just goes on forever. You'd never get any turkey. And in this case, nothing would exist in the world. But look around you. Things do exist. Okay? Things do exist. The TV you're watching this on exists. All these things do exist. So the series of causes cannot logically go on forever. There must be a stopping point. There must be something that exists entirely outside the causal sequence that gets this relationship going, that begins to cause the next thing, which causes the next thing, which brings all the things we see into existence. And St. Thomas says, this cause must be God. Now, some people will say, well, then what caused God? Well, that actually shows a complete misunderstanding of the argument. The point is simply that it is logically necessary, it's unavoidably necessary, that something must exist outside this causal sequence in order to get it going. Now, I don't think that's a dumb guy argument, right? I find that an overwhelmingly persuasive argument. And I used to explain it to my students when I taught history in New York and I taught Western Civ. I used to do this. It's a legitimate historical point. And it makes you think. Now, you don't reason yourself, typically, into believing in God. But there are a lot of people today, I think, who think that believing in God is just stupid and irrational. Proofs like this can help to break down those barriers for people like that. This is what the universities made possible, this type of rigorous intellectual environment. Pope Innocent IV, the 13th century pope, described the universities as rivers of science which water and make fertile the soil of the universal church. Pope Alexander IV called them lanterns shining in the house of God. But it's not all scholars who built Western civilization. It was people who prayed and did scholarly work, but also did physical labor. And I'm talking now about the monks, who will be the subject of our next program. The monks are probably the most versatile people who ever lived. They prayed, they were agriculturists, they were metallurgists, they were scientists, they were physicians, they provided charity, they provided inns for people. They did more than any other group of people in any culture I've ever been familiar with, and they played an essential role in building Western civilization. So join me next time as we talk about the monks on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. See you then. Perhaps nowhere on earth has there ever been a group of people more versatile than the monks of Europe. They were physicians and scholars and agriculturists and inventors. And they, perhaps more than any other group, is responsible for helping to save Western civilization. Let's talk about that today on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome once again to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today it's the monks who helped to save Western civilization. Now there's a small publishing industry out there of books called How So-and-so Saved Civilization. This group saved it, and that group saved it. The monks deserve this title, ladies and gentlemen, the monks. Even the Irish, who are sometimes credited with saving civilization, did so in large part because of their monks. Who were these people, after all? They were monks. Well, I don't want to assume any prior knowledge. Who are the monks? What are they doing? And how did they save Western civilization? We already see in the 3rd century a tradition whereby women religious, we would call them, began to live together and share the same spiritual and prayer life and dedicated themselves to the care of the poor and the sick. So it's very easy to see in that the tradition of convents and the life of the nun. Also in the 3rd century we see a tradition among men to be hermits. The hermits were people who forsook everything, who pursued absolute solitude in order better to commune with God and to hear him and to pray to him. St. Anthony of the Desert in the mid-3rd century was a classic example of this. He lived to be over 100 years old, and he went out into the deserts of Egypt. The hermits typically lived completely alone. They would gather on Sundays to worship God, but otherwise they kept to themselves. And they tended small vegetable gardens to support themselves, or they made baskets, but otherwise theirs was a life of extreme solitude. Now, in a certain sense, this is all well and good, and the Church has never altogether repudiated the tradition of hermit life. In fact, she's had a pope who was a hermit in the 1290s, Pope Celestine V. But right away, there were critics of the hermit's life, because the hermit, who lived apart from anyone who could provide him spiritual guidance, sometimes engaged in spiritual practices that were, well, rather questionable. Some of them engaged in, shall we say, penances that were exaggerated, or some of them would go out of their way to wait until food rotted before they would eat it. And this type of thing would go on, and a good many Catholics began to argue that this is not a healthy thing. This is not what God intends. This is not what Christ is calling you to. For example, in the Christian East, St. Basil the Great repeatedly said that the life of the hermit is not the Christian one, ideally, because what we should be doing is living among our fellow human beings, ideally. That would be the best solution. The monks should live in solitude, but in a sense a kind of communal solitude, with other monks, with other people who have in effect retreated from the world. Now, it's important to understand the monks are not saying that the world is evil, therefore we retreat from it, or that spaghetti and meatballs and an ice cream sundae are all evil, so therefore I want to deprive myself of them and eat more simply. To the contrary, because Catholics believe in the goodness of the created world, what the monks are saying is that the world is wonderful, it's a great thing, it's filled with a great many delights, and that's why it's such a sacrifice for us to give them up to show how much we love God. One of my friends has sometimes explained it this way: it's one thing to bring flowers for your wife. It's quite another to bring her flowers on a rainy, miserable day when she knows it was just an unbelievable ordeal for you to get those flowers and get back in the car and keep the vase from spilling over in the car. I've had plenty of experience with this, folks. This is exactly why the monks made sacrifices, to show how much they loved God. In the West, it was a man named St. Benedict who argued that we need to have monks who live in a single place, and they live together, and they have the same spiritual regimen, and they live under the authority of an abbot. St. Benedict composed something called the Rule of St. Benedict, which was in effect an outline for how a monastery should be run. He wrote this around 529, and with the passage of time, this became the model for organizing monasteries. A monastery, of course, is where the monks live. And St. Benedict argued that the monks should live penitential lives, it's true, but not lives that are so penitential that it would disrupt their spiritual lives. We don't want that. We want them to live at the material level of about the average Italian peasant. That would be acceptable. They should get adequate sleep. They shouldn't do too much physical labor. They should be moderate in all things. Physical labor and prayer and study, and nothing out of moderation. The monasteries in Ireland were quite another story. There, the model, in effect, was working 14 hours a day, doing back-breaking labor, and then coming in and praying all the psalms. And this, it seemed to St. Benedict, was just too much, that you couldn't live a healthy spiritual life if you were being that rigorous with your physical body. Now, it should be mentioned, by the way, that the Irish monasteries attracted people from all over. They couldn't house them all, so they must have been doing something right. But this was St. Benedict's model. It was flexible, and it seemed to understand human nature very well. And it turns out that St. Benedict and his monks played an essential role in saving Western civilization at a critical moment and building up important parts of it. And yet, I will never forget, in my days as a professor in New York, after telling my class all about the monks and all the things they had done, I actually had a student say to me, "That's very interesting. Are there any monks today?" Well, that's just depressing, right? That she didn't even know there were still monks today. And so of course I told her, not only are there monks, I've got 1,000,000 friends who are monks. I realize that's perhaps somewhat unusual, but I have a great many friends who are monks. And let me tell you something, living in Manhattan as I did while I was getting my doctorate, you find that just about anything can go on in Manhattan, nobody cares. Nobody's looking at you, you can have a weird haircut, nobody cares. You could be on fire, nobody cares. But I had a friend of mine who was on his way to becoming a monk. He hadn't taken his vows yet, and he came and visited me in his habit. And we went out for nachos at a local place. And I'll tell you, people will look away at anything, but if you're having nachos with a monk, they cannot take their eyes off it, apparently. This is just a bizarre sight, even for Manhattan. So, unfortunately, the monks don't have the high profile they once did, but they deserve our respect. Because, after all, what did the monks accomplish? Well, for one thing, apart from just copying texts, which we all know they did that laboriously, but they also did a lot of physical labor. For example, they cleared and reclaimed all kinds of land in Western Europe. Because what often happened is that people wanted to donate land to the monks as a good work. That's wonderful. Look at what I'm doing for the monks. But people would typically give the monks really crummy land. They want to help them, but they don't want to help them that much. So the monks often found themselves having to deal with land nobody really wanted. And a lot of times it was swampland. In those days, I mean, obviously a swamp has no value. It's just a source of pestilence. The monks would dike and drain the swamp and make it into fertile land. And a great many experts on the history of agriculture in Western Europe have said, for example, we owe the agricultural restoration of a great part of Europe to the monks. Another one said, wherever they came, they converted the wilderness into a cultivated country. They pursued the breeding of cattle and agriculture, labored with their own hands, drained morasses and cleared away forests. By them, Germany was rendered a fruitful country. And finally, every Benedictine monastery was an agricultural college for the whole region in which it was located. The monks introduced crops and industries and production methods that people hadn't known before. And they weren't afraid to work with their hands at a time when manual labor was looked down upon and despised. The monks were inspired to engage in physical labor because they knew, for one thing, that when you engage in hard physical labor, this can be a great form of penance and an opportunity for the mortification of the flesh. So sure, they were thrilled to work with the swamp that nobody else wanted to do. So at a time when you were despised for doing physical labor, the monks, in effect, made it something honorable. At a time when agriculture was collapsing, the monks' labor helped to bring it back. The monks were involved in rearing cattle and horses, brewing beer, raising bees and fruit. And all over Europe, they introduced essential aspects of local economies. For example, in Sweden, it was the corn trade that owed its existence to the monks. In Parma, cheese making. In Ireland, salmon fisheries. And in a great many places, the finest vineyards. The monks were also intensely practical in that they stored up the waters from springs in order so that they could distribute them if a drought ever struck. In Lombardy, the peasants learned irrigation from the monks. The monks have also been credited with being the first to work toward improving breeds of cattle instead of just leaving the process to chance. So there's agricultural labor from the monks at a critical time in European history. With the Roman Empire collapsed, the monks show up and do all this critical work. Beyond that, the monks pioneered in machinery and mechanization. The ancient world of Greece and Rome was not particularly heavily mechanized, but Europe of the Middle Ages changed all that. Particularly the Cistercians, which are a reform-minded group of monks from the late 11th century, they built water-powered factories at hundreds of their 742 monasteries around by the 12th century. They used water power for all kinds of purposes, for crushing wheat and fulling cloth and tanning. Far more mechanized were they than anything that had ever been seen in Europe up to that time. They were also great metallurgists. They used the slag from their furnaces as fertilizer. So they were constantly thinking of practical things they could do. for the life of Europe, and they instructed Europeans as to how they themselves could do these things. They were also technologically advanced in practical things like clocks. The first clock we have any record of was built by the future Pope Sylvester II in 996, but much more sophisticated clocks were built in the 14th century. But it's not just clocks, and it's not just agriculture. It's charity and education and inventiveness. All these things we're going to look at as soon as we come back from the break. So join me after the break, and let's talk more about these monks. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods, and we're talking about the monks today and their unsung heroism in helping to build and even save Western civilization at critical moments. Let me give you a little quotation from a French scholar writing about the achievements of the monks, because this sums it up in terms of their practical contributions. He writes, in effect, whether it be the mining of salt, lead, iron, alum, or gypsum, or metallurgy, or quarrying marble, running cutler's shops and glassworks, or forging metal plates, also known as firebacks, there was no activity at all in which the monks did not display creativity and a fertile spirit of research. Utilizing their labor force, they instructed and trained it to perfection. Monastic know-how would spread throughout Europe. In fact, even today, we're still only beginning to appreciate fully the extent of monastic technological cleverness. In the late 1990s, an archaeometallurgist at the University of Bradford named Jerry MacDonald found evidence in North Yorkshire, England, of a degree of technological sophistication that pointed ahead to the great machines of the 18th century Industrial Revolution. He found that the monks had built a furnace to extract iron from ore. Now, in the 16th century, which is when the period that MacDonald was looking at, 16th century England, the typical one of these furnaces in the 16th century had not advanced very far over its ancient counterpart. It was very inefficient. The slag, or it's another word for the byproduct of these primitive furnaces, had a very substantial concentration of iron in it, because they couldn't get to high enough temperatures to get all the iron out of the ore. So the leftover still had a lot of iron in it. But MacDonald found that when he was investigating, that in fact the monks in England had in fact built a furnace where the slag was low in iron content. They were somehow able to get to high enough temperatures to get more and more of the iron out of it, very similar to a modern blast furnace today. So MacDonald says the monks were on the verge of building dedicated furnaces for the large-scale production of cast iron. This is the key ingredient, perhaps, that ushered in the industrial age. And he says that the furnace that he investigated in England was a prototype of such a furnace. Now, what ended up happening to that? Why didn't they develop all these big furnaces? Why do we just see this one prototype? Well, remember, this is the 16th century in England. What's King Henry VIII up to? Well, he's closing down monasteries and confiscating their property so as to reward his well-connected friends. And so Henry VIII helped to destroy this outstanding example of creativity on the part of the monks. Thank you very much, Henry VIII. We'll have time to talk about you in a future episode. But we also now have charitable work. Now, charitable work we're going to spend a whole episode on, but I want to at least pause and say something about the monks' specific contributions to charity. The rule of St. Benedict called for the monastery to dispense alms and hospitality to whatever extent its means permitted. Specifically, it instructed monasteries that all guests who come shall be received as though they were Christ. Now, the monasteries served as free inns where foreign travelers and pilgrims and the poor could find a safe resting place. I love this quotation from an old historian of the Norman Abbey of Bec. He said, "Let them ask Spaniards or Burgundians or any foreigners whatever how they have been received at Bec. They will answer that the door of the monastery is always open to all and that its bread is free to the whole world." In some cases, the monks were even known to make efforts to track down poor souls who, being lost or alone after dark, found themselves in need of emergency shelter. They established contrivances for warning sailors of perilous obstacles, or, in fact, nearby monasteries often made provision for shipwrecked men in need of lodging. All these were typical contributions of the monks. They also built up the medieval infrastructure and built and repaired roads and bridges. But as part of their charitable work, they were also great physicians for their day. In fact, it was the church that helped to create the hospital in the first place. But the monks went even further, because there weren't hospitals everywhere. But there were a lot of monasteries. And initially, the monks provided medical care to their fellow monks. But as time went on, they realized that they possessed a critical skill that local townspeople also needed. So oftentimes they would go out into the local towns and seek out sick people who were in need of their medical care. Again, I would say that's a fairly unsung aspect of the monastic contribution. But in addition to being great physicians and agriculturists and inventors, they were also great educators. St. John Chrysostom tells us that it was already in his day, around the 4th century, it was already customary for people in Antioch to send their sons to be educated by the monks. St. Boniface established a school in every monastery he founded in Germany. In England, St. Augustine, and here we're talking not about St. Augustine of Hippo, but St. Augustine of Canterbury, St. Augustine and his monks set up schools wherever they went. St. Patrick is given credit for encouraging Irish scholarship. And of course, the Irish monasteries developed into very important centers of learning, and they dispensed instruction to monks and laymen alike. Now, sometimes it's been said that the monks did engage in some education, but they were really only educating their fellow monks. Well, that's, as we've seen, not entirely true. There are plenty of cases we have on record of the monks. There are plenty of cases we have on record of the monks providing education to people in the local area. But let us say that that accusation is true. Let's even grant it for the sake of argument. Let's say that the monastery's contribution had simply been to teach other monks how to read and write. That's all it was. Well, even if that had been their only contribution, that would have been no small accomplishment. Because consider what happened in the Greek Dark Ages. Now, people have typically forgotten about this, but it's very important. From about 1100 to 800 BC, we had something called the Greek Dark Ages. And what happened here was that the Mycenaean Greeks had some kind of terrible disaster befall them. The nature of that disaster is still debated. But something terrible happened to these people. And when the smoke had cleared, for the next 300 years, we find that, in effect, the ancient Greeks, the Mycenaean Greeks, had lost literacy. They had lost the ability to read and write. Now you wonder, how could you lose the ability to read and write? How could you forget that? Well, partly it happened because people were scattered following whatever disaster it was that befell them. And they had to think solely of their own survival. And learning how to read and write was not exactly critical when you just needed food and sustenance. Secondly, it's been speculated that maybe whatever disaster struck the Mycenaean Greeks struck in particular the educated classes, so that those who would have remembered literacy were in fact wiped out. Well, whatever the explanation, the fact is they lost literacy at a time of general civilizational collapse. Well, let's remember that the monks were functioning and carrying out all these wonderful tasks I've described at a time in Western European history that was very similar. There was general collapse. There was political disorder. There was an abandonment of education by and large. There was an abandonment of urban life. That was the environment in which the monks functioned. And so, even if all they had done was to keep literacy alive, well, that's very important, because that means they prevented a repeat of the Greek Dark Ages, when literacy was lost. Thanks to the monasteries, literacy was not lost, but Western Europe managed to hang on to it. That's no small contribution, is it? In fact, the contributions of the monks have been so great that even scholars who are inclined to be unsympathetic to them have conceded it. And I've always tried to go out of my way, when I've written about Catholic history, to cite not only non-Catholics, but anti-Catholics when possible, so that people won't come back and say that I'm just picking and choosing among my sources. When people who don't even like the Catholic Church are saying, okay, the monks did a lot, that says something. So, for example, one unsympathetic scholar said, the monks not only established the schools, and were the schoolmasters in them, but also laid the foundations for the universities. They were the thinkers and philosophers of the day, and shaped the political and religious thought. To them, both collectively and individually, was due the continuity of thought and civilization of the ancient world with the later Middle Ages and with the modern period. That's no small compliment. A century ago, another historian said, it was the monks, and they alone, who carried to a successful issue the tremendous undertaking of mollifying the rampant invader, softening the rudeness of his manners and the harshness of his spirit, familiarizing him with the restraints of Christian morality, and bringing home to him with convincing power the necessity of observing the fundamental principles of law and order, instructing him in the use of arts and instruments of industry and social progress, in a word, of assimilating, civilizing, and Christianizing 20-odd barbarian tribes, many of which, by the way, were very impressed with the morality and the conviction of the monks. They were very moved by their witness. A Protestant historian says, had it not been for the monks and monasteries, the barbarian deluge might have swept away utterly the traces of Roman civilization. The monk was the pioneer of civilization and Christianity in England, Germany, Poland, Bohemia, Sweden, Denmark. With the incessant din of arms around him, it was the monk in his cloister, for instance on Mount Athos, who by preserving and transcribing ancient manuscripts, both Christian and pagan, as well as by recording his observations of contemporaneous events, was handing down the torch of knowledge unquenched to future generations, and hoarding up stores of erudition for the researches of a more enlightened age. The first musicians, painters, farmers, statesmen in Europe, after the downfall of imperial Rome, under the onslaught of the barbarians, were monks. Now these are critics of the monks. You can only imagine what their friends have to say. These are their critics. Here is the monastic contribution. And you'll notice that in this brief overview, I've not even mentioned, or at least hardly so, the contributions they made to the literature of the Western world by preserving ancient classics and indeed the Bible itself through laborious copying. Because that is the one thing that's conceded to us. The monks did this. But what I want to show you is they did so much else in so many areas, one can hardly even believe it. Now today we touched briefly on the subject of charity, because we saw the monks as great dispensers of charity. Guests are to be treated as if they were Christ himself. Well, that is a small part of the story of Catholic charity, which will occupy us next time. Catholic charity is one of these areas in which people will concede the Catholic Church has done wonderful things. But what I want to suggest to you is that even we Catholics don't realize just how great Catholic charity is. It's a far more extraordinary story than even we believe. So join me next time on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. See you then. Even her detractors admit that the charitable work of the Catholic Church has been extraordinary. But today we're going to see that Catholic charity has historically been even greater than Catholics themselves may realize. So join me today for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today we're talking about Catholic charity. Now we all think we know all about Catholic charity, and indeed we do know a great deal about it. Even her opponents admit that the Catholic Church has done more charitable work than you can possibly believe. But Catholic charity is in fact even greater than people realize. And today we're going to explore why. For instance, it's the quality of the charity as well as the quantity. It's not simply that the Catholic Church did a lot of good work for people. That we'll look at in a moment. But it's the spirit that animated that charity as well. So, for instance, the Catholic Church taught that you should help somebody not because you expect a reward or you're going to keep hectoring this person forever that you owe me something, remember I helped you 3.5 years ago, or you don't do it so that you can show the world what a great person you are. You do it because it pleases God, because you respect a fellow human being as being made in the image and likeness of God, and that you know that charitable work pleases Him. This is why you do it. You do it out of a love for God and your fellow man, not because you expect any kind of reciprocity. Beyond that, we have even the counsel from the Church that you should even help your own enemies. What are you, crazy? In the ancient world, they would have thought that was crazy. In ancient Greece and Rome, that would have been considered absurd. And indeed, in the ancient world, a lot of the giving was self-interested. It was not given out of the pure desire simply to help a fellow human being. So the quality, the kind of charitable work, the spirit that animated it, was very different in the Catholic world than it had been in the world that preceded the Church. But we should not at the same time disparage the question of quantity, because here too the Church excelled. Because for the first time you had institutionalized care for the sick and widows and orphans and the poor. Now again, there had been generosity shown in the ancient world, no one would deny that, but nowhere near the level that we see under the Catholic Church. Now remember my rule, I want to cite anti-Catholics whenever I can to show that what I'm saying really is true, because even an opponent of the Church admits it. Well, I'm fond of citing a historian from the 19th century named W.E.H. Lecky, because he was known to be an opponent of the Catholic Church, and yet when he wrote about this subject and he spanned the historical record, he concluded that there is no question that neither in practice nor in theory, neither in the institutions that were founded, nor in the place that was assigned to it in the scale of duties, did charity in antiquity occupy a position at all comparable to that which it has obtained by Christianity. So it's both the quality and the quantity of the Catholic charitable work that distinguishes it and makes it so historically interesting and compelling. Now, one objection can be raised to what I've said so far. There was an ancient school of philosophical thought called Stoicism. And the Stoics did indeed seem to be people who called for doing good deeds out of a sense of duty and without any expectation of reciprocity. The Stoics, in effect, believed that the wise man was a man who had no emotional connection to the world, who was such a master of his own person that he was utterly unperturbed by outside events, no matter how tragic. Well, it was in that spirit, that very, in a sense, empty kind of spirit of merely discharging your duty, that the Stoics engaged in charitable work. Yes, they taught that the wise man knows that he is a citizen of the world and all men are, in effect, to be cared for, but they are to be cared for without lending any emotional attachment to the relationship. So, for example, Seneca, who was a Stoic, said, "The sage will console those who weep, but without weeping with them. He will succor the shipwrecked, give hospitality to the proscribed, and alms to the poor, restore the son to the mother's tears, save the captive from the arena, and even bury the criminal. But in all, his mind and his countenance will be alike untroubled. He will feel no pity. He will do good, for he is born to assist his fellows, to labor for the welfare of mankind, and to offer each one his part. His countenance and his soul will betray no emotion as he looks upon the withered legs, the tattered rags, the bent and emaciated frame of the beggar. But he will help those who are worthy, and like the gods, his leaning will be toward the wretched. But it is only diseased eyes that grow moist in beholding tears in other eyes. Well, that was the spirit of the charity of the Stoics. So they themselves were to be unperturbed by outside events, by the misfortunes of those whom they helped. And so naturally, they were perhaps not as eager to go out looking for evil, because they in effect tried to ignore the existence of evil. They did not make the kind of emotional connection that we see, for example, in a Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa, these people were not. In fact, we have example after example of Stoics being given bad news. For instance, "Sir, your child has just perished," and we hear the Stoic reply so flippantly, saying things like, "Well, had to go sometime." Who on earth would say that when losing a child? But that was how the Stoic demonstrated his complete mastery of the outside world. I'm unperturbed by this. Nothing can affect me. I do not let my emotions get the better of me. Now, getting back to the Catholic Church, where does this spirit of Catholic charity come from? Well, it comes from her founder. It comes from the teaching of Christ himself, who of course said to us, "A new commandment I give unto you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. By this shall all men know that you are my disciples, if you have love one for another." St. Paul went to an even greater extreme to some people when he specifically noted that you should show charity even toward your enemies. Now, Christ instructed that of us as well. But St. Paul was cited repeatedly on this front, and his letters were cited repeatedly by early church fathers to encourage people to follow the counsel of St. Paul, and in fact to do good even for their enemies. Now, we're going to talk more about Catholics doing good for their enemies a little bit later. But for right now, let's look at early church history and see them taking the words of Christ and making them into reality. We already see that in early church history, during the context of the Mass, the faithful's offerings for the poor would be placed on the altar. Early Christians also imposed fasts on themselves so that they could save the money they would otherwise use to buy food and give that to those who were in need. Now, the church fathers even, who, as I said in a previous episode, were prolific writers, and that St. Isidore of Seville once said that if you tell me that you've read everything St. Augustine wrote, you're obviously a liar. Yet they found time to do this, because this is an indispensable part of the Christian life. St. Augustine, for instance, established a hospice for pilgrims, ransomed slaves, and gave away clothing to the poor. In fact, he told people, "Don't give me expensive clothing as a gift. You may like me, you may be impressed with my writing and my speaking, but don't give me expensive clothes, because I'm not going to wear them. I'm just going to sell them and give the proceeds to the poor." St. Cyprian and St. Ephrem organized relief efforts during times of plague and famine. Now, St. Cyprian in particular instructed Christians, this is the 3rd century, during a pestilence in Carthage. He said, "If we only do good to those who do good to us, what do we more than the heathens and publicans? If we are the children of God, who makes his sun to shine upon good and bad, and sends rain on the just and the unjust, let us prove it by our acts, by blessing those who curse us, and doing good to those who persecute us." Now, there was a fellow named Pachomius in the Roman army in the early 4th century who was very impressed that at a time when famine and disease struck the army, who came out and helped them? Who came out and lent their undiscriminating assistance? It was those who believed in Christ. And here they were helping some of the very people who had persecuted them in the past. This amazed Pachomius. He wondered, what kind of religious tradition could it be that could inspire this kind of disinterested benevolence, in which you would indiscriminately do good, even to those who had done evil to you? He couldn't believe these people. So what do you think happened? He began investigating the faith. What is this all about? And before long, he himself was a convert. This is, in large part, how a great many Catholics have converted non-Catholics. It's not always by debating them into the church or bashing them over the head into the church, although, by the way, that's how I came in. People bashed me over the head over and over and said, it's the one true church, what's the matter with you, you Lutheran? And it made me think, and I came in. But other people have been brought into the church because Catholics have just niced them to death. They're just so nice to them all the time, they just can't take it anymore. Okay, I will look into this. How can you people be so good to me? And that's what brings them in. That's what brought in Pachomius. This is the great witness of Catholic charity. Now, as I say, it's always fun to see what anti-Catholics have to say. And there are many of them. But even anti-Catholics have admitted, as we'll see after the break, famous anti-Catholics have admitted that they don't know how to account for what the Catholic Church has done. They look at Mother Teresa, they don't know how to explain this without using a supernatural explanation. Well, let's go ahead and come on back after the break, and we're going to see some of the Church's most outspoken opponents and what they've had to say about Catholic charity. So come right back. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today we're talking about the extraordinary story of Catholic charity and arguing that in fact it's been far greater than even the Church's greatest friends, I think, have sometimes appreciated. So we've gone through and seen, for example, what the early Church Fathers did in terms of charity. I gave a few examples of that. Or we've seen in the Scriptures where Catholics are urged to display an exemplary degree of charity. We've seen how it contrasts with the attitude of the ancient world, in which charitable work was something to be done, in effect, for a reward, or to call attention to oneself. And even when you do have the example of a school of thought like the Stoics, that does seem to say you should do good without expecting a reward, they do it out of such an emotionless sense of duty that we almost would view it as dehumanizing today. And that's not what the Catholic Church calls for at all. Well, just before the break, I was pointing out that a great many of the Church's best-known opponents over the years have conceded this point about Catholic charity. So I'd like to make good on that promise and go through a few of them, because this is quite astonishing, what we hear. Voltaire was perhaps the most anti-Catholic French intellectual of the 18th century, and that is saying something. And yet even Voltaire had to admit that he could not get over the extraordinary sacrifice that women religious made in order to work in hospitals. These nuns in their good work were extraordinary to him. And so Voltaire actually said, "Perhaps there is nothing greater on earth than the sacrifice of youth and beauty, often of high birth, made by the gentle sex in order to work in hospitals for the relief of human misery, the sight of which is so revolting to our delicacy." And he said, "Peoples separated from the Roman religion have imitated only imperfectly so generous a charity." Well, of course, Ours is the Roman religion that he names. Now that is quite extraordinary, isn't it? That even Voltaire, who despised Catholicism, had to say, I have to hand it to them, I don't know how to account for this. Another example I sometimes cite is Julian the Apostate. Julian the Apostate was a 4th century Roman emperor from about the 360s. And Julian was anti-Christian through and through. He despised the toleration that had been extended to Christianity in the Edict of Milan in 313 by the Emperor Constantine. And in fact, Julian wanted to bring back ancient paganism and wipe out the Christian presence. And so, what did he try to do? He tried to revive a pagan priesthood and pagan ceremonies and all the trappings of an ancient pagan religion and give that the support of the state. And one thing Julian kept coming back to was that people kept being attracted to the Christian religion because the priests in that religion were so good and kind and generous, and the faithful in that religion were so good and kind and generous. And it drives Julian crazy. He says repeatedly, these people are so nice, why are my pagan priests not that nice? Why are you pagans not so nice? Because the Christians are coming in and they're snatching up people left and right by their good example. Why can't we come anywhere near imitating them? Well, there's an interesting compliment, isn't it? Okay, I mean, Julian has no particular interest in complimenting people who have the faith, and yet here he is forced to do it because you're showing us up as pagans. Now, my personal favorite in this list is Martin Luther, because I myself am a former Lutheran. That is a whole other story for a whole other program. However, I know a little something about Luther. I've read an awful lot of what Luther wrote. And Luther himself admitted that he couldn't quite get a handle on Catholic charity either, and why it was that charitable work under his teaching seemed to dry up. He had no explanation for this, and it drove him crazy. Now, before I go any further, I want to anticipate an objection here, because sometimes I get this. I get people saying, well, should you really portray Martin Luther as an enemy of the Catholic faith? I mean, wasn't he, toward the end of his life, didn't I hear something about maybe he was having second thoughts? Well, I don't think so. Because in fact, the last book Martin Luther wrote was called Against the Papacy at Rome, an Institution of the Devil. So if he's having second thoughts, he has a very funny way of showing it. Well, Luther, of course, taught the doctrine of justification by faith alone. And he repeatedly said that we don't need to do good works in order to get into heaven. Now, this is a very technical theological discussion here. And Luther, by the way, was not saying that nobody should do good works. In fact, Luther argued that a Lutheran could do good works in an even purer spirit than a Catholic could, because a Lutheran would know that the good works were not going to do anything for him salvation-wise. He was doing them only because he loved God. Whereas a Catholic is always thinking in terms of self-interest when he does good works. But Luther's point was that good works aren't going to do anything in terms of your salvation, whether they're done in the state of grace or whatever, not going to do anything. But what some people took Luther to mean, and Luther is partly to blame for this, was that you don't need to do good works, period. Because Luther would speak in such exaggerated language that at one point he actually said, you can commit adultery 100 times a day, and you can commit 100 murders a day, but as long as you have adultery 100 times a day, and you can commit 100 murders a day, but as long as you have a lively faith, this will not tear you away from Christ. Well, I think people can be forgiven if they conclude from that that good works are not that important. So what Luther started to see in his day was this phenomenon, whereby a tradition of good works began to dry up completely. In fact, Luther himself deeply regretted this and said, at least under the papacy, that is to say, at least under the Catholic Church, you didn't have to force people to be charitable. You didn't have to hold a gun to their heads. They would be charitable spontaneously. He says, whereas living under the gospel, and by under the gospel he means under Lutheranism, he says, not only do I see no charity, to the contrary, people are grasping at each other's belongings. People have become envious and self-centered. He was very interested in this. And throughout his life, he continued to observe good works by Catholics in hospitals and so forth. And it really was a rebuke to him. In fact, at one point, he got so frustrated with his fellow Germans that he tried to leave altogether. He just said, I just had it with you people. Nobody's living the gospel. Nobody's living the Christian life. That's interesting. He had to concede. The Catholic Church had helped to make people charitable. Now, a couple years ago, I was interviewed in the Washington Post. So obviously somebody was fired over that, but I was interviewed in the Washington Post in their live online segment, which I really like, because it's a live question and answer session on the internet. And so readers can type in questions, and then I'm sitting at my computer and I'm seeing all the questions come in, and then I answer them. Well, the questions are coming in fast and furious, so if you didn't have carpal tunnel syndrome before this process, you definitely have it afterward. One of the questions I got I thought was very interesting, and I thought a fair question. The person asked, after all, however, isn't Catholic charity really at its root self-interested? Because, in fact, isn't the person engaged in charity because he expects a reward? He expects to go to heaven. So can't we really say that really Catholic people are no different from people in the ancient world? They're all seeking rewards. And so I thought that was a fair enough objection. So I gave this answer. And I hope this is a good enough answer. If you don't think it's a good enough answer, write to me and I'll give a better answer the next time. But I gave an answer that was twofold. I said, first of all, the Catholic Church recommends to us in effect tells us there are three different levels of sanctity when it comes to doing good. Some people do good simply because they're afraid of going to hell, and that's the only motivation that will reach those people. Now, that's considered to be sort of good enough, but it's certainly not the ideal. At the next level, people do good because, as the questioner suggests, they seek heaven. And now, I personally see nothing wrong with that. But even that is not the ultimate level that the Church recommends to us. The Church says there is a top level. There's a level at which people do good solely because they love God and they want to please God. And that's why they're doing their good works. Not for any expectation or hope of reward, but because they want to please the God they love. And I said to the questioner, this is what the Church is calling us to, is precisely this level of benevolence at which we're not thinking about ourselves. We're thinking only about God and only about doing good for its own sake. But then secondly, I said, consider Mother Teresa's missionaries of charity, because they're such an excellent example. I said, consider them. Now you may say, they're doing all these good works and helping all these people who are in wretched conditions oftentimes, and the sickest of the sick and the poorest of the poor, and they're helping those people simply because they want to go to heaven. But they could go to heaven by working in an air-conditioned office. So what makes them want to work in Calcutta, places of that sort, or makes them want to work in AIDS hospices? I said, they can get to heaven doing those more comfortable things. They can be in an air-conditioned office. Why do they seek this out, then? If all they care about is going to heaven, they could do something else. And moreover, look into their eyes. Look into the eyes of one of those missionaries of charity nuns in one of these AIDS hospices, in which she's looking at patients who oftentimes during their lives have been alienated from the Church and sometimes even hostile. And when they look up from their beds at these women religious, all they see are eyes filled with love. And I said, can you really look in those eyes and say that all you see is a woman seeking a reward? That's all you see? Don't you see something there that is far deeper and more significant and more moving? That was my answer. And I think that is ultimately the answer. And in fact, the Christian God, following from the Hebrew tradition, believes that it is good for human beings to be good to each other. And this was something new among the religions of the ancient Near East. The gods of ancient Sumer didn't seem to care about the human race at all, or what they did. The gods of ancient Greece sometimes used human beings as playthings. They treated them arbitrarily. They were capricious toward human beings. They didn't seem to care how people behaved toward each other. If you wanted to satisfy some of those gods that I've mentioned, you could do so only through various kinds of ritual sacrifice and then just hope for the best. But our God is pleased not only by the sacrifice of the Mass, but is also pleased by good behavior. He cares about how we treat each other. This was something new under the sun. He doesn't want only ceremony, as important as that is, but He cares that we should be good. We should be good to each other, and that's one of the things that pleases Him. And it should not come as a surprise that a God who teaches this is going to give a brand new morality to His people. So next time we're going to see how Western standards of morality have been shaped by the Church. So join me for the Catholic Church, builder of civilization, and I'll see you then. We've been talking about a lot of things the Catholic Church has introduced into the world. But how about the sanctity of life, the dignity of marriage? Let's talk about these things and a whole lot more today on the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Last time we talked about Catholic charity and how important and impressive it is. Today we're going to talk about moral principles more generally. And we're going to find there's much in common in the two episodes. Because it's not as if we have some views on charity and then some views on morality and some views on this and some views on that. It all comes down to the same message. The idea that human life is sacred, and that each individual has a uniqueness and worth because he possesses an immortal soul, he possesses a rational nature, because he is made in the image and likeness of God. Now this is a revolutionary message. At the end of our segment last time, I pointed out that a lot of the religions in the Near East took the view that human behavior really wasn't all that important to the gods. I pointed out, for example, that the Sumerians were just at their wits' end as to what to do to appease their gods. Nothing seemed to appease them. And it so happened, of course, that they happened to live in a place that was particularly geographically vulnerable to floods that did not occur on any regular basis. So they tended to view the universe as a hostile place, governed by hostile gods who frankly were uninterested in their welfare. I gave the example of the ancient Greeks. The ancient Greeks had gods who treated them arbitrarily and capriciously, weren't particularly keen on teaching them morality and good behavior. This seemed quite beside the point. The ancient Greek gods were often completely self-absorbed and narcissistic, nothing at all like the God of our own tradition. Well, it's no surprise, therefore, that in the Christian tradition, we believe that there are certain ways we should behave and that God wants us to do these things, that God cares about us. God actually cares how we treat each other. In these other religions, we see an emphasis on appeasing God through engaging in various kinds of ritual sacrifice. Now, it's true that for Catholics, we engage in the holy sacrifice of the Mass every day. But we also treat each other, are supposed to treat each other well, because that pleases God too. And that's something unique in the history of religions up to that point. This was something new in the world. And so the same religion that teaches you to give of yourself to others, to think about other people and their misfortunes, and to give in a way that's unselfish and in no way self-interested, that same religion, it should not surprise us, also teaches us important moral principles that follow from the idea of the sanctity of life. It's a single stream of thought. Now, how can we see these principles in practice? Look at the early church. What types of things do we see going on in the early church? What are the causes that people are taking up in their society? Well, of course, the early church gets its start during the period of the Roman Empire. And what do we see going on there? Well, among other things, we see the practice of infanticide taking place, literal infanticide. It isn't simply that the church went after abortion, which of course it did, but we see even a much worse situation. We have actual infants simply being left to die, and typically because they were the wrong sex. So you had many healthy female children simply exposed and abandoned. And we see the effects of this, by the way, because in the Roman Empire, men outnumbered women by 30%. There's that doctrine in play. But the Catholic Church moved to abolish that practice. But what we also note is that in the ancient world, there is no comparable teaching to what we see in the Catholic Church about the uniqueness of human life and its absolute sanctity. Now, it's true that the ancients did say that man had a dignity that surpassed that of other creatures, but they came nowhere near the Catholic belief in the sanctity of human life. We do not see that in the ancient world, even though we admire and respect the ancient world. Many of the early Christians looked with profound respect at the ancient world. They pointed to people like Plato and Aristotle as having anticipated some of the most sublime teachings of Christ himself, but at the same time they understood that there was much that was in fact to be deplored in the ancient world. For example, Plato, one of the most noble philosophers you can imagine in the ancient world, deeply admired by St. Augustine and others. On one occasion, Plato said that a man who is too sick to work should be left to die. It's impossible to imagine that in the Catholic Church. Now, what else is going on in ancient Rome, particularly? We see gladiatorial contests. That is to say, people are going and watching their fellow human beings try to kill each other, and this is a form of entertainment. Well, obviously, this is an unspeakable offense against the dignity of human life. And it trivializes human life, that someone's death would be something that we would want to be entertained by. So in fact, it was the Christian emperors who helped to abolish these gladiatorial contests, and that has been called one of the greatest moral victories in history. But it's not just that. It isn't just that we see examples of barbarism in the ancient world. Barbarism, by the way, that we're seeing, of course, coming up once again in our own time. We're also finding that there's a difference between the way the ancient Romans and Greeks treated the interaction of men and women and the way the ideal that we have for that. The ancient Greeks were utterly contemptuous of women, whereas in the Catholic faith, we see, in fact, a profound respect for women. And I realize this is the opposite of what people say. Supposedly, the Catholic Church is anti-woman, and it's pro-man, and it's patriarchal, and all the rest of it. But for heaven's sake, let's think about it. Where else in the ancient world, or even going up into the Middle Ages, where in the world could you see women who were able to run their own institutions? They ran their own convents and schools and orphanages, and so on and on. Where do you see that other than in the Catholic Church? We have a legion of female saints. We have tremendous devotion to the Blessed Mother. We have all these aspects of the faith that are pro-woman, and there are still others as well. And this is why, in the early church, it so happens that the Catholic religion was accused of being a woman's religion, because so many women belonged to it. So much for the idea that the church is an opponent of women. It was called a women's religion. Now, we see also an emphasis in the church on the dignity of marriage, that intimate relations between men and women were to be confined to the marital bond, such that even Edward Gibbon, some of you may know Edward Gibbon, was the historian in the 18th century who blamed the fall of Rome on the Christian religion. So he was not inclined to be sympathetic, but even he had to admit that in fact the Christians have helped to restore dignity to the marital bond. Likewise, the church taught what we might call the equalization of adultery. That is to say, it's not simply something to be deplored when a wife cheats on her husband, but it is equally to be deplored when a husband cheats on his wife. And Edward Westermarck, who was an expert in the history of Western marriage, has said that in fact it was the Christian religion that finally equalized adultery. So we have an emphasis on the equality when it comes to adultery, an emphasis on the sanctity of the marital bond. We have women in, to use a modern phrase, leadership roles. And in fact, incidentally, by equalizing adultery, in effect, the church is saying that men can't just get up and leave their wives, and leave them with nothing. So these things, in fact, attracted women. But it's more than even this. What else do we see with the Catholic Church's emphasis on the dignity of human life? Well, we see a campaign against even the practice of suicide, dignity of human life. Well, we see a campaign against even the practice of suicide. Now, this may seem strange. Isn't everyone opposed to suicide? Not so, actually. Ancient Greeks like Aristotle were against suicide. But others in the ancient world, in fact, believe it or not, had supported suicide. You'll recall from an earlier episode we talked about the Stoics. The Stoics were a school of thought that argued that the ideal human being should be so much the master of himself that he should be utterly unperturbed by outside events. He should be have complete mastery over himself and his emotions. He should never allow his emotions to get the better of him. Well, the Stoics argued that in fact suicide was in some ways even an admirable way to depart this world, because there, more than in any other case, the ideal man was showing that he was utterly unperturbed by the world, so much so that he, at the moment of his choosing, would decide when he would depart that world. How else can you see an even better example of the idea of the Stoic values in practice? I am so above other events in the world that I can even depart this world when I choose. That is my mastery over the world. That type of narcissism, in fact, informed the Stoics' views on suicide. And of course, the church had to say, this is not only nonsense, but dangerous nonsense. That life is something valuable, and we aren't simply to cast it aside on a whim when we think it's a good idea. In fact, a number of Catholics pointed out that Christ obviously disapproved of suicide. At no point did he say to his followers, listen, if the persecution ever gets too bad, you can just commit suicide. We can't even imagine those words being uttered. But there is the Catholic Church's emphasis on the sanctity of life. It is not to be disposed of even by ourselves, much less by some distant government or by some gladiator in a contest in the arena. Now, even beyond this, we have yet another topic that touches on the sanctity of life, and that's the subject of the waging of war. Because it was the Church who, before any other institution, introduced the idea that there actually could be limits on what is permitted in war, on the reasons you can go to war, and the spirit in which war can be waged. There was nothing that corresponded to that in the ancient world because they did not have the same spirit of respect for the sanctity and dignity of life. So this moral issue pressed specifically on Catholics. When we come back from the break, we'll talk more about the just war tradition. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods, and we're talking today about Catholic moral principles that most people, non-Catholics included, have come to take for granted. In fact, so much so, they hardly even look for their source. But their source, as in the case of so many wonderful fruits of our Western civilization, is in fact the Catholic Church. And so we've looked at infanticide and gladiatorial contests, and suicide, and now we're beginning to look at the subject of war. The just war tradition develops in the Catholic world, perhaps beginning with Ambrose, but definitely beginning with St. Augustine. St. Augustine had a great deal to say about the justice of war. What's interesting to note, as I said before the break, is that there really wasn't anything like a just war tradition prior to Catholic reflection on the subject. And this is very much different from the views that we see in the 16th century with a famous political philosopher named Machiavelli. Machiavelli was in effect of the opinion that governments could not be held up to moral standards the way individuals were. Governments, in effect, had to do what they had to do. But the Church condemned that view and was condemning it as early as St. Augustine. So, for example, some of the principles that were laid out by Catholic thinkers, according to which war could be justly waged, were as follows. For example, St. Thomas Aquinas, in his famous segment on war, said that it's important that the war be declared by the pertinent authority. An individual on his own cannot simply go and declare war. It has to be somebody who holds legitimate, duly constituted authority. Secondly, there has to be a just cause involved. Any old reason for waging war is not acceptable. And there has to be a right intention. You can't go to war solely out of desire for vengeance or just for a desire for conquest. So in other words, war cannot always be justified. Just because a war is going on does not make it just. So St. Thomas set down these important principles. And then with the passage of time, we begin to get the development of the just war tradition in the Catholic Church even further. In the 16th century, for example, a great man at the University of Salamanca named Francisco de Vitoria had much to say on the subject of the just war. And a couple of Catholic historians have recently summed up his view, I think very nicely and eloquently. Vitoria, in effect, said as follows, that assuming that a prince has authority to make war, he should first of all not go seeking occasions and causes of war, but should, if possible, live in peace with all men, as St. Paul enjoins on us. When war for a just cause has broken out, it must not be waged so as to ruin the people to whom it is directed, but only so as to obtain one's rights and the defense of one's country, and in order that from that war peace and security may in time result. When victory has been won, victory should be utilized with moderation and Christian humility. Francisco Suarez likewise said, a just war must be waged by a legitimate power. Second, its cause must be just and right. Third, just methods should be used, that is, equity in the beginning of the war and the prosecution of it, and in victory. The reason of the general conclusion is that although war in itself is not an evil, yet on account of the many ills which it brings in its train, it is to be numbered among those undertakings which are often wrongly done, and thus it needs many circumstances to make it honest. Now, that is at least a brief taste of the just war tradition, and there are, of course, modern just war theologians who are trying to adapt this tradition to modern circumstances and continue to develop it. But the critical idea here is that states are subject to moral rules and cannot simply do whatever they wish. They are not allowed, for example, simply, for no other reason, simply to go out and slaughter civilians. There are rules on how war should be conducted, and that is because of the Church's emphasis on the sanctity and dignity of life. Now, I recall years ago, back before my Catholic days, I was a student at Harvard, and that is a whole other show in itself, what it was like keeping your sanity being at Harvard. But I remember one of my dear friends at Harvard. His name was Fred DeCaro, lives in Connecticut. He's actually designed my website for me for free, so I figured he gives me a free website, I mention him on television. Well, Fred DeCaro once said to me when I was still a Protestant, he said, he asked me why I wasn't a Catholic, and I gave some hemming and hawing answer. I didn't have any good answer. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I haven't spent the time to think about it. But I asked him why he was one. Why are you a Catholic? And there are a lot of different reasons people could give for this, right? I mean, well, you know, I was swept up by the Bible, I was swept up by the story of some saint, a lot of people prayed me into the church, or some argument convinced me, or whatever. But his answer was very simple, and I never forgot it. And it stayed with me all the way to my conversion. He said, because the Catholic Church tells us how to lead the good life. That's simple. The Catholic Church tells us how to lead the good life. Couldn't ever get that out of my head, because I thought to myself that what the Church teaches in so many areas is in fact challenging to us. And in some ways it's a real challenge to the baser part of our nature to live up to the great ideal that the Church holds out to us. But I remember coming to the conclusion one day that everybody at some point in his life has to answer the question, do I intend to live as a human being, or do I intend to live as a beast? And the Catholic Church holds out a glorious and noble path of life in which you're not self-absorbed, in which the whole world doesn't revolve around you, but you are part of a nexus where you care about other people, and you care enough about yourself to treat yourself with dignity. And I recall there's a quotation from Seneca, an ancient Roman, who said, "What a contemptible thing is man if he fails to rise above the human condition." Even a pagan Roman understood that there's something about unaided human nature that is incomplete, that cannot live the virtuous life without extra help. So it was almost as if Seneca understood that if we're going to live a life that truly befits a human being, we need the assistance of divine grace. Now, the animal kingdom is composed of creatures who possess only instinct. They can't engage in moral reflection. They don't possess reason. So it stands to reason that we human beings should be held to a higher standard than the beasts, that we should observe moral principles, we should reflect on our behavior. Now, all this went through my mind as I was considering converting to the Catholic Church, and I was attracted to her moral teaching. A lot of people say, oh, the Church is too tough in her moral teaching, she'll drive people away. To the contrary. People ultimately, deep down, want to be challenged. They want to be challenged by holiness. And I remember that that's what attracted me. And I remember learning that in ancient Greece, Socrates had said that to know the good is to do the good. That as soon as you know what the good thing to do is, well, you just automatically feel compelled to do it. But I knew that wasn't so. I knew of many times in my life when I had perfectly well known what the good thing was to do, and I absolutely had not done it. And I had perfectly well known what the evil thing to do was, and I had pursued that. So much for Socrates. But then you read St. Paul. And St. Paul has so much moral realism when he says that there are times when I know perfectly well what the good is, and I shun it. And I know perfectly well what the evil is, but yet I pursue that. And I remember once I finally did convert to the Church, I remember my spiritual director telling me that the next time I was tempted to eat a cupcake, I should have a carrot instead. Now, what did he mean by that? Did he mean that cupcakes were evil? He meant that cupcakes are delicious. That's why it's an exercise of will to avoid them. And that by avoiding something like a cupcake, which is morally neutral, I can train my will. I can, in effect, tell myself, I am in control. I'm not going to be swept away by passions. I'm not going to be swept away by irrationality. I can train myself, because by avoiding cupcakes and eating carrots, I train my will to be able to say no. So that when the moment of temptation comes, and I really am faced with a choice between good and evil, I will have a will that is trained to face it and come out victorious. Now, what a beautiful message this is, that as a human being you have such a dignity that there is a special kind of life that God wants you to live that is appropriate for you as a human being. And I was recently at DePaul University. They had an event called Catholic Week. I won't get into Catholic Week at a Catholic university. What about the other 51 weeks? That's another matter. But when I was at DePaul, a reporter for the student paper asked me, how would you sum up your talk? Give me one sentence. Well, I couldn't give her one sentence. Gave her 2 or 3. But I said, here's what I would say to the students at DePaul. I would say that the Catholic Church is the most beautiful institution on earth. And if you want to live a good life, if you want to live a life that befits a human being, the Catholic Church has much to say to you. And that's a message I think a lot of young people who are totally adrift could stand to hear. Of course, I feel old anytime I start talking about young people, but such is life. Now, let me conclude with this. The Catholic Church consistently emphasizes the dignity and value of human life and tells us that we are to live in constant awareness of our created nature in the image and likeness of God, that we are not to live as beasts, that we're not just to do whatever brings us pleasure, then we might as well be a cow. You're not a cow, you're a human being. Christ didn't die for cows, He died for you. And He died in part so you could live a good life, so that we may be worthy to join with God in heaven. What an astonishing statement. It's particularly beautiful that the Eastern Fathers talked about deification, that in effect, as we live the life of the sacraments, we become like God. Now there is some real dignity. There is the idea that human beings aren't just random assemblages of cells, but they are worth something. They matter. And here's something you can finally tell to teenagers, that you don't have to live this crummy life that MTV is holding out for you. What in the world is there to compare between MTV and the Catholic Church? 2,000 years of heroism and holiness. And they think so little of young people they're going to hold out the MTV alternative? Forget it. Ditch it. Don't live as beasts. Live as human beings. That's what the Church has to tell us all. Now, there's another way that the Church has emphasized the dignity and rights of the individual, and that is with the very idea of rights. And that's what we're going to pick up next time. Where does this idea that I have a right to life and a right not to be robbed or expropriated, that comes also from the Catholic Church. So join me next time for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. See you then. So where did we get the idea of individual rights? Do I even need to answer that question by now? From the Catholic Church, believe it or not. We're going to talk about that and a lot more today on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. In all the episodes up through today, we've been talking about aspects of Western civilization that are indebted to the Catholic Church. And yet, most people know nothing about this. So it's time we rectify that. Now today, I've got something else interesting for you that I think most people don't know about and they're not taught in school. But what was the first modern legal system in Europe? Guess what? It wasn't English common law, it was the canon law of the Catholic Church. Because for the first time, you had a single systematic body of law. Canon law, of course, the Church's law, became a model for the emerging states of Western Europe. Because what in fact happened is that the Church's law had never really, until about the 12th century, had never been collected into a single source. It was scattered everywhere. If you wanted to find church law, there was no book you could go to. You would find aspects of church law in the Bible, in the church fathers, in local councils, ecumenical councils, papal statements, whatever. But there was no systematic source that you could consult. And that came to an end in the year 1140, when a man named Gratian wrote the concordance of discordant canons. And this work brought together and synthesized all these various sources of the Church's law, brought them together and made them into a single coherent whole. And in effect, by doing that, Gratian showed the Western world how you put together a legal system, how you take disparate elements that are scattered and you bring them together into a single whole that makes sense. Now, this is not always so easy, because when you have so many sources of law, it's not surprising that sometimes you find contradictions. One source says you should do A, another source says you should do B. When you're bringing the law all together, how do you resolve that? Should you do A or B? And what Gratian and other canon lawyers showed is that you use the idea of natural law to arbitrate between these two alternatives. So, in other words, the idea of natural law is that there are certain principles, even before human beings write up any law, there are certain principles that we know to be right, that we know to be wrong, because they are written on our hearts, as we learn in the Bible. So the natural law becomes the way you decide, is this the rule we should abide by, or is this rule? Natural law can help you adjudicate that. Well, the countries of Western Europe, as they were coming out of the feudal period of Europe, they had totally scattered legal systems too. They had this kind of law, that kind of law, all kinds of directives all over the place, and no coherence. So when they went to put together a modern legal system, what did they consult as a model? The canon law of the Catholic Church. Don't you think that's kind of interesting? Well, it's not just the structure of the canon law that's important. It's not simply that it showed people how to take a lot of different sources and put them together into one code of law. That's important. But it's also the content of canon law that matters. It's also some of the things that canon law taught rubbed off on law in general. For instance, the Church had jurisdiction over marriage in the Middle Ages, and the canon law of marriage held that a valid marriage involves the free and informed consent of both the man and the woman. So you can't force people to get married, you can't get them drunk and then get them married, you need to have their free and informed consent. Well, what does that mean? Well, in fact, Harold Berman, who's probably the greatest historian of law in the Western tradition by far, he's a 20th century historian, Harold Berman says that right here in the Church's canon law of marriage, emphasizing consent as the heart of the marriage bond, he says here were the foundations not only of the modern law of marriage, but also of certain basic elements of modern contract law, namely the concept of free will, that you have to enter into a contract freely the same way you do in a marriage. We also see, he says, the related concepts of mistake, duress, and fraud, because the Church's canon law of marriage also told us that if people have made a mistake about the identity or some important quality of their putative spouse, that the marriage is also not valid. So these are basic aspects of all contract law, and yet here they are deriving from the canon law of marriage, not particularly well known. What's also important is that it was very common, the practice of what we might call infant marriage in Western Europe. This was a barbarian custom. And infant marriage, of course, is incompatible with the Church's canon law of marriage, because how can an infant give his consent to a marriage? So it was with the implementation of the canon law of marriage that the barbarian custom of infant marriage was abolished altogether. Now, one of my favorite aspects of all this is that the Church's canon law, coming into being in a systematic way in the 12th century, for the first time is now bringing into Western European practice, for the first time since the barbarian invasions, a clear emphasis on the importance of rational trial procedures. Now, what do I mean by that? Typically, in barbarian modes of law, reason was not employed to determine who was guilty and who was innocent. Rather, magical modes of determining guilt or innocence were used, modes of ordeal. So, for instance, one barbarian method of determining whether you were guilty or innocent consists of what we might call the ordeal by hot water. And here you'd take the accused person and you'd bring him over to a cauldron in which boiling water had at the bottom a stone. And it was required of the accused to reach into that scalding water and pull the stone out. Then they would bandage his arm, because of course it's scalding water and his arm's not doing too well at this point. Then they'd wait 3 days. When they take off the bandages, if he has begun to scab up on his arm, then that means he's innocent. But if he hasn't yet started to scab up, that is indication of his guilt. Well, who wants to be subject to this kind of procedure? This is exactly the kind of thing that the rational trial procedures emphasized in canon law helps to bring to an end. Now, another barbarian method of determining guilt or innocence is the ordeal by cold water. Well, that sounds fine. Cold water, refreshing, right? Well, the ordeal by cold water consisted of tying a person's hands together and his feet together and throwing him in the river, and then observing to see whether he sinks or floats. Now, in many versions of the ordeal by cold water, if you float, that is indication of your guilt. You might think that floating would mean you're pure, like ivory soap, you're 99.44% pure, but to the contrary, the thinking was that perhaps the divine principle in the water is trying to eject you by not allowing you to sink. So that's an indication of your guilt. Well, again, nobody would want to live under that system. And in fact, that system doesn't really tell us who's guilty, who's innocent. It just tries to end the dispute. Look, this is how it turned out for this guy. He floated. That's the end of it. Let's just stop the fight right here. Instead of pursuing justice, barbarian law simply tried to stop feuding and fighting by just coming up with some kind of an answer, even though it was a totally arbitrary answer, whether the guy floats, whether his arm scabs up. This is exactly what canon law was opposed to. So, canon law, the first modern legal system in Western Europe. But there's much more to be said about the Church's contributions here, because as long as we're speaking about law, we can speak about the concept of rights. That I have a right to life. I have a right to own property. I have a right to enter into a contract or enter into a marriage. I have the right to defend myself in a court of law. All these things are rights. Where does that idea of rights come from? For a long time, rights come from. For a long time, it was assumed that the idea of rights just sort of spontaneously emerged somewhere around the 17th century, give or take. That was the standard view. All of a sudden, people thought of the idea of rights. That is no longer a sustainable view. And once again, modern scholars, believe it or not, are coming to the defense of the Church and showing that, in fact, the idea of rights is not confined to the 17th century. It goes all the way back to the 12th century, where we see the language of rights beginning. Now that's interesting, but before we get into that any further, I think I should address some, I think, discomfort that Catholics may sometimes have with the concept of rights. Because I think today we live in a culture in which everybody claims that anything he wants to do is a right. I have the right to do this, the right to do that. It almost makes rights language seem empty or even dangerous. So I simply want to clarify, a right simply means that you possess a kind of immunity from invasion. If I have a right to life, it means that it would be wrong for you to invade my life violently. That's all that means. It's a kind of immunity I have against aggression. That, in effect, is what a right is. Now, what interests us particularly is the concept of natural rights. A natural right is a right that you have because you're a human being. By nature, you enjoy this right. So a natural right is not given to you by a government. It's something you possess by virtue of being a human being. And it's a good thing that natural rights are not given to you by government, because what governments give, governments can take away. So the concept of natural rights is what really matters. And the reason that the concept of natural rights can be born in the 12th century is that that was a culture in which the language of rights was already very prevalent. And so the concept of natural rights had fertile soil in which to grow. For example, in the late 11th century, popes and kings were having a war of words in the investiture controversy. Who's allowed to appoint and install bishops? Well, popes would speak about their rights, and kings would speak about their rights. Lords and vassals in feudal Europe, they have rights and obligations. Medieval towns had rights against the king. So, in fact, the concept of rights is embedded deeply in the 12th century. But what develops out of it is the concept of natural rights. Now, how is that different? The right I have as a pope to install bishops is not a natural right. Not all human beings have the right to install bishops. That's a right you have as a pope. A natural right is a right that everybody possesses by virtue of being human. But people who are constantly thinking about rights, the rights of the pope, the rights of the king, the rights of the lords, the rights of the vassals, the rights of the medieval town, well, these are people who are going to start thinking, aren't there just rights that human beings possess because they're human beings? And we start to see from about 1150 to 1300, this crucial period, is where we really begin to see the concept of natural rights blossom. So this came out of the heart of the church. This wasn't developed by the church's enemies. The church was way, way ahead of everybody on the concept of rights. But now let's take this idea and develop it even further, because we're going to be coming back from the break in a minute. We're going to talk more about why natural rights are so important and the church's role. So come on back and join me. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today we're talking about law and rights. And we've seen so far that the Church gave Western Europe its first modern legal system with its canon law. There was nothing like that up to that time. And then beyond that, it's the Church and her canon lawyers, her church lawyers, who begin to introduce the concept of natural rights, which means that human beings, simply because they are human beings, are endowed with certain rights. That is to say, they are endowed with certain immunities so that they cannot be invaded or aggressed against in these areas of their lives. Now, just before the break, I emphasized in particular the crucial period from about 1150 to 1300, when you begin to see church lawyers starting to think of all kinds of areas of life as possessing natural rights to them. For example, the right to property, the right to defend yourself in self-defense, and also to defend yourself in a court of law, and so on and on, much, much more as well. All these things were beginning to be viewed as natural rights that trumped the claims of governments. In fact, as recently as Pope Leo XIII's encyclical, Rerum Novarum, Pope Leo XIII said that the right to property is sacred and inviolable. And that, in effect, means that nobody's allowed to interfere with your enjoyment of your property. And then in other cases, we're talking about the enjoyment of your life or the enjoyment of other rights. But these are things that you enjoy because you're a human being, and that no government can take away. You have these things before government even comes along into the picture. Now, this is a very important idea. It's a central concept in Western civilization. And these are universal rights. They're not rights that are enjoyed just by European human beings, but by all human beings. And they're not rights that are enjoyed only by Catholics, members of the faithful in the state of grace, but these are rights that are enjoyed by all people, regardless of what faith they profess. Now, it's interesting to note that in the 13th century, there had really begun to develop a very exaggerated understanding of the Pope's authority. That it was argued that the Pope, because he was the vicar of Christ on earth, in effect owned everything. And individuals enjoyed their possessions only because he allowed them to. And in the 13th century, Pope Innocent IV specifically renounced this view and said no. He said ownership, possession, and jurisdiction can belong to non-Catholics as well. Because the original argument was that the Pope owns everything, and he lets Catholics enjoy property, but he has the right to deprive others of property. And Pope Innocent IV said this is complete nonsense. Catholics and non-Catholics alike, regardless of what the Pope believes about them or wants to do, can own their own property, because all rational creatures were intended to have the right to property. So this concept of rights begins to develop over the centuries, beginning with 1150 to 1300, and it reaches its height and its culmination with people we call the late scholastics, people in the 16th and 17th centuries. And in particular, the scholastics who were teaching at Spanish universities, and I mentioned before the University of Salamanca, they taught that not only do Europeans and not only do Catholics have these rights, and not only do non-Europeans and non-Catholics have these rights, but also peoples we've never heard of before. The natives of the New World, we're just meeting for the first time. Those people have the same rights to property and rights to life and rights to self-government that we have in Europe. And that's an astonishing claim, because if you look at the history of the interaction of peoples who are different from each other, you don't really see a whole lot of examples of foreign people saying to each other, oh, you have the same rights I have, because we all have a rational nature and we're made in the image and likeness of God, and so we're all equal and we have natural rights. Of course you don't see that. You don't see that at all. But this is the liberating idea that the Catholic Church brings into the world, that people all enjoy these natural rights equally. Now, that's long before John Locke talks about natural rights. He's writing in the late 1600s. This is the 12th century. That's a major contribution by the Catholic Church. Well, finally for today, my last segment involves an aspect of Western law that has been almost completely forgotten, but that thanks to Harold Berman, whose book I earnestly recommend, Law and Revolution, it's been resurrected. And what Berman tells us in his book is that if you look at the history of Western law, it is deeply informed by religious conviction and belief and religious ideas. And he says that if you really want to understand Western law, you have to understand St. Anselm's doctrine of the atonement. Amazing. What does that mean? If I'm going to understand Western law, I have to understand St. Anselm's view of the atonement, of Christ on the cross, and what that all means. Well, as a matter of fact, you do. And I'd like to take the remaining minutes to explain that. First of all, what did St. Anselm, who, as you'll recall, lived until 1109, what did he have to say about the atonement? And what on earth does that have to do with Western law and the law of crimes in the West? St. Anselm was interested to answer the question, why did God become man? It's a good question. Why did it happen? Why did God not simply reconcile the human race to himself from heaven, just sending down a declaration directly from heaven? Why does the God-man come into the world? And St. Anselm tried to answer the question in this way, just using rational principles. He said that when human beings introduced sin into the world, they in effect closed off paradise to themselves. Now, God had intended people to enjoy eternal blessedness, but yet they've introduced sin into the world, and so in a certain sense, we can, in some sense, say that we've frustrated God's intention. So how are we going to make this right? St. Anselm says we have violated God. We have, in effect, committed an injustice against God. The scales of justice are out of balance. The order of justice has been torn by our wrongdoing. And that needs to be repaired. And it can't be repaired by God just saying something to us from heaven. It has to be really repaired by somebody. We cannot go on. There can't be any healing, so to speak, until justice has been repaired. How is justice going to be repaired? Well, the human race could be punished, and that could repair the damage. But for the human race to be punished enough to make good what has been done to God, the human race would have to be punished to an unbelievable degree to satisfy God's justice. It's not even clear we could do it. But even if we could somehow satisfy the demands of justice, the fact is that whatever punishment it would take to us to make good what's been wrong, the wrong that's been done to God, whatever punishment it would take would probably also deprive us of eternal blessedness. So God's intention would be frustrated again. So Anselm says, look, justice itself, justice in the abstract, has been assaulted by sin. How are we going to fix that? God could fix it by declaring it fixed, but he shouldn't have to do that. Satisfaction should be made to him. Now, human beings should make satisfaction to God, but they can't. They can't offer him enough that would satisfy such a devastating demolition, in effect, of the demands of justice. So what, in fact, has to happen for this ever to be healed? There has to be a God-man whose sacrifice can be punishment enough to, in effect, heal the rupture of justice. So that is, in effect, in a real nutshell, what St. Anselm has to say about the atonement. He's saying that when wrongdoing occurs, the only way we can make good on it is if there is some punishment meted out that is proportionate to the offense. Now, in the case of sin, the offense is infinite, and the one offended is infinite. So therefore, something infinite has to be done, in effect, to make satisfaction so that this breach of justice can be healed. Well, in that type of culture, where St. Anselm's views are being spread around, it's no surprise that the idea of the law of crimes is influenced by this, because people begin to say that if you commit a crime, in the same way that the human race committed a crime against God when the human race introduced sin to the world, if you commit a crime, you're not just wronging the person you rob or kill, you are wronging justice itself. The same way the human race wronged justice itself. And we could not make any progress, and we could not satisfy justice unless this breach is somehow healed by a punishment proportionate to the crime. Well, likewise, the Western law of crimes that we are very familiar with says, if you commit a crime against some other party, how are we going to resolve it? Well, we view it as you not only having wronged that person, but you have wronged justice itself, just as the human race did against God. How are we going to reconcile that? How are we going to fix that? We have to undergo a punishment that is proportionate to the offense, in the same way that, in effect, Christ makes the atonement. And this becomes sort of second nature to people in the Western world, but it comes directly out of St. Anselm's view of the atonement. So there is fundamentally a religious aspect at the very heart of the Western concept of law. Now, to conclude today, I said a little bit earlier that the concept of rights developed thanks to the Catholic Church, and that it reached its culmination in the 16th and 17th centuries when Spanish theologians began to argue that let's consider what the implications of the idea of rights might be. Here we are discovering new peoples in the world. Those people have the same rights we do. We have no right to enslave them. We have no right to depose their rulers and install Catholic ones. We have no right to go to war with them simply because they are a different religion from what we have. And they have just as much right to own property as we have, because these are natural rights. They're not just Catholic rights, they are natural rights. And there we hear the voice of justice in the midst of a great deal of injustice that was visited upon the peoples of the New World. The voice of justice comes from the Catholic Church, reminding people there is one moral law and one set of rights that applies to everybody. And that's where we're going to pick up next time, the internationalization of the idea of natural rights. So join me next time for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. We've heard a great deal over the years about the terrible demographic tragedy that struck the peoples of the New World in the Age of Discovery. But who were the greatest and most outspoken critics of the abuses of the natives? Catholic theologians. Let's talk about this issue today on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Last week we talked about the church and law, and for a good portion we talked about the church's role in developing the idea of natural rights. This is a central concept in Western civilization, the idea that simply by virtue of being a human being, I possess certain rights that inhere in my very nature as a rational creature, that I have the right not to be killed, not to be expropriated, have my property taken away. I have these rights by virtue of being human. And I even cited an encyclical that I consider to be sort of recent, 1891 encyclical by Pope Leo XIII, in which he specifically said that the right to property is sacred and inviolable. So nobody can come up with some pretext for violating that. So these are important, liberating ideas in the best sense of the word. Today what we're going to talk about is the extension of this idea of rights to the whole world, and the suggestion that all the peoples of the world enjoy the same fundamental dignity. Because they're made in the image and likeness of God and they have that rational nature, all of us, identically, share in a dignity that demands the recognition of rights. This is a revolutionary idea. There are not many peoples in the world who have looked around at all the diversity of people in the world and said, let's bestow equal rights on everybody. This is not exactly the most popular idea in the history of mankind, but it came right out of the heart of the church. Now let's begin by looking at the exact opposite of what the church teaches. And then we can better appreciate why the church's message is so revolutionary. And when I look at the exact opposite of what the church teaches, I focus specifically on one of the great villains of political philosophy. In the early 16th century, a fellow named Machiavelli, who wrote an enormous amount, wrote a small book around 1513 called The Prince. When we look at The Prince, we find a totally secular analysis of politics. God is left out of the equation altogether. Morality is left out of the equation altogether. Sound a little bit familiar? That's what modern political life, in effect, has been like. These things are to be banished. Governments have to do what they have to do. And moral principles, will suffer in the process. Now, think about how St. Thomas Aquinas would have answered the question, what is political obligation? Or what is the nature of the state? Or what is the function of the ruler? And he would have thought, well, God's intention in establishing these institutions was, and then he would have gone on from there. Machiavelli has no truck with any of this. He's not interested in God's intention. That has no relevance to him whatsoever. Instead, Machiavelli looks at the state from the point of view of a cold, calculating theoretician. And in effect, what he wants to do is give advice to rulers. If you want to stay in power, you should do these things. And don't be caught up in moral concerns. Am I allowed to do these things? You have to do what you have to do. Because according to Machiavelli, the worst thing that can happen is the collapse of a state. So the state has to be able to do whatever it feels necessary to do to keep itself functioning. Because were it not for the state, we would all revert to a condition of civil war, of all against all, as in a later century Thomas Hobbes suggested. So therefore, the end that we have in mind, that is, keeping the state functioning and preserving the peace, is very important. So the means to that end become okay, whatever means necessary. So his advice to the prince is do what you have to do to maintain yourself in power, even if that means lying and cheating and stealing, and even worse. So, for example, it was a typical piece of Machiavellian advice to rulers that you should give the appearance of being generous, but don't be so foolish as actually to be generous. Or, it is good for you to be loved by your people, but much more important, if you can't swing that, is to be feared by them. This is classic Machiavellian advice, and part of the reason that Machiavelli despised the church and despised Christianity was that these things taught that states were subject to moral restraints. They were subject to the moral law. Machiavelli's state is subject to nothing other than necessity. And so Machiavelli would have disdained what the Catholic Church taught, that there are virtues that we ought to cultivate. We ought to cultivate the cardinal virtues of prudence, temperance, fortitude, and justice. We ought to pursue the three theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. All this falls out in Machiavelli's system, for there is only one virtue for Machiavelli, and that is the ability to survive. And that trumps everything, and that extends to states in particular. States have to survive, so they need to be able to do what they need to do. And it is unjust for a state to be held up to moral scrutiny. It won't work, it's impractical, and that, in effect, is Machiavelli's message. Now, the Church condemned Machiavelli's work in no uncertain terms. They condemned it because they believe that there are such things as moral standards when it comes to government. Now, it's one thing for a teenager to go around saying this. This is the typical teenage morality, isn't it? I'm not going to get my moral teaching from any of you people. I'll just live by my own code. You know, every teenager has this view, you know, during the teenage years, and then most of them grow up and realize how stupid they're being. But the typical teenage mentality is, I don't need to read your Bible or listen to your preaching or even listen to my parents. I'll make up my own rules, blah, blah, blah. Now, that's bad enough when a teenager teaches that. But when a government believes that, then you're getting into something very dangerous. So what the Church teaches is that states can not only be held up for moral accountability, but they can also be held up to moral scrutiny in how they interact with other states. There are moral rules that govern how they interact with other states. They can't just do whatever they want or whatever they think is to their passing advantage. They have to be subject to the moral law. Machiavelli would be absolutely livid at this suggestion. But the Church teaches that an absolute, unchanging standard of justice applies to all peoples alike. This, in effect, is what international law is. The idea that all states are subject to certain rules and restraints. Now, let me anticipate an objection here. The fact that you believe that there is such a thing as international law does not mean you have to be the world's greatest cheerleader for the United Nations, because you may be saying, isn't the United Nations made up in large part of a bunch of bozos and dangerous and weird people, and don't they say a lot of strange things, and we would never want to be governed by these people? And I couldn't agree more. In fact, some of you may remember Bill Buckley's old statement that he would rather be governed by the first 2,000 names in the Boston telephone directory than by the faculty of Harvard. Well, I sort of feel that way about the United Nations General Assembly. So I don't mean to suggest that you have to be a big cheerleader for the United Nations. The question is the principle. As long as we recognize the principle that governments are subject to some kind of moral rules, then we can leave aside, for our purposes anyway, how would you enforce those rules? Because, of course, as soon as you establish a United Nations to govern the interaction of states, the question then becomes, well, who's going to govern the United Nations? You haven't really solved the problem. Who's going to make sure the United Nations is doing the right thing? So that's another matter. How do you enforce international law? Perhaps you could do it try to do it through moral suasion, or threatening to make the offending state an international pariah with whom no one will trade. These are possibilities. Right now, I simply want to look at the principles the Church upheld. Now, in the 16th century, from the 15th into the 16th centuries, Spanish theologians and individuals began to get reports coming back from the New World of Spanish mistreatment of the natives there. And this provoked a severe crisis of conscience among Spain's philosophers and theologians, because they began to ask themselves, how should we interact with these new peoples? Is our own government these new peoples? Is our own government upholding the moral standards in which we claim to believe? So what it did was it provoked a lot of reflection about the nature of moral obligation. And in particular, the nature of moral obligation on the international sphere. So that is to say, they began asking themselves crucial questions. How should different peoples interact with each other? How should governments interact with each other? Are there absolute rules that should be observed? Well, this interaction between Spaniards and the peoples of the New World provided an unprecedented opportunity for theologians suddenly to entertain these questions. And this is where the idea of international law comes from, as these Spanish theologians are critically evaluating the behavior of their own government. They're deciding that, yes, there are moral rules. And in fact, in some cases, our own government is not obeying them. Now, the very fact that there was a crisis of conscience among Spanish theologians is itself significant. Because think, did Attila the Hun ever stop and say, you know, I shouldn't be looting and raping and pillaging like this? I mean, how dare I do these things? These people have rights just as I do. Well, of course, it never even occurred to him to ask questions like that. Or the Aztecs, for example, who engaged in human sacrifice. We have absolutely no record of any soul-searching that occurred in Aztec civilization, of people stepping back and impartially evaluating their own society and saying, you know what, maybe we shouldn't be ripping the hearts out of people. You know, maybe this is the wrong thing to do. Maybe this is a barbaric custom. We have absolutely no indication of any such critical tradition there. And yet, within the Catholic Church, when Spanish theologians look at the behavior of their government in the New World, that's exactly what they do. Is they begin asking these questions and they begin saying, should we behave this way? And are there in fact general rules we should observe that apply to all peoples? Attila the Hun didn't believe in rules that apply to all peoples. There were rules that applied to him and rules that applied to everybody else. And that has been the typical way peoples have understood their interaction with the world. We are the good people, everybody else is a barbarian, and we treat them accordingly. So this is an advance of no small significance. Now, we're coming up to the break, but when we come back, we're going to meet a figure of extraordinary importance, Father Francisco de Vitoria, who was a professor at the University of Salamanca, to which I have referred many a time. And it was Father Francisco de Vitoria who gave us the very first treatise in history on international law, setting out these principles. So let's come on back and look at that here on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods, and we're looking today at international law. Sounds like kind of a dry subject, but as you can see, it actually isn't at all. Because the idea of international law simply means that there are certain fixed rules that everybody has to observe. And that you can't say that, well, this people is more backward than we are, or they haven't achieved what we have, so we can just trample them and this and that. There's nothing like that in what the Catholic Church teaches. Now, just before the break, we were talking about what happened when people in Spain began to hear about some of the abuses toward the natives of the New World at the hands of some Spaniards. And so, in fact, Spanish theologians began thinking about all the implications and consequences of this. They began thinking about the questions they needed to ask. Are there rules that should govern the interaction of peoples? What are those rules? Is our own government living up to those rules? Well, Father Francisco de Vitoria, whom I mentioned immediately before the break, was a professor at the University of Salamanca. And he has sometimes been called, along with the Dutch Protestant Hugo Grotius, who came much later, the father of international law. In fact, a man named James Brown Scott, writing in the 1920s in a book called The Spanish Origin of International Law, tells us that Vitoria furnished the world of his day with its first masterpiece on the law of nations in peace as well as in war. Now, in a separate episode, we've discussed a little bit of the ins and outs of the just war theory. Now, what Vitoria was interested in was determining the treatment to which all human beings were entitled by right, by natural right, because they were human beings. And he insisted that these rights that people possessed came from their status as human beings, rather than because they were Catholics or anything else, Europeans, Spaniards. So their right not to be killed or not to be robbed. This comes to you not because, well, you're Catholic or you're of my race. It comes to you because you're a human being with a rational nature. And the exercise of these rights is the way in which you can live out your rational nature. You need to have a right to life. You need to have a right to own property in order to function in the world. So these things are natural rights. And they are rights that apply to everybody. So what this means in principle, in practice as well, is that no Catholic would argue that it's a less serious crime to kill somebody who's not baptized and a more serious crime to kill a baptized person because the baptized person is more important or something like that. Absolutely not. That is not what the Church teaches. And to the contrary, Father Domingo de Soto, who was Vittoria's colleague at the University of Salamanca, said this. He said, "Those who are in the grace of God, that is, good, faithful Catholics, are not a whit better off than the sinner or the pagan in what concerns natural rights." Now again, isn't that kind of the opposite of the impression I think people have about the Church over the years? I think people have this impression that the Church would be inclined to give certain favor to those who belong to the household of faith. But to the contrary, as we see here, some of her finest thinkers in the 16th century say, if not the opposite, then they state something that is true for everybody, that all these rights are to be enjoyed equally by everybody because we all share a common human nature. And we aren't, incidentally, just a clump of cells. We are human beings with dignity, and that dignity demands these rights. Now, what does Vittoria conclude, looking at the situation of his government and the peoples of the New World? He said that the peoples of the New World, because they were human beings, just as we Spaniards are human beings, they were equal to us. They were equal to us in matters pertaining to natural rights. They owned their lands by the same principles that we Spaniards own our own. And he also argued that, and incidentally his fellow scholastics agreed with him, Domingo de Soto, Molina and others, that pagan princes ruled legitimately. That is to say, if a pagan king has committed no other crime, he can't simply be thrown out and deposed because he's a pagan. Now, that, too, I think is the opposite of what people think. People would think that the Church believes that if a ruler is non-Catholic, they can just go in and throw him out and put a Catholic there. Well, in a certain way, I mean, I bet in the United States we wish we could do that sometimes, but that's not what the Church teaches. What the Church teaches and what Vittoria teaches here is that each state has the same rights as any other, the same rights to self-government, and is under an obligation to respect the rights of others. So regardless of the religion of the ruler, if that ruler has committed no other crime, nobody has a right to just topple him for no reason other than he's a non-Catholic. You can't simply do that. Now, Vittoria and his supporters also believed that the idea of natural law existed not just among Christians, but among all peoples. Now, natural law, of course, is the idea that there are laws that are in effect written in our human heart that we simply know. When you're a child, you know. You know these laws. You know when little children are running around, they're saying, "Hey, that's mine, give it back." They understand certain aspects of what it means to be just and fair, that I had this property first, and it's unjust for someone to confiscate it from me. And they understand perfectly well that if they take something from somebody else, they cry when you punish them, but typically they understand the punishment. They don't say, "Mom, Dad, I have a whole philosophical argument against why," that if they take something from somebody else, they cry when you punish them, but typically they understand the punishment. They don't say, "Mom, Dad, I have a whole philosophical argument against why you're punishing." They know in their heart they've done something wrong. Well, we have these senses of what is right and wrong. We also have the Ten Commandments in our own tradition. But according to Vittoria, the Ten Commandments are really spelling out principles that practically any people, really, if they reflect long enough, will understand and appreciate. And because we all possess this kind of sense of right and wrong, a basic sense, then this basic sense can become the basis for international rules of conduct. And these rules of conduct can morally bind even those who've never heard the gospel, or never heard of the Ten Commandments, or had even rejected the gospel, because we're basing ourselves on the idea that we all ultimately know that sheer conquest is wrong, and looting and pillaging is wrong. We know this because God has imprinted it on our hearts, And this becomes the basis for a common understanding of international obligation. Now, that is to say that peoples such as the peoples of the New World were thought to possess this basic sense of right and wrong, summed up in the Ten Commandments and in the Golden Rule, and so we could interact with them on the understanding that they understand these principles, but we have to understand and live according to them too. So what this means is that in the 16th century, Spanish theologians looked at the behavior of their own civilization. They held it up to critical scrutiny, and they found it wanting. They looked and said, we have failed to live up to the absolute moral standard that binds all people. They proposed that in matters of natural right, the other peoples of the world were their equals, and that the commonwealths, even of pagan peoples, were entitled to the same treatment that the nations of Christian Europe accorded to one another. Now that is something extraordinary in the history of the world, and we in no way wish to make light of what happened to the peoples in the New World, because many of them perished, sometimes in terrible circumstances, oftentimes due to disease, a non-volitional source, sometimes due to overwork. And it was something terrible in some ways, what happened to a great many of these people. But the very fact that the Spaniards could step back and say, my people have failed to live up to an absolute standard, is something new in the world. A historian named Louis Hankey wrote a book called The Spanish Struggle for Justice in the Conquest of America. Now that's a strange title, isn't it? But what he's talking about is precisely what we've seen here. The Spanish theologians attempt to devise rules that would bind everybody and that would establish justice in the world. And their ability, the Spaniards' ability to look objectively at these foreign peoples and recognize their common humanity was no small achievement. In fact, this type of impartiality, this ability to look at the peoples of the world and be willing to apply the same rules to other peoples that you apply to your own, and that you would abide by the same rules that you expect others to abide by. This impartiality is not exactly embedded in every civilization. In fact, we need look no further, for example, than the American Indian cultures, which, for whatever their merits, did not possess the ability to look impartially at the world and hold themselves up to a common moral standard. The Harvard historian Samuel Eliot Morison said that the Indians of the same region or language group did not even have a common name for themselves, and that each tribe called itself something like "we the people" and referred to its neighbors by a word that meant the barbarians or sons of she-dog or something equally insulting. Well, if that's your view, that you are the people and everybody else are the barbarians or sons of the she-dog, how are you going to be able to come up with impartial rules governing both you and the barbarians? It's not going to happen. So the idea of an international order of states, some large, some small, of varying levels of civilization and refinement, operating on a principle of equality, one toward the other, this could not have found fertile ground amid that kind of narrow chauvinism, a kind of chauvinism that has been all too prevalent in the history of the world. So it's thanks to the Catholic conception of the fundamental unity of the human race that we're able to think in terms of universal principles governing all peoples. So when we criticize Spanish excesses in the New World, therefore, it's largely thanks to the moral tools provided by the Catholic theologians of Spain itself that we're able to do so. The Peruvian poet Mario Vargas Llosa, when he spoke about these Spanish critics of their own government's policy, he said this: "They fought against their fellow men and against the policies of their own country in the name of a moral principle that to them was higher than any principle of nation or state. This self-determination, this capacity for criticism of your own civilization could not have been possible among the Incas or any of the other pre-Hispanic cultures. In these cultures, as in the other great civilizations of history foreign to the West, the individual could not morally question the social organism of which he was a part." Well, let's conclude now by saying that we have seen that, in theory, the Catholic Church has set up and established and defended these universal moral principles. And perhaps they have been observed in the breach at times, but these are the principles. And the additional principle, of course, is that there's to be no forced conversion. That's in canon law. All these things are Catholic principles. What we're going to see next time is an aspect of modern history that's often been forgotten, when anti-Catholic or atheistic states, in effect, establish the opposite principle, that people have the opposite of rights because they're Catholic. Because they're Catholic, they can be imprisoned or tortured or killed. And we are once again going to see this glorious witness of Catholics in the face of devastation. Join me for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Today we're going to observe Western civilization turning against its own builders. We're going to look at some of the forgotten episodes of martyrdom in the modern period. So join me for stories of tragedy and heroism today on the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today, we're talking about martyrdom, and we're talking about some of the forgotten episodes of martyrdom that have occurred within the Catholic world in the modern period. Some of them will be familiar to you, but others perhaps not. And yet each of them, it seems to me, should be known by everybody. Each of them would make an extraordinarily moving motion picture. And yet, nothing so far. That's a note to all you Catholic movie makers out there. There's no short supply of movies of great heroism. Now, I've chosen particular episodes that I think aren't especially well known or deserve to be better known. There are a great many others, and at the end of this episode I'm going to give you some reading suggestions. Because if you're like me, you just can't tell what you should be reading. You don't have 12 books by your bed or anything. You could always use a couple more. Well, I'm going to give you a couple at the end. But for right now, I want to go back to the 16th century and tell you briefly a story you may already know, but remind you of a figure you may have forgotten. And I want to talk about King Henry VIII. King Henry VIII of England would have been the last person people would have expected to persecute Catholics. After all, he wrote a book in defense of the Seven Sacraments in 1521 against Martin Luther. He had no sympathy for Martin Luther whatsoever. Now, I'm not going to go through the story of his annulment and his various marriages, because then we'd be here for a whole other series. But for now, we'll simply say that King Henry VIII wanted to annul his marriage, marry another woman, and the Pope did not approve it. But he did it anyway. And in fact, he took the church in England and broke it away from the church around the world, and declared that from now on, in the mid-1530s, that he, the King of England, would be the head of the Catholic Church in England. So the universality of the church around the world was threatened by, in effect, this self-imposed act of schism. So what happened after that? Well, of course, there were people who objected to this. What right do you have to do this? Is the annulment of your marriage valid? Is your power to claim that you are the head of the Catholic Church, is that something that has any roots in church history? Can we abide this? Now, many of you know about the story of St. Thomas More, the former Lord Chancellor who opposed what the king was doing and could not, in conscience, support him, and was executed. Now, St. Thomas More, in the year 2000, was declared by Pope John Paul II to be the patron saint of politicians, which I thought was a particularly mischievous move, meaning that politicians should, in effect, be so committed to their consciences and to the truth as to be willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for them. But there is a forgotten figure in this story, and that's Bishop John Fisher of Rochester. John Fisher was a diminutive figure. He was a very old man and frail and sickly, and he was the one bishop who had the courage at that time to stand up and say that he could not accept what the king was doing. Now, there have been great times of heroism among Catholic bishops in the history of mankind. For example, during the French Revolution, Catholic bishops were exemplary in many cases. But here we had just the one example of John Fisher, and he was loved by everyone. And on that day when he came out of the Tower of London, holding his small Bible as they led him to be executed, the people gathered and watched, and he addressed them and said to the Catholic people that I have come here to die for Christ's Catholic Church. And he was executed. But my favorite part of this is a popular story that followed thereafter, because his head, Bishop John Fisher's head, was placed on a pike and placed along with the heads of some monks who had also resisted the king on London Bridge. Now, during his life, John Fisher had been very pale in complexion and indeed sickly looking. But in death, with his head on that pike, his face took on a reddish hue, such that he looked healthier and more alive than ever. In fact, this was such a spectacle that people began making small pilgrimages to visit his head, such that the government finally just had to take it down. I sure hope that story is true, because they deserved to be rebuked by John Fisher even in his death. Now, 400 years exactly after the deaths of these two great men, in 1935, they were canonized. And so we call them St. Thomas More and St. John Fisher. But I taught Western civilization at the college level in New York for 7 years. And I always looked for a good textbook. And the textbook always told us about the heroism of St. Thomas More. And of course, there's the wonderful movie, Man for All Seasons. But I never found a single textbook that told us about the sacrifice of John Fisher, this glorious bishop who had been treated so badly by the regime, who had been maneuvered and manipulated into saying things that could be declared criminal and treasonous. His is an extraordinary witness, and we ought to have recourse to him very often. But even after the death of King Henry VIII in 1547, that wasn't the end of the troubles people had in England trying to follow the Pope. A couple years later, around 5,000 Catholics in England perished when the new king, Edward VI, took away their beloved Latin Mass. That was the great Western Rising that nobody's ever heard about. But coming closer to the present, I want to call to our minds the French Revolution. Because episodes in the French Revolution regarding the church are so vivid and so astonishing, you almost can't believe these things happened. In fact, most people don't even know about these events. But they are so astonishing and so almost subhumanly cruel that we can say almost with confidence that surely there was a diabolical aspect to them. The French Revolution began in 1789, and within a year, and indeed 2 years, the church found that her property was nationalized, which is a nice way of saying ripped away from her by the government. Priests were required to take oaths of loyalty to the new government. Not all did so, understandably. Monasteries were suppressed. And by the way, they were suppressed on the grounds of religious freedom. So in the name of religious freedom, you cannot be free to be a monk. So you go figure that out. Well, this type of thing went on early on. This is the so-called moderate phase of the revolution. But as time went on, the revolution grew more and more explicitly anti-Catholic. In fact, by 1793, things had grown almost hysterically worse. 1793 to 1794, it's there that we see what became known as the Reign of Terror. And here, if you were a Catholic and were outspoken about it in some way, you could be in trouble just for that. You could be called a fanatic because you were found praying the rosary, or because you had sheltered a priest who had refused to take that oath of loyalty. There were terrible crimes carried out against ordinary Catholics, young men, sick and healthy, women and men together, children, all subject to the same terrible crimes. For example, the drownings at Nantes. Thousands of Catholics perished in the drownings at Nantes, which consisted of taking people in boats out into the River Loire, and then the tormentors in the boats would jump to other boats, and before doing so, they would open up holes in the initial boat so that the boat would sink and the people on it would drown. The man who carried this out, Jean-Baptiste Carrier, said, "Never have I had so much amusement as in seeing the last grimaces of priests as they die." Beyond the drownings at Nantes, we have the shootings at Angers. We have the martyrs who are called the Martyrs of Avrillé, 100 of whom were beatified by Pope John Paul II, and many favors have been won through their intercession. But there, the Martyrs of Avrillé were marched to some ditches that had been dug, and it was decided that the way to deal with these unruly Catholics was to line them up against the ditches and to shoot them all so that they would fall into the ditches and perish. Many females fall into the ditches and perish. Many female religious went to their deaths in this way, singing songs to the Lord as they did so, and forgiving their captors and tormentors. In the midst of all this, there was also the de-Christianization campaign. De-Christianization campaign in France. Now, what did that consist of? During the fanaticism of de-Christianization, a new calendar was introduced. Because, of course, if we want to de-Christianize the country, we certainly can't have a calendar dated from the life of Christ. So instead, we're going to date our calendar from the year we killed our king. That'll be the year 1. And the week became 10 days long, not 7. So it became impossible for the Catholic people, after a time, to know what day was Sunday. Well, thankfully, most people never adopted this silly calendar. But that was an example of the hostility toward the Catholic people. But beyond just that, bizarre ceremonies were carried out. Statues of saints were guillotined. The names of streets that had the word saint in them had the word saint removed. Churches were vandalized everywhere and property destroyed as an attempt to try to wipe out the Christian inheritance. In fact, even worship itself was discontinued in all but the remotest areas of the country. Here was de-Christianization. In fact, even the priests who had taken the oath of loyalty to the regime were now told that was not enough. If you want to show that you are loyal to revolutionary France, you must abjure your ordination altogether. Many of them refused to do that. Thousands of them fled the country. 10,000 priests went to England alone. England, an anti-Catholic country at that time, welcomed them. And in fact, as some historians have said, like Michael Davies, in fact, what the result of that was that English people got to see Catholic priests for themselves. They no longer heard about Catholic priests just in caricature. They met these men for themselves and saw how heroic they were and what they were able to do. And it astonished them how great these men were. And this experience they had meeting all these Catholic priests went a long way in the 19th century toward lifting the restrictions against Catholicism in that country. But this is not even the worst of what happened to Catholics. A war of extermination was waged in the Vendée region of France, and this episode has been almost entirely forgotten. It was not forgotten by Pope John Paul II, who visited the Vendée region, spoke about the Vendée region in a French visit in 1996. And when we come back, we're going to talk about those men and women, what the Pope had to say, and more examples of heroism when we come back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. So I'll see you in a minute. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, builder of civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today we've been talking about cases in which Western civilization, in effect, has turned against her own builders. And we've seen the suffering that Catholics have endured in a great many contexts. And I'm just giving the tip of the iceberg, I promise, of what has happened to Catholics over the centuries that nobody knows about. Now, we started off talking about the French Revolution, and I mentioned that the Vendée region of France was subject to a particularly vicious campaign during the Revolution. The Vendée was the area that was most resistant to the French revolutionaries. And orders were given to go into the Vendée and exterminate these people. Every single person who was moving should be killed. People should be bayoneted and hacked to bits. They were ordered to do that. But the people of Vendée stood up and resisted the best they could. And when Pope John Paul II was in France in 1996, he was there, incidentally, to observe the 1500th anniversary of the baptism of Clovis, who was the Frankish king who accepted Christian baptism and thus bestowed upon France the title of the eldest daughter of the Church. The Pope was there to commemorate that. But he spoke about the particular sacrifice of the people in the Vendée. And he said, "You who were born in the land of the Vendée are the heirs of men and women who were courageous enough to remain faithful to the Church of Jesus Christ at a time when her freedom and independence were threatened. In the numerous acts of witness that have come down to us, it is moving to see that the people of the Vendée remained attached to their parishes and their priests in spite of the cruelty of persecution." Now today, if you even say the word Vendée, with how many people will it ring bells? Essentially none. These are episodes that are in serious danger of being forgotten. No one has taught them in the first place. But if we have respect for all peoples, we need to know about the sufferings of all peoples. Now, I'd like to make particular mention of what happened to Catholics at the beginning of the Russian Revolution. Because, of course, most Russians, inasmuch as they were Christians, were in the Orthodox Church. So we sometimes forget about the fate of the Catholic Church because it was relatively not so numerous. But still, I'm interested in this episode because of how much it reveals about anti-Catholic persecution and modern atheistic governments. Now, we're talking about the late 19-teens into the early 1920s. These are the early years of the Bolshevik Revolution, when the communists have taken over and Lenin is in charge. Now, initially, what they did was they made it a crime to engage in religious education to anyone under 18. So you can't form the minds of the children. The communists will form the minds of the children. They also made it illegal to do a variety of things. They made it very difficult, if not impossible, for the church to own property. They established atheistic propaganda and encouraged and fostered atheistic propaganda all over the place. In fact, in some cases, churches were replaced with public restrooms as a way of showing, well, the greatest possible disdain to the Christian faith of the people. I have a friend who, round about the early 1980s, perhaps the late 1970s, was being taken on a guided tour of Russia. And the tour guide was giving the usual propaganda. Look at the religious freedom we encourage in Russia. Look at all of our churches. And my friend impertinently asked, "Oh, how many of them were built since 1917? Total silence, of course. He was never invited back, needless to say. That's an unaskable question. But early on, early 1920s, you start to see a campaign against the Catholic churches in which the regime is claiming we need to take the valuables out of these churches, anything that might be made out of precious metals, because Russia, in large part thanks to the stupidity of its government, was suffering from a devastating famine. And the claim was, we need to melt these sacred vessels down to sell them to make money to provide for famine relief. Well, clearly, this was an attempt to break the Catholic churches, to show who was in charge. They didn't actually need that money for famine relief, because the United States and other places were sending famine relief money to Russia. And we now know, now that the Soviet archives have been opened up, that the government was taking that food aid money and using it to buy machine guns from Germany. They didn't need the money for this purpose. And in fact, Pope Benedict XV, who was Pope from 1914 to 1922, even made an offer to the Russian government. He said, the Vatican will give you an amount of money equivalent to the value of those vessels if you just leave them alone. He never got an answer to that offer, which is all you need to know. And so, in effect, stormtroopers marched into churches and began vandalizing them. Most churches were vandalized. The only ones who weren't were ones where it was determined that there was nothing sufficiently of value there. Now, beyond this, we have cases of priests being executed or imprisoned just for doing normal priestly functions, providing religious education, or trying to prevent the stormtroopers from taking their vessels. One priest, for example, got down on his knees and begged his congregation to block and protect the tabernacle. He was tried and convicted of falling demonstratively on his knees. Did you know that was a crime? That's apparently a crime. And that reminds us that in these revolutionary regimes, there is no respect for law whatsoever. Law is what the judge says it is. In fact, in Russia, historian Richard Pipes says Russia was the first country on earth to ever outlaw law. That if you wanted to be a judge in Russia, all you needed to do was be literate. You didn't have to have any legal training. You didn't have to have any legal training, because we don't need legal training. We don't need previous precedent and previous law. All we need is somebody with a good communist revolutionary conscience who knows how to mete out communist justice in one case after another. In fact, one government official said to the Russian leader Lenin, "Our Commissariat of Justice really should be renamed the Commissariat of Social Extermination, shouldn't it?" And Lenin said, "Yes, it should, but we can't say that." So that's how they come up with crimes like falling demonstratively on your knees. A revolutionary judge simply makes this stuff up as he goes along. So the first show trials in Russia were not under Stalin, when Stalin would take potential political rivals or fellow communists and put them on trial and accuse them of treachery and force them to engage in ridiculous and obviously absurd confessions. Those are sometimes thought of as the first show trials, where the job was to humiliate the accused before executing him. The first show trials were actually under Lenin, when priests were put on trial for having defended their property or having carried out the simplest and most benign of priestly functions. The job was to humiliate and break these people. And yet again, this is forgotten. This is beyond forgotten. What about Spain in the 20th century during the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939? What happened there? In terms of Catholics, we have some of the most grotesque atrocities carried out by people. For example, one historian tells us, in Spain, which of course is one of Europe's most staunchly Catholic countries, large numbers of Catholics were just butchered solely for being Catholic. Unlike the martyrdoms in most parts of the world, whole sectors of the religious community were liquidated. At least 6,832 priests and religious were martyred, including 13 bishops. In the 20th century, probably no country witnessed so much bloodshed among its clergy. Another source, an incalculable number of laypersons were killed because of their religious associations, either as well-known churchgoers, members of fraternal and charitable religious organizations, or as the fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and friends of clerics. Some were killed because they professed their faith by wearing some outward symbol of belief, perhaps a religious medal or a scapular. Some were killed for acts of charity, for granting refuge to clerics attempting to escape this terrible fury. It is impossible to determine the number of these laypersons who were slain for their faith. And nor was the anti-clericalism limited to killing. Thousands of churches were burned, religious objects were profaned, nuns' tombs were opened, and the petrified mummies displayed to ridicule, and religious ceremonies were burlesqued. Indeed, practically any imaginable anti-clerical act was not only possible, but likely. And still another writer tells us, as they entered a village, that is, in effect, anti-Catholic stormtroopers, you may as well call them, their first object of attack was the church. There, the communists and their henchmen would round up the priests and religious, as well as anyone who protested, wreak all kinds of destruction and sacrilege, and then pour round after round of ammunition into the tabernacle of the parish church. Now, unfortunately, my friends, we could go on and on. We could talk about the sacrifices Catholics made under the terrible Nazi regime, about the thousands of priests interned at Dachau. We could talk about the sufferings in Mexico. There's so much we can talk about because there were sufferings all over the world in the 20th century. In Africa, all over the world, people perished because of their faith. Now, unfortunately, this is largely a forgotten story. The Black Book of Communism does tell a lot of the atrocities of the communists, and that is a very important thing because people, in effect, don't seem to care or have forgotten about these crimes. But that book doesn't really give us the information we might want about people who died specifically because they were Catholics and not just because they were anti-communist. So the book I would recommend is a book by Robert Royal, called Catholic Martyrs of the 20th Century. Catholic Martyrs of the 20th Century. And he gives a history of what happened in the 20th century around the world. And he says that in terms of people we can clearly identify as having specifically died for the faith, it's in the hundreds of thousands. We can't forget those people. And these are people who gave the same witness as those people in the early centuries who helped their own persecutors. These are people who, when they died, they forgave these people and they blessed them. That's why Tertullian said that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of Christians, because people are so moved by their testimony. Pope John Paul II quoted the words of Christ, "Blessed are you when they insult you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven." And the Pope said how well these words of Christ fit the countless witnesses to the faith in the last century, insulted and persecuted, but never broken by the power of evil. Where hatred seemed to corrupt the whole of life, leaving no escape from its logic, they proved that love is stronger than death. Within terrible systems of oppression which disfigured man, in places of pain, amid the hardest of privations, through senseless marches, exposed to cold and hunger, tortured, suffering in so many ways, they loudly proclaimed their loyalty to Christ crucified and risen. Countless numbers refused to yield to the cult of the false gods of the 20th century and were sacrificed by communism, Nazism, by the idolatry of state or race. Many others fell in the course of ethnic or tribal wars because they had rejected a way of thinking foreign to the gospel of Christ. Some went to their death because, like the Good Shepherd, they decided to remain with their people despite intimidation. On every continent and throughout the entire 20th century, there have been those who preferred to die rather than betray the mission which was theirs. And they did so in the spirit of Christ. But their stories have been forgotten. We need to remember them, because these stories can inspire, and they in fact can move people to conversion. Well, next time, we're going to wrap up our series and look at what the Church has done for the West and how we can tell more people about it. So join me next time. Thanks. Over the past 12 episodes, we've seen how the Catholic Church built Western civilization. But where is Western civilization going? What's next? What can we do about it? Join me today for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. Welcome to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. This is our last episode. So let's take a moment and take stock of what it is that we've seen thus far. Because I think when you put it all together, it's a pretty impressive package for the Catholic Church after all. For instance, we went after the subject of science right away, because there I think people are most likely to disparage the Church or to think not especially well of her, that she has not distinguished herself very well when it comes to science. But to the contrary, we've seen that modern historians of science, who would know something about this, they do this for a living, are now no longer saying that about the Catholic Church, that she's just an enemy of science. We've actually seen that the Church, in fact, introduced into our civilization critical ideas that made it possible for science to develop. In fact, it's not just a coincidence that science developed in a largely Catholic milieu, in a world that was formed by Catholic ideas, but rather it makes perfect sense, as we saw earlier. Beyond that, we looked at great priest scientists whose names have been forgotten, but who achieved great things in the sciences. And at that time I urged people, and I renew that urge today, to consider learning more about and even writing about the Jesuit scientists. These people accomplished so much in the sciences, it's absolutely astonishing, and yet no book about it? That is an injustice, my friends. Let's hope that it's rectified. Or how about charity? We all know the Catholic Church does great charitable work. But do people realize how great it is? Do people realize that there was nothing like Catholic charity in the ancient world in terms of the amount of charity that was done or the spirit in which that charity took place? Nothing like it. The idea that I'm going to give something to someone purely out of a desire to help that person, with no self-interest involved, but simply out of love. This is a revolutionary idea, but we take it for granted, don't we? When we hear that somebody's been charitable, that's exactly what we think about, that the person did something without any thought for his own welfare, but did something solely to help somebody else. We think of that as being charity. But why does that come naturally to us? Why do we think of that as charity? Well, it's because we live in a civilization that still bears the residue of its Catholic influence. If we were living in ancient Greece and Rome, we wouldn't have these ideas about charity. So people go through life thinking this way about charity, never even knowing that it's their Catholic inheritance that has given them those ideas. Well, we should point that out, shouldn't we? But then there's the university system. Who gave birth to the university system in the High Middle Ages? The Catholic Church. Who made that possible? Who fostered it? Who protected it? And who encouraged the kind of vigorous, rational debate that occurred within the precincts of the university? Of course, it was the Church. In fact, the Church encouraged the asking of questions. The whole tradition of scholasticism consists of asking questions and being certain that recourse to both authority and reason can resolve these questions. There was a confidence in the cathedral school at Chartres and in a great many other Catholic thinkers that God had not given us our rational natures in vain, but He intended us to use them. We should use our rational nature. We should use our reason to understand the world around us, and that reason properly applied will not mislead us. We've also seen that the idea of rights comes out of the Catholic Church too. Now this, for a long time, has been assumed to be a teaching that comes from secular thinkers or non-Catholic thinkers at the very least, perhaps in the 17th century, little before, little after. But we've seen that in fact the idea of rights, natural rights, rights that inhere in us as human beings naturally, rights that mean that you can't invade my person, you can't kill me, you can't steal from me. These things that inhere in us as human beings, these ideas developed out of the Catholic Church and her own canon lawyers. And here I rely on an important book by Brian Tierney, who's one of the great experts on the idea of rights. He has a great book called The Idea of Natural Rights. And it's there where you see the most systematic refutation of the idea that rights just came out of nowhere in the 17th century. He shows that they came out of the heart of the Church. Now, we've also seen that international law comes out of the Catholic Church too. International law, which is closely related to the idea of rights, comes out of the Catholic Church. Because international law says that some countries don't have more rights than others, but that each state has an equal dignity, regardless of whether the ruler of that state is Catholic or non-Catholic. If his only crime, so to speak, is being non-Catholic, you can't just depose him for that, because his state has dignity and the right of self-government just the way as any Catholic state would have, or state populated by Catholics. So international law, the idea there's an absolute moral standard that governs the interaction of states. Where does this come from? It comes from the Catholic Church with Francisco de Vitoria and Francisco Suarez and de Soto and all these other thinkers. Even law itself, law domestically, is indebted to the Catholic Church because the canon law was the first modern legal system in Europe. Because for the first time, church law was brought together systematically and presented in a coherent whole, where all contradictions that might have existed have been reconciled. That's what modern states in Western Europe did when they were developing their own legal systems. They used the model of canon law as to how you go about doing that. Now, in our first episode, I made brief mention of the study of economics. Now, economics really is an interesting science, so I don't want to hear any objections to economics. But economics is often thought to have emerged in the 18th century. In the 18th century, sort of deistic thinkers, or thinkers who certainly weren't Catholic, just suddenly came up with the idea of economics, just kind of poured out of their heads. But in fact, that's not what historians today are saying. For the past half century, historians who write about the history of economic thinking are now saying that it's not Adam Smith in the 1770s who just gave birth to economics, just came all out of his gigantic head. But instead, they're now pointing to people called the late scholastics, who were Spanish thinkers. Well, they weren't all Spanish, but the best ones were Spanish. So all you Spaniards out there, congratulations. As the source of modern economic thought, the late scholastics are really the source. One of the great 20th century economists, Joseph Schumpeter, said, "It is they who come nearer than does any other group to having been the founders of scientific economics." And there's been much scholarship written about this ever since Schumpeter wrote in the 1950s. Modern historians of science have continued to uncover the critical and important insights into economic thought of these people. For example, Raymond de Roover, Marjorie Grice Hutchinson, and scholars who are still alive like Alejandro Chafuin and Harry Vereiser at the University of Detroit. This is an important contribution as well. Now let me give an example of what I mean here. In the 16th century, when precious metals coming from the New World began to reach Europe, people noticed that prices rose. So what they recognized was there was a kind of a fixed cause and effect relationship going on here, that there was a relationship, some kind of a relationship, between the level of prices and the amount of money. So in effect, this was like an economic law. So they understood scientifically that there were relationships at work in the world of economics. This is an essential breakthrough. They also wrote great moral treatises relating to economics. Like Juan de Mariana wrote a fantastic treatise denouncing inflation, when governments inflate the money supply and thereby make each unit of money worth less. He denounced this as a terrible, inexcusable crime. Kings used to call in the coins in their realm and then clip them and save some of the metal and then return the coins to the people. And of course, he's gained an awful lot for himself, and they're stuck with these crummy coins they have to exchange at the old value. Juan de Mariana denounced this because he understood the economics behind it. Now, how did this go unheralded for so long? Why for so long did we all think Adam Smith had a why for so long did we all think Adam Smith had a gigantic head? Like, why did we think this? In part, it's because the people who wrote this stuff, the late scholastics, they didn't write books on economics for the most part. They wrote great moral treatises. And in the course of their moral treatises, they referred to economic topics, but they never had a book that said, "Here's our stuff on economics." So it was easy to overlook it. In addition, they wrote in Latin, and by and large, scholars today, particularly in economics, are not known for reading Latin. And so this was simply forgotten. And only now are we digging it out and saying, Catholics did this too. It's unbelievable. So I would say that we put this all together, and we haven't even talked about art and architecture. I assume that's taken for granted. The Catholic Church built Western civilization. And yet, not to beat a dead horse here, but this is one dead horse that amply merits a substantial beating. The European Union Constitution refuses to acknowledge the Catholic inheritance. Not a word. Western civilization comes from the ancient world, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, and that's it. And whatever happened in between, nobody really knows, couldn't possibly have been very important. Seriously, only an imbecile could believe this now, given all the evidence that's out there. But this is what we're told by the European Union. And it can't just be ignorance. It isn't just that they're dummies and they haven't done their reading. It can't be that. Because nobody who would presume to make a statement officially on behalf of the European Union could be that uneducated. It's frankly because of hostility toward the Church. There is a hostility toward the Church. We all know it. And in fact, this colors people's statements and judgments. They don't want to give the Church credit for things. My own theory is that one of the reasons a lot of secular intellectuals despise the Church is that the Church, in effect, reproaches them for their immoral lifestyles. They don't like being told they're not supposed to do this and that, and every time they see the Church, it's a reproach to them. And so therefore they have to wipe it out, they have to destroy it, they have to ignore it. But we refuse to go away, don't we? We refuse to go away. Well, after the break, we're going to talk about the state of Western civilization right now. Look around at the art world a little bit, the state of things, and see what, if anything, we can do about this. And what can we do to take this knowledge and spread it out there to the world? I wrote a book called How the Catholic Church Built Western Civilization, because I hoped it could help to spread this knowledge among the general population. Let's see what else we can try to do to make people aware of what an extraordinary treasure the world has in the Catholic Church. Supernaturally, yes, but even on a natural level, all the glorious things she's done. How do we spread that around? Let's talk about that after the break, and we'll see you in just a minute. Welcome back to the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods. Today we're sort of summing things up and then looking forward. We're looking at things the Church has done in the past and then thinking about what are we going to do in the future? What are we going to do to redeem Western civilization? Build it back up again to where it belongs. Now, I think if you were to take a quick glance, for example, at the world of art today, it's probably not fair to say all of modern art is just a complete disaster. I don't think anyone would really say that. However, I think we can say that there seems to be a relationship between a civilization's view as to whether there really is a transcendent, there's something that is beyond our experience, and a civilization that doesn't believe that believes in materialism. Materialism in this sense doesn't mean greed, it means believing that matter is all there is. If something isn't physical, then it doesn't exist. That's what materialism teaches. And it seems to me fairly obvious that the type of art you would see in those different types of civilizations would differ from each other. And this is a point that Jude Doherty made. He's the Dean Emeritus of the School of Philosophy at the Catholic University of America. And he's made this point. He asked the question, could a great Gothic cathedral, or indeed Gothic architecture in general, could that have been built in a materialistic culture? And likewise, could some of the hideous things that we see around us all the time, what Doherty calls Lego set architecture, we're surrounded by everywhere, would that have been built in an age and a culture that believed in the transcendent? When you, in effect, when you believe in materialism, what you're saying is that there is no meaning to life. If all there is matter, if matter is just dead, it has no purposes, then there is no meaning to anything if there's no transcendent. And if you really believe that life has no meaning, it would be a miracle if that belief weren't in fact reflected in your art. And we see that. Of course, we see that everywhere. Now, I suppose it's shooting fish in a barrel to criticize some of the excesses of modern art, so I'm not going to do that. There's a little bit of that in my book, and you can find that all over the place. But I do remember walking into my classroom back in the years when I was a professor in New York, and I had a newspaper article, and I said to them, this is a Western Civ course, I said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to update you on the state of Western civilization. And I read to them this news item. And it was a news item about the Turner Prize exhibition in England, which was a prestigious art prize. And one of the exhibits was called The Lights Going On and Off. And in this exhibit, the artist, so-called, flicked on and off the lights of the facility. And this produced an interesting effect, apparently, and that was his work of art. I know what you're all thinking. I can flick lights on and off too. I know. I'm thinking the same thing. Also in recent years, at major prize competitions, more than once, the janitorial staff has mistakenly thrown these art exhibits in the garbage, assuming that they were trash. What does that say to you about the state of the civilization? Now, if we Catholics don't defend ourselves, as I said at the beginning, nobody's going to do it for us. We've got a glorious civilization behind us. We've produced some extraordinary art that is admired by people all over the world. Now, it's true, though, that we're not Catholics because we produced great art. We're not Catholics because the Church helped to foster the university, or because the Church encouraged the sciences. These are all wonderful things. That's not why we're Catholic. But there are a couple of benefits that come from knowing this information. And the first one is that a lot of people do believe a lot of negative things about the Church, don't they? A lot of people believe these negative things. So if we can show them that they're mistaken, that in fact a lot of these misconceptions are exactly that. They're just misconceptions without historical foundation, we will have struck down an obstacle to their conversion. So it is important to know this knowledge, even if it's not the reason that we're Catholics. It will help us when we interact with people who have deeply embedded prejudices. But remember, nobody's going to defend ourselves if we don't defend us. We have to defend ourselves. We have to be prepared to tell people these things when they come up and say the Church has been nothing but a blight. We have to have an answer for that, because they're not going to have the answer. We need to give them that answer. But secondly, these things help to confirm our own faith. And what I mean by that is that we should expect Christ's Church to bear such wonderful temporal fruits. Because if the Church really is what she claims to be, she's the bride of Christ, she's a divine institution, then naturally we would expect her to bear great supernatural fruits in the form of grace and the sacraments. But we should also expect her to bear great temporal fruits. And when we in fact confirm that, and we see that, it helps to confirm our faith, doesn't it? It helps to confirm our faith. Now, looking at the state of Western civilization, our past couple of popes have been frankly saddened and have noted the attempt by people to pretend that the Catholic inheritance is dispensable or perhaps doesn't even exist. You cannot think of constructing a common European house neglecting the very identity of the peoples of our continent. That's what Pope Benedict XVI said recently. He's very interested in this subject of how do we redeem Europe. Pope John Paul II, on one of the 9 or so trips to Poland that he took during his pontificate, said this to the crowd. Said this to the crowd. Giving in to desire, to sex, to consumption, that is the Europeanism that some supporters of our entry into Europe think we should accept. But we mustn't become part of that Europe. We, he said, were the ones who created Europe, and with much more effort than those who claim exclusive rights to Europeanism. What is their criterion, the Pope said? Freedom. But which freedom? The freedom to take the life of an unborn child? Brothers and sisters, he concluded, I protest against this concept of Europe held by the West. And this message must be shouted loudly from this land of martyrs. Europe is waiting for redemption. The world needs a redeemed Europe. Now, I myself am a convert to the Catholic faith. And when I initially converted, I converted in large part because of theological and scriptural reasons and a lot of study. And I knew I had done the right thing. I knew I had acquired the pearl of great price. Well, this project has been, in effect, like a second type of conversion for me. I've renewed all the enthusiasm that I had for the Church when I first entered. Because I knew a lot of this stuff about the history before I wrote How the Catholic Church Built Western Civilization, but I learned a lot more as I did it. And I said to myself, this is it. This is the institution that Christ established. Look at it. Look at all the wonderful fruits. Now, how are we going to get this out there? Well, I would say a key method is educating ourselves, and that includes educating the next generation. So it seems to me that either homeschooling or Catholic schooling that includes sound historical study is absolutely indispensable. Because let's be honest, a lot of people in the world are not particularly knowledgeable about the stuff we've covered here. So it only takes 2 or 3 really well thought out sentences to knock over their whole case. So if we got our kids ready so that when they go out there and they find themselves fighting against anti-Catholic propaganda, if they're ready to meet it on its own terms, people are going to be stunned They're not going to know what to say because nobody's got a good historical foundation. But disproportionately, I believe that students who are being homeschooled, even though they're a minority, they will still disproportionately, out of proportion to their numbers, be numbered among the educated people of our world to come. And they will be ready for the usual claims made against the church. That's essential. We're all set to get started homeschooling our kids. I can't wait to do it. But in the case of my own conversion, you know, I remember, if I may be pardoned this personal conclusion, I remember I was on the verge of converting. And, you know, people wanted to send me books showing me why Protestantism was false and Catholicism was true. And I appreciated that, and that was good. I did want to know those things. I did want to be able to answer the arguments of Luther. But ultimately what happened to me, and the whole story would take a little bit longer, but what happened to me was I reached a point at which I came to the conclusion that I wanted to be a Catholic. I pretty much knew I wanted to be a Catholic. All of a sudden, this fascinating and extraordinary and gigantic institution was just staring me in the face. 2,000 years of tradition staring me in the face. And even then, I knew some of her achievements in Western civilization as well. And frankly, I know I shouldn't put it quite this way, but I want to be honest, I just suddenly felt stupid. I just thought that all this time, I've had this institution and all its glorious benefits and all the wonderful things she's done and all her beauty staring me in the face, and I haven't immediately rushed to embrace her. Frankly, I just felt stupid. I didn't really need books showing me why I had been wrong before. I knew there'd be time enough to study all the ins and outs. I just wanted to learn the faith. Just teach me the faith. Show me what the church teaches. That's what I want. I read Father Hardin's Great Catechism. I just absorbed it, and I said, yes, this is what I've been thirsting for. And I bring this up because I have a friend who contacted me not long ago, and he's having second thoughts. He's a Protestant, and he's thinking maybe he wants to become a Catholic. And my first instinct was, let me send him all these books showing him why he's wrong to be a Protestant. And I realized, you know what, he's going through just what I went through at that time. He just feels like kind of a doofus, that all this time he's neglected the pearl of great price that's staring him right in the face. This great institution, the most beautiful institution in the world. So instead, I just sent him books that explain the faith. Here is what it is. That is what converts people. And so when I finally converted, I said to myself, you know, no longer do I have to feel alienated from this extraordinary institution that has built the very civilization in which I live. I'm part of her now. And all those saints who lived from that 1,000-year period that Lutherans despised as having been unbiblical, they became my friends. I could be friends with St. Anselm, whom we talked about in this series. I could be friends with St. Thomas Aquinas. I wasn't alienated and separated from them. I was united to them in the bond of the communion of saints. This, in effect, was what helped bring about my conversion, and why this historical project for me has, in effect, brought back so many wonderful memories, that all these things are what brought me in, ultimately, in the beginning. Now, one of my favorite quotations from the saints comes from St. Thomas More, who said that nobody on his deathbed ever regretted having been a Catholic. Now, isn't that true? Speaking to an audience of Catholics and non-Catholics, I can assure you that that is true. Now, over these 13 weeks, including today, it's been a real pleasure, if I may quote some other people in television, to come into your living rooms, and I'm deeply honored that you've welcomed me. I hope that some of the material that we've covered has been helpful to you, has made it easier for you to defend the Catholic faith, and has, in your case, as in mine, helped you to fall in love with her all the more. And so I wish you all the blessings of God, and I say to you, thank you very much for joining me, and God bless you, and perhaps we'll meet again sometime in the future. Thanks so much for being with me for the Catholic Church, Builder of Civilization. I'm Thomas Woods.